pizza this morning. Jody's used to calling basketball games, so just in case he starts screaming, he might think someone's going for the slam dunk.
Mic check 1, 2. Over here. Hey. Hey, we're here.
Is mine on or?
Yeah. Yeah. Can you hear me now?
All right, Cedric. Just waiting on Brian. He's parking his limo. He's strapping up his saddle horse out there.
Oh, there he is.
Check 1, 2.
Oh, I thought that was him.
Mic check 1. Mic check 1, 2.
This language here. Yes, this is very good. You're starting this program, organization, Kolakiche, to get some things out in the open. It's way different from what they do today. So I want to explain a lot of that, and I heard one I want to talk about today is that people are doing it wrong, doing the Lakota traditions wrong. So I want to I want to talk about that later, but we'll introduce ourselves first.
Palamelo. Amatakhape, Janrigo Senior, Hemacha now. I'm Peter Washte Chechi Chapalo. I'm very honored to be sitting here with my older relatives. And a couple weeks ago, Tahanshi Frank called me and talked to me about what he was hoping to do here. And he asked if I could come and share what little bit that I know from my experience in life. And I grew up east of here, one of my homes. My dad's from Lakol and my mom was from Tokonua, just in Waptanoa after. And I was very fortunate in my lifetime to have been around grandparents and to grow up in a family where I think we were isolated out in the country because I don't remember that many friends growing up because I had so many cousins around me. And I grew up with uncles and aunties and I know what that's like. So I'm just here to support my Tanashi Frank, and maybe that's one of the things we should talk about is our wodakwe, how we're all related to each other, because as I look around the room, you know, I think I'm related to just about everybody in here. And those are my concerns, is that we have a generation coming that they don't know who they belong to or who belongs to them. So hopefully that can come up in a conversation today.
John Eagle Shield Senior at Sajemikayo. Lakota Jeki, Wichata Yata Pidacha. Nahamisa Leo, Wamichikala, Wichoki. Stroop Trading Co. Wazata Ki, Wakpa Kida, Have Watil. Samisa Lesta, Wamichikala, Wayate Ki, Ota Buhara. My name is John Eagle Shield Senior, and I grew up here in the Mid-Eagle community. Those of you that remember the old shoe store, I grew up along the river bend over there, as well as a lot of others. And I had the occasion to be raised by my grandparents, and they're the ones that have stories with lessons and morals to them. That's what I learned. And I always try and tell my family first. And I'm glad to be here today. So that's what I think though.
Hamidaki be Petu Kinda Yuha Chante was then a bit Chusabi. De Iwakapi Imachaka Mitunkashi Charlie Shelchak Senior Ichia Na Unchiwaiki Helen Bullbear Shelchak Ichia Na Hena Daku Ota Omakiaka. My relatives, I come from the district of Cannonball. That's where I was born, and that I have teachings from my grandpa Charlie Sheltrack and my grandmother Helen. And that's how I strive to be today with their teachings. My grandfather was a very humble man that gave me an example he worked in the church and he used to take care of the church offerings. He was a judge. And I used to live through the times when they called him Hangman Charlie because he was tough. Child neglect, you get 30 days. But the one thing I always saw, and I told my grandma, was that I'd see people saying things to my grandpa, getting mad at him, and he never said a word. I told my grandma, I said, you know, someday I'm gonna say something to people that say things to my grandpa, and they used to even cuss at him, but he'd just be standing there and he'd take it. And she said, no, you don't do that. Your grandfather has some responsibilities. And he's being humble because he does things for the church. He's a minister, and we have to be that way. You be good to people no matter what they say, and no matter what you hear. So he taught me to take a lot of negativity when people would say things, you know, about my family. I don't want to get specific, I could. But we're not here for that. We're here to learn and to share. And the best way that I learned was by example. You walk the talk. If you're going to be a counselor, alcohol and drug program, if you're going to work there, you be alcohol and drug free. And I'm also a teacher at Standing Rock High School. And I talk to my students all the time. And so I want to make sure that I don't give them a negative feeling or if I'm out in public, because you are who you are 24/7. And there's many teachings that I know that some of you all are going to share, and I just wanted to listen, and if there's something that I can share about, I will. But I have a spokesman here, my husband. My grandma said, that man has to stand up for you. That man has to take care of your kids for you, provide for you. And he's your spokesman because he talks for the family. And because there was a woman that brought teachings to our people, and the men folk respected her. So they always look out for the women. And I just wanted to share that because I can be very vocal sometimes, but you know that it's easier if I hear songs and singing. It's easier for me to say things in that way.
I used to be your Sunday school teacher. The
cheese up. My name is Cedric Goodhouse. I grew up where John and the Eagles lived, south of there. And right alongside where Snake Creek and Grand River came together. Beautiful country. Something we'll never see. That was before it all became the Oahe Reservoir. So I've seen a change occur. And that's you know, what you laid out, the comparative and passing things down or passing them around or sharing them. You know, we're gonna be here for about 3 days anyway, so I hope right now there's only 3 pots of soup right now, so tell the women folk we need a couple more. But I brought my takoja. He's handing out water right now, so and he helps us. I had an amputation on my foot. On one side, I had a full of people. Last night I wear a size 12 on one and the other about 4, so still get around. But with that, I wanna thank you guys for being here and sitting among you. You know, makes me feel good. Been sober 45 years. You know, I've seen a change. I've seen a great change among us. And we'll talk about that. You know, because some of you are right and how you express it should be a little bit different expression once we get to understand a lot. So that's all I want to say for right now. And for those that don't know, I put a war bonnet on my cousin here, John Eagleshield. And we took him around, showed everybody, sang a song for him, and then took him to the center, and people came and visited and talked and stuff, and we prayed, and we put his moccasins on, and then put the wapaha on him, prayed to all the directions, and took him around to another song. You know, so he's the Nacha among our people, and then sometime we'll get to know that, because a lot of people look at the IRA and traditional, you know. So there's an understanding that we need to come across instead of demand to have one over the other. It don't work that way. You know, so I want to have that recognized, so in the future, when we gather like this, you could just go to John and ask him to do what you, rather than be the oldest. I'm crawling through my 73rd winter in this world, so you know, I still respect those ways, because they were taught to me in that manner as well. So that's true.
Come on. All right, thank you, Cedric, and all of you. So I want to start off with something that's kind of like was mentioned about kinship and acknowledgement of relatives and how we are, because like today, you know, I try to share with my children that, you know, you have one father, that's your firstborn father. But today you see in the contemporary world where everybody's calling everybody dad and uncle and Koska and all this stuff, you know, and so the new age generation, as they're coming up, they're just starting to kind of latch on, and they'll call some guy that they're not even blood related to, they call him uncle or lala, you know, and I just thought of that, what I understand is that it's coming out of respect, but are we kind of getting twisted on that respect? Because I've been calling my cousin here, Matashi, I have one here and I have one back there. They're the sons to my uncles, my mom's blood brothers. And so growing up, I had mothers besides my blood mother. And my blood father would be my auntie and my uncles. I could call them respectfully my father or my mother. And then we take our cousins, our firstborn cousins, as brothers and sisters. So that's kind of how my understanding was. I call him Chie. He's older than me, my older brother. And likewise my older brother, my cousin back here, Adi. Well, you see that a lot in the powwow circle where everybody, you see some young man that might be whoever, well, that's my Toshka. Well, how you relate it? And then, well, they don't answer you. So maybe something that we can maybe start the conversation off with kinship and the relationship of what we should be teaching our children in a manner where they're not calling everybody ate or ina or that kind of stuff. So who wants to give the first talk on that? If I made sense in that way, I just kind of want to start that off because that's something that in a contemporary age we're kind of just following that popular guy out there that's leading the way. And so again, I'm going to use the word dilute. We're kind of like just everything's getting really thinned out and it really don't have a meaning anymore. And I know Tanashi John spoke about it. How are we related? Those all play a key role in us as a people. So anybody want to start off on that one? Chair Brian said, I'll give it a stab. He said,
I'll give it a shot. Yeah. Well, nowadays we hear individuals when they finish praying, they say, Mitakuya. Well, that tells you that you're related to everything, everybody. And growing up, seemed like everyone was a la-la, Uchi, Chowe, Lakshi. We never questioned where we come from or how we're related. We just, acknowledge them that way. Most of the time we're riding horse, and they'll call us to their house, and once they're gonna welcome to have a beef soup or some kind of soup. I hope we check out oven bread. Oh, that was and so no matter where we went, we were all welcome into the homes of our old people, and they would offer food because that's all they had. Growing up, I was a good listener. My mother was my father as well, and she played two roles and did her best. Taku Omoke was how she explained to me how we're related to a lot of people here. How she said it was, Lala Walter Iron had 3 sisters. But Walter Iron, he married Annie Hakikito, that's where John, Helen, and Louise come from. And Takshiwa, I know his sister, Amelia Iron, who had Foster's in that Kanshi, Cedric, Huku, Heta, or some the other sister was Wachbezui, who had taken as Heta, Laha Makochi, where killed him. So, Hetchkiha, a Daku job, Laha, or Hetchkiha, or Mokia Kapucha. That's how we're related, and so a lot of times people come up to me, how we're related, and so I share what I know, what I've told, as I get older, I'm getting harder and harder at hearing, so it's a good thing I was a good listener and had 100% hearing, and Lila, Dr. Gaten, I watch for me. I would really, Dr. I love the listen really good, and make sure that how they were, they addressed each other, and and growing up with a lot of my relatives, my cousins, you would think that because they really spoke Lakota, they would say Ate, or Oji, but it wasn't like that. They would say Mama, or Daddy, or my cousins really spoke Lakota, the Redneck family. They would say Sherman, or they would say Donna. They wouldn't say Mom or Dad. Oh, I was, but that was some of my experiences growing up, is hearing the language and how we related to a lot of people, and a lot of my relatives are from here, and now go Hoka and Kiataha, we have a lot of Hoka relatives too, and but we never said stepbrother, second cousin, third cousin, we just say Kahashi or Hakashi, and cousin, female cousin, or male cousins, and a lot of times we never really addressed each other like how Kashi or how Hakashi, we already knew each other, so we just started talking, and growing up with my cousins across the south side of the river, Tuwaka Lakol, really spoke Lakota, and that's how, because I was younger, I was never supposed to be talking before older ones, but because a lot of my cousins are gone, me, it's my turn to speak, and as the Ota, they're not here no more, and I heard Sissy say, I live in what I was taught. I strive to do that. Before my mother left me, she said, I'm not going to be here pretty soon, so you have to continue living, love each other, and help each other. Had your to work out your live a happy life with your relatives. And that's how I try to carry myself, because, when you think about that, how we all help each other. We don't live like that no more. A lot of our family here in this community, they don't even come outside and greet each other and see how they're doing, because of the drugs and alcohol. It's really hard to be a relative, good relative. Yeah, they know each other as being related, but because of that drink, walking by you help, they have grudges, and so they don't talk, but as far as the relative part, that's how I was taught, I never said I said no, and so we're all brought up differently, and the language we used, we were fluent, but we never really spoke really how we were supposed to, But we start learning, we come back to that, and I hope I've shared what the things that I learned growing up is, I always try to throw humor in there a lot of times, but I know it's not proper, but how we're related, it really, when you have that respect for older ones and have that honor for them, that you let them go first. You let them show you and teach you and share their experiences, because they live much more years than I have. So that spirit, that respect that we have for our older people, kind of come back. The drum group over there, all my Kakolas, and a lot of them didn't make it, but because it's too cold, and then you have Dakuk stuff, they're all related, and I always tell them how you guys are related. But I hope that I kind of helped share some of how I was raised, how I did.
Amisila Daiwa Laki you Kandako and Adushna Yellow. Lana Lala Tim Kita Kehe taking a life, Nyaki user and Makochi we etaha. Now ma ish Tashaki Ukita Kehe Bachbezi we etaha La Jim He Huku Tra Chasawala. I just want to correct you. You made a little mistake there in telling everybody how the relationship is. So I thank you for that, but just the other way around. Akhbezi comes from Jim Kills Alive, and Makoche comes Jess Taken Alive. So I just thank you for that. I just want to correct that.
Wada milada tapakan kape. Ma Rushmore's and kape la data. I turn around here like Mount Rushmore behind me. And that's for all my relatives. They're all my relatives. I forgot, a lot of you don't know me. I don't mention my name very much because I figure everybody know me. My name is Dave West Sr. Born and raised down in Iron Lightning, South Dakota, along Hee-Haw, they call it, Moore River. And I was raised by my grandmother and grandfather. My dad, he's from here. My mother is a Curly from that area, and my dad is from here. His name is Brent Long Chase. He was here, lived south of here. So that's how I have a lot of relatives down here. And I've never been raised by either my father or my mother. I was raised by my grandfather from the get-go. There was two of us. I was a twin. One died at birth and the other one lived. I lived. And that's why I'm probably no good today. But I never knew them. Those of you who have parents yet today, you're lucky, you're fortunate. And I grew up with parents, that's great. I grew up with grandmother and grandfather, and they used to call me Uchakchala, a little man. I know a little old man, because I hung around them all the time. But that's where I learned everything, my language, at a young age. And that's the first language I learned. From there, they started teaching me a lot of things. One of them was the important thing was the otakuya, the relative terms. Who you related to. Grandma always told me, she said, we always remember who you're related to. She said, if you don't know, ask me. So that's how I grew up. But growing up, we only had Uchi and Lala. No, Ina or Ate. I had Lekshis and twins, aunts and uncles. Cousins, male and female. Takashi and Hakashi. That's how I grew up. We moved to Dupree before 66 blizzard. Because that's where everybody moved to after the school closed down. And that's where I started meeting other relatives. But my mission mentioned something about first, second, and third cousins. We don't have that. They say, so we didn't have first, second, and third cousins. It was only cousins or no cousins, you know. Yeah. That's all. Then our people introduced another person. Oh, this is my third cousin. Wow, that. Well, I even heard one say, this is my shirt-tail cousin. So we have to remember, we have to know our relatives, who we are related to. She used to say, Hena, otaku hena salucha shneltanas, ampetamaji oganaxi wajin nikchitaktea. So hena soki almaniya. Always remember who you're related to, otherwise you might end up with snagging one of them, which is happening today. And it's sad to say it, but it's true. It is very true. So, yes, I just wanted to say a little bit. Lakol Ecun está oga la kawaki. Ashitia oga la katana se lila nihimites later. No pe ma chanta. Ichin ashitia oga la kabe. Takuni o choy uji aglushna hatanas to a ashitia binani ashita pik. Nani asu what again. Hecha lila ashitia pik ikwap. It's tough for me to say it in English because I'm not comfortable with it. Through English language, if you make a mistake, everybody will crucify you. Everybody will judge you for saying something wrong in English. That's why I'm afraid of it. In Lakota, I can express myself a lot better. You have Takuki Chapelo 20 Itchok Chashnelo Ushikitla. Hokichila un kumpik hechalo. Ha.
You know, Tanashi, maybe one of the things, because I think there was a suggestion from Lala Cedric that we kind of didn't spend the time to think about. And that was him identifying Lakshi here as Arnacha. And we heard Lakshi talk about not feeling comfortable talking before older people. So I think of the ones of us sitting at this table, I'm the youngest. So I'm going to pass it on to Lakshi John and on to Lala Cedric. And then maybe next round of questions I can talk after Lakshi Brian because he's not that much older than me.
I said that I was raised just south of here along the riverbank. My grandmother's name was Louisa Takesad. Her first husband was John Eagleshield. He was Hunkpapa from Blackfoot. And then her third husband was Ernest Makeslife from Whitehorse. So Mija Hinawak, I grew up along there too. I learned how to swim in the river. But years later, after coming back this way, she raised me when I was just a young guy. And all I heard was stories. I said before, Lakota Riatiki, Victoria ke ota yuhala. So I took advantage of that. I listened and I made sure. And one of several that I remember, and I always think that the most important one is the one I'm going to tell you. It has to do with his name is Fourhorn, Hetopa, and that's where Brian comes from. Hetopa was uncle to Tatanka Yotaka, to Sitting Bull. And he was a shirt wearer. Yeah. Taogle Kitsu, Wichasa Hecha. And when you have the honor of wearing a shirt, you're Wakitsunze, you're an advisor. You can tell people the correct way, the nice way. Well, when you think about that, all the shirt wearers in our history, there was the most famous one. His name was Wahachanka Yuha, better known as Crazy Horse. And he was a shirt wearer, but he was also a human being. He fell in love with another man's wife and they ran away together, so he voluntarily gave up his shirt. Didn't take anything away from him, but he no longer was able to do that. So then we come back this way. Even our own running antelope, Hinaku Toglu Wichas, Toglu Kisum Wichas Hecha. And he did the same thing. And he voluntarily gave up his shirt. Didn't take anything away from him. He was still well thought of. Everybody still took his advice. And he was a good relative. We had another one. His name was Red Bear. And he took the life of another Lakota. And once you do that, you forfeit a lot of things. So he gave up his shirt also. And he took the place of that one that he killed. He made sure the family was provided for, protected, and he did everything. The best one I saved for last, and he was Fourhorn. And in our past, we had a lot of old men who were testers. If you said, I'm a medicine man, so they'll say, show me. Well, that time they had old men like that too. So anyway, Fourhorn was out hunting, and these old men wanted to test him. So they came to his lodge and they told his wife, we want you to go across the village here and stay at your sister's, and when everything is ready or done with, we'll come after you. So he left. On his return, these old men, anxious to tell him that his wife ran away with another, and if you go right now, you can probably catch her and take your men with you and get her back. And he said, no, that was her choice. She wanted to do that, that was her choice. He said, my responsibility is my people. So then, later, this woman came and tapped on his lodgepole and says, I heard your wife left you, so I wanted to be with you. I don't like my husband anyway, so. He invited her in, he sat her down, he fed her, and was talking with her. And that quick, there was another knock. And these same old men were saying, her husband wants her back, and if she don't come back right now, then he's going to come over and have a fight with you. So he got a horse and put a blanket on it, sat her on there, and took her back to her husband. When all that was done, these old men came to him and told him that they were there to test him. Was he worthy of wearing a shirt? So then, I always think about that today. How many of us men would qualify to wear a shirt? How many of our sons and nephews and grandsons would qualify to be a shirt wearer? I don't think there's too many. So that shows me that we have a lot to do. We have a lot of teaching to do. I'm 77, and I plan on being around for a long time yet, but I have a lot of things to do, a lot of things to say. And I always like to do it in a correct manner. So Tosca, I thank you for making this opportunity available today. And hopefully we'll all learn from each other. We'll all help each other. We'll be truthful and honest with each other. We'll have respect for each other. We should all be able to practice woksha each and every day. So I had to say like that.
I shared earlier being raised over here by just east of here. And there's the families that are on the south side of the Grand River. There's when Silimbu was murdered, a lot of them went south. And when they went south, some went back up to Sumner's camp, Colonel. And then they came back and Blackwood area and this south of the Grand River there, that's where they made their home. My mother is from this community, or from this area, and I have a lot of relatives in this area. You know, my brother Alan's sitting over there. I have the carry-ons, you know, their mom and my mom were sisters. You know, I just, and then that just goes into a lot of other people here, you know, today. Good to see Stanford here is, you know, related to his wife. Good person. And you know, I've never, in my heart, ever thought that I would ever have to someday, who am I related to? Because when I was growing up, you know, I don't remember ever having locks on our doors. You know, we could go out, my father would go out in the morning and he'd whistle a certain way, just the horses that belonged to us, they would come, you know. Times like this, I remember John's father, my nephew and his Glenn's and his brothers there, Ted and them, and their other brothers. They would go with my older brother, Randy,
Kermit, Burgos, Larry Paul, Bearside. You know, they would go and they'd hunt and they'd bring, everybody would have meat, you know, everybody. And we're all related through there. Just by the things we did, the actions how we cared for each other. You know, today we say, oh, well, you know, and all those things, you know, telling those words that tell us to take care of each other, things like that. But that's what we did. But that, nobody told us hang those words and put them up on a wall. And, you know, I bet you go to the school over here, you can see those words up on a wall. You know. But those were the things that we did. And there's always time to still act up, I guess you could call it. You know, to head out in the morning. There were days we could just head out in the morning and be gone till the sun came down. And we didn't have to tell our mother or our father where we were, because they never asked. There was that trust already. You know, what we did, things that we shared. We'd go someplace, and mention that to sit down, sit down, put your food in front of you, or put some soup there. We never said, hey, what kind is this, you know? We ate it. We just ate it. We never had to ask what kind it was. It was food. That was the magic there, you know. My father is from well, the good houses are up there too, along just south of here. And there were times I used to, when the celebration was going on over here, we'd just get on the horse, come over. Stop over here, there's a softball field over there, and up on the hill there, flat area, and play softball. Then go down to the celebration grounds and have supper, you know. And then, but my father's mother and father, they're from Cherry Creek. His mother is Josephine Creek. I have a sister named Josephine. I have a picture of my grandparents there. They're in there. I guess you could call it traditional dress, but that was their clothes then, you know. That's not their, I guess we would identify it as traditional dress, but to them that was their clothes at that time. And their parents were from Spring Creek in Rosebud. But do I say I'm part Sichongo? Do I say I'm part Idazacho? You know, do I say those things? I was born and raised in Hunkwapa. That's what I say. You know, so the confusion that I hear people say that I'm part this, part that, you know. But the confusion is when those words that people use nowadays, colonized, you know, enrollment, all that, you know, that's what throws us off. Really throws us off. I know there's times when I was growing up too, we were, met some people that were Crows, and they were over here in Cave Hills. They came over and we were there, and they had a gathering, and anybody's ever been on Cave Hills is like a little like an oasis, I guess you could call it. And I didn't know, you know, the older folks were talking, we just, you know, just messed around the area. Because they actually do have caves and actually do have a lot of hills in that area, and they have a big water flow that used to go through there. And when we came back, maybe 2-3 days later, stopped a couple places. And when we came back, my father told me, he says, from this day forward, he says, I want you to understand. He said that, you hear these stories about crows and Lakotas, yeah. He said, one time they went hunting that way and they thought they'd get some horses too. I said, yeah. I remember stories. And they said, well, they actually took a bunch of horses and they also took some women. And they brought them back. One of those women sat at the edge of the camp. Every day she'd sit out there and cry. And when she did that, she said, he says, the sisters of that young man's sisters would watch her and keep track of her. One day she wouldn't sit up, she just laid there the whole time. Couldn't hear her. So he told her to go get him, told his sisters to go get him. So they did. They brought her back and they gave her food and cleaned her up and everything, and he actually took her as a wife. And that the story that he told me is that she had sons for him. And she taught him the language. And they were great warriors. Good people that helped. That's what I talked about. Just a little bit about along the Grand as it went into the Missouri, those people that lived there. That's the way her sons were. And when she passed away, he said that they took her in the best that they could remember. They still had her dress and stuff, and they put her in that. And then they killed the horse, buried her, took care of her the best way that they heard from stories about how the crow did it. They wanted to honor her that way. Because she in turn honored our people. And, we don't hear these stories. We heard what the Washituans have told us about how the crows and the Lakota were. And that comes out that I have that's my relative, that lady. And today, I have grandchildren. My son made children's a woman from White Show. And she's part Crow. So I have grandchildren that are Crow. Because they go over there all the time, every summer. And like we used to do. And how we lost our relative, addressing each other as relatives, is there's a word, and we're very seldom hear it. It's called Kioli. When we got flooded out the bottom and we had to move, and my father was working for the railroad. The best place he could find was over here in Timber Lake, so that's where he went. So my aunties, when they wanted to visit, to come over to Timber Lake, and we'd get our blankets out, the big feather tick and stuff like that. Have to get extra wood going and stuff. They would visit, make quilts or whatever. And in the evening time, they'll get those hymnals out or just sing. And then pray and go to sleep. Not 1 day, not 2 days, maybe 3-4 days. And that's how we knew each other then, better as relatives. But I don't see that anymore. We have some relatives that come out, our door is always open, yet today, and we have relatives that come, maybe going to Canada, or some Canadians coming down and visit us, and sometimes we're not home. But we know they leave a note, and they cook food, and, or they wash up whenever they're done. They wash our dishes, wash the towels, or they use the washing machine. So those things still exist if we let them. If we let them. So that's a big part of passing these things on to, like my takoja here. And I think it all starts with communicating. How do we communicate? Today, we have to read. Kind of gets our understanding a little bit better, of social media. You gotta read. Another way is writing. We had a way of writing, and there's great artists are still with us that understand the world in a different way. And when they show it to us, we get awestruck by it. That's how beautiful our writing used to be. And so the third way that I think that we need to communicate, there's reading, there's writing, and now there's talking. Because sometimes when we need to talk to people, that's what Teori is about. Go and visit, Or if we have questions about something, and then we go and we ask, face to face, visit. And then we feel more comfortable on it, able to greet people instead of drive by. And then only some places say hi, see them at the post office or gas station, we just kind of ignore them. But we need to talk. That's probably a good way of communicating as well. That's 3 ways. And the last way, I think, affects change. And we were great orators at one time. And being a great orator is not just talking, but it's listening. Listening affects change. And I think that when we can do that way of communicating, I think we're taking or we're making a step not only for ourselves and for our families, but we're making a step for our nation to better get along. Because it's difficult as it is to communicate at a time when there's like a cultural renaissance going on, and people are grabbing onto this and they're grabbing onto that, and this is the way, But we sit down and communicate, we'll be able to better understand, and then we could find a way to make this certain changes occur. Not for me, not for you, but for everybody. Get that understanding across to everybody. So I think that my if anything, what I wanted to say probably today is just that, learning how to communicate, so that we can understand who we are. You know, 'cause I can go to Rosebud. I can go down to Rosebud, Spring Creek, or I know my relatives down there, and they see our car come in, they make a place for us, and we could go right in their door, greet each other, hug each other and stuff. The older folks would cry, you know, like somebody got hurt, but you know, it's just the way that how our expressions were, you know, because we didn't see them for a while. But it's when we share those things, I think that we can start to understand just a little bit more about you and I. You know. So I just wanted to maybe share that, just a little bit of that with the comment at hand, I guess. So here, I'll give this back to you.
Without crap, I don't mean anything by getting up and turning towards you, but I really felt awkward talking to you if you're sitting behind me, especially because I know a lot of you are older than me, and to me that felt disrespectful to turn my back to you. But you know, listening to my relatives talk and the question that Tahashi asked me, the first thing that come to my mind was I was in Head Start one day when I was sitting at a long table with a bunch of other kids. I heard this Washichu man with red curly hair, glasses, and a red beard. He said, "John Eagle, don't be smelling your food." I remember all of us little kids that were sitting at that table, we all started looking around at each other because we didn't know who he was talking to. Went back to eating. Here again, he said that, "John Eagle, don't be smelling your food." So, okay, we're all looking around at each other. We didn't know who he was talking to. That afternoon, when my mom came after me and she was walking me home, I made her laugh because I asked her, I said, "Is my name John Eagle?" And she started laughing. Because prior to that, I was Takoja, Toshka, Chinkshu. So I didn't know that my name was John Eagle because my relatives around me never used my name. They used how we were related to one another. Like I said, I grew up, one of my homes is east of here. This area that Lala Cedric had described. Us eagles come from north of that. And I understand when Tashi asked the question, I think I understand why people get confused today when they hear these kinship terminologies. Because on my dad's side of the family, I was raised by 5 fathers. And during my lifetime, my dad and 4 of his brothers were alive. And that's how I was taught, was that they were my fathers. And 4 of them were veterans, so I was raised disciplined. And that's the other thing that I hear younger people that I'm a little concerned about is this expression that I get the impression they think our way of life is oppressive. Because they say there's too many rules, but growing up, I didn't look at it that way. It's just the way it was. And even though I'm younger than these men, I've had that experience now where younger people accuse me of being old school. And I didn't know what that meant. I still don't know what that means. Because it's just the way things were when I was growing up. And you know, in my family, and the Eagle family, many of them served in the military. But they were all horsemen. And we were raised around horses. And they were all hunters. So I was raised, all this territory through here, I either walked, ran, or rode horse through it. And they were all good with knives because they could all really butcher. And today I have some concerns because it feels like that world that my dad and my uncles prepared me for doesn't even exist anymore. It's starting to feel like that out there in this environment. Because that story that Lala shared with you about my family providing for their relatives, if we all went back to subsistence lifestyle, I don't know that Unchimaka could provide for us anymore. I don't know if there's enough life out there anymore. I don't know if she can help us. And I always think we should be helping her instead. My father, if he was still here, he left during the pandemic. And he actually died in my arms. And I like sharing that story because I don't mourn his loss anymore. I celebrate that he was here because I think I really had a good dad. Because all that he knew, he taught me. And he never left me home. He never had somebody come babysit me. I didn't know those terminologies when I was young. Never had anyone babysit me. He took me wherever he went. And when I was young, I remember him telling me, and I don't mean to offend, but he said, stay out of Wakwala, Little Eagle, and Bullhead. And then I got to that age where I started exploring my environment. I asked him, I said, Dad, how come you said that? He said, because those are all your relatives down there. Wakwala, Little Eagle, and Bullhead. Because the original allotments of our family goes back to Black Horse, just like many of you. This area that Lala Cedric described was during allotment era. That's where they put us. My grandfather's name was Felix. And when Lakshmi Brian and I were getting to know each other, this is something that was going through my mind because I love to sing. I love to travel with the drum and sit at a drum. And those old ones that taught me, like Lala Pete Looking Horse and Kola Oli Liligo, taught me if you take care of that drum's going to take care of you. And here today, listening to all of them talk, I start thinking about that. How many of these men here came into my life because we were sitting at a drum together? That's how Lakshmi Brian and I got to know each other. Because he'd come visit me at my drum. Then through his mom, through Unchi, found out we were related to each other. After that, I never called him Brian. Always called him Lakshmi. He never called me John. Always calls me Toshka. Even Lakshmi John Eagle Shield. We didn't grow up with each other. Like I said, our family was kind of isolated in their territory, but again, at a drum. We're sitting at a Sundance at Felix Kidder's. During one of the rounds, start visiting, told me he was my dad's cousin. From that day forward, I never did call him John again. Always called him Lakshmi. I met Lala. I didn't grow up with him, even though he knows my dad and all them. I met him when I come out of the army. It was Unchi that brought him into my life. I don't know how she knew we were related, but one day she took me over to where he was working and introduced me to him. And that's how it come about. Johnshi Virgil back there, same way. We didn't grow up with each other, but we met at a drum. So now, Johnshi, thinking back to what those old guys said, you take care of that drum will take care of you. Sometimes people think that means Mazaska or Kashpapi, but I don't think so. Because what it did for me was it put me in touch with my relatives. My great-grandfather was Lala Francis Eagle, but his name was Wamblik Kwayakmani. So that's where we got our last name from. Because when they were doing those census, when the Hunkwapa came to Standing Rock, the first census where he's listed, it says Wamblik Kwayakmani. The next one, it says Eagle. And the next one, it says Francis Eagle. Because he was, like many of us have those stories where when he was 18, in the year 1900, he was made to take a Christian name. So that's where our name comes from. But his father, my great-great-grandfather, was Shumka. And Shunka was a Chantetis, a Kolakichi, remember, who fought at the Battle of the Greasy Grass, but he was married into this Tioshka. Because in my family stories, we know that we come from here too. On my mom's side of the family, my mom's Badewa Kantwa. And I'm glad Lala addressed that about these enrollments and how people are getting confused about identity because we're identifying with where we're enrolled. But my mom's family actually goes back to an Achab by the name of Makwea Wachasha, Cloudman. And on that side, they're Badewa Kantwa, even though they're enrolled at the Sistan Wapton Oyate. Her mom's name was, my Konshi's name was Vivian Bars, and she had two husbands. One was a blue thunder from Chashayapi, and her second husband was Unkana Lawrence Wind. So I have a lot of relatives out there. On that side of my family, I have many mothers, because my wife is the youngest of her siblings, and she's 80 years old today, but she's the youngest of her siblings. And the Sistans really lived a long time because her oldest sister's still alive. We still have her, and she's 98 years old. So even though I'm 57 years old and people younger than me might think that I'm old, I'm not, because I'm still answerable to those mothers out there. In fact, I was supposed to be at Long Hollow today because the Sistans are gathering to talk about what needs to do to protect their people from this administration. But my truck broke down and maybe I was meant to be here. Kola, or Lekshi, Adi back there, that's how we met. Come over to my drum one day, sat down, start visiting. Start talking, start telling me who his relatives were. We figured out we were related too. But I want to say something to those of you that are younger than me. Someday you're going to be standing here. So take that time, like they're encouraging you to visit. Take that time to spend time with your grandparents. Take that time to spend time with your uncles and your aunties, your older relatives. Because our Chinupa Oyanka, like she Orville Licking Horse, at a wake on my wife's side of the family stood up and he said that his elders told him that one of the hardest things you're ever going to do is to stand in front of your own people and talk. But he said, but when you do, you're going to accomplish a lot. And prepare yourself, because my daughters, one day we were sitting down to eat and they told me, they said, we don't have chances of finding any husbands because everywhere you go, somebody will call you. Because you're going to reach a certain age that if you're called upon to pray, or you're called upon to sing, or you're called upon to express yourself, you're going to come to this age where younger people are going to start calling you Lekshu, whether they know you or not. And I always think, like Tansha said earlier, it's a sign of respect, but it also becomes a term of endearment. And in all my travels, because my family travels a lot. We travel a lot throughout our ancestral lands. And I noticed men my age, within my generation, start calling me Tahanshi. As we got to know each other, we weren't even related to each other. And many of them were fluent speakers, and they thought it was a more appropriate term because of how special that word kola was. And kola gets used real loosely today. And when Tahashi first kind of framed that question, I have two kola that came to mind. One was the late Felix Kidder, and the other one was the late Isaac Dowgibo. When I got into singing at Sundances, singing in their camps, I noticed they called all the men in their camp Toshka. And all of the men in their camp called them Lekshu. But one day they start calling me Kola. And just like how he said, it creates confusion. I didn't understand it, because at the time it made me feel different. They're calling everybody else Toshka, and they're calling me Kola, and I didn't understand it. One day I was walking by the old chemical prevention building, and I heard someone call out, Kola! So I turned and looked, and here it was Kola Felix and Kola Isaac and Lexi George Ironshield. They were sitting on the steps at the old chemical prevention building. They called me over, so I walked over, and it was comical because they were joking around in the language, kind of teasing with each other. Then they start telling different stories, just like what's happening here. They start telling different stories, because as one would tell a story, it triggered a story in another one. And I thought to myself, I wish more people could hear that. I wish more people got to sit and listen to these things. So that's what I'm thankful. I want to thank my Tahashi for doing this, because I like this. I like visiting. I like listening to older people talk. But anyways, that day as I was standing there listening to him, I saw an opportunity. So I asked him, I said, I don't mean any disrespect, but you call everybody else in your camps Toshka, and you call me Kola. I said, why is that? And Isaac spoke up first, and he said, because a Kola was somebody that you charge back into a battle to save. And then Felix said, because a Koda was someone that you take an arrow for. And it changed that perspective for me. And I was always real thankful to have them as my friends, because they always took the time. Every time I saw them, they always took the time to talk to me. And I like this because we're all on our best behavior here. So through a Woda Kriya, there can be no bad talk. Because with that Woda Kriya comes Wo, dictating how we interact with each other. So I really like this. I really like being here with all of you. My own Chi, Lakshi Brian's mom, told me about my Lala. You know, some of the things I learned from my family, I learned from my older relatives, like listening to Lala Cedric and listening to Lakshi Brian and others talk about my family. Lakshi John, Danshi Virgil, others. That's how I learned about them. Because the older ones were with them during a different time. And my own Chi told me that my Lala, even though he had a lot of children, they always came here through Liligo and Buhin, and they brought meat for the families here. Remember I told you the men in my family were good with rifles, good with knives, and good with horses. And maybe I'm at this age where I kind of yearned for that again, to where we took care of one another. Maybe I kind of yearned for where we cared for each other. Because I've lived long enough now to know what that feels like, to have a little one look up at you and call you Lala. I know what that feels like now. And I had no idea when I was younger how good that was going to feel. I'm glad Lala acknowledged Lakshi over there. He was married to my Toin, my dad's cousin. I don't know if he even knows why I start calling him Lakshi one day. So may I think that if we're going to make our kinship and languages live again, we need to start addressing each other through our kinship terms. Because me, I cherish my family. Even Tanshi there, that's how we got to know each other. We weren't raised with each other. As singers, we took a liking to the older songs. Sit there and visit with each other about songs we had heard or songs we had learned. Goes back to those men again. take care of that drum, and that drum will take care of you. So maybe there's a bigger teaching that if we get back to taking care of each other, we're going to lay a spiritual pathway for these younger ones coming behind us. Because I don't know about you, but I don't want my takoja to be sitting at a computer trying to figure out who they are as Hunkwapa. And even though, like Lala Cedric said, he comes, if you go back in your families, you're all the same way. If you go back in your families, you come from different Oshpaya, just like me, but I've always just identified as Hunkwapa because this is home. And this is where I grew up. These are where the teachings that I carried were shared with me. So I think Wodapke is a good place to start. And I'm like Forrest Gump, Tashi, when my mind blinks out, I know that's all I got to say about that. So that's it.
Sissy?
Amitakepi, I'm the youngest. No, you know, since I got sick in August, and Virgil wasn't there this time. But I looked at some young ladies in a special way. You know, they always say, Auntie, Kui. And when I went to the hospital, one of them messaged me on the phone, I'm gonna call you. Can you talk? Are you okay? So I said, yeah. So she called me and she said, Tommy, what shall I take Uncle? I said, what? And she said, I'm gonna take Uncle something. Oh, that's good, I said. And she said, I know that he was in the hospital and he's home now, and you know, I worry about what he's gonna eat. So I said, well, just take fruit. He's good with fruit and he drinks lots of water. And she did. And then this other young lady, she has roots in Sisitin. She went by our house and she took Cedric some papa soup. He meant hakoja. And I had another niece that went and she took bread. And just the other day, she brought fry bread again. And I really learned to cherish those young ladies, because that's what we used to do in our families. I was raised with 4 mothers. My oldest mother, she used to teach us, get mad at us, kind of be the disciplinarian. The next one, she was really kind, and she knew she would let us play whatever we wanted to do. And then my youngest mother, as I was growing up, she would teach me about how to sit. And I had a lot of brothers. I had 38 first cousins at one time. And my grandma used to tell me, because they'd always be in the shelter belt and at the corral, a lot of boys. And they used to tell me to get over there and don't be scared. You gotta help. So I would. And my grandmother told me, she said, you have a lot of brothers. You don't wear them cut off pants things. You wear long pants or you wear a dress and you stay in the house. And to this day, I don't go outside. I don't wear trunks or anything like that. And there's a young lady, she's really young. She comes to my house and she asks questions and talks and laughs, and I just listen to her sometimes, and that makes me feel good. And she comes over and washes my dishes, because this wheelchair is kind of holding me back right now. But she comes different. There's about 3 different girls that come and wash my dishes. Sometimes I'll have to message one of them and tell them I didn't wash dishes for 2 days. And she'll come. My family changed. I don't know how it changed. But we did. There was a time when that was a given. We'd go over to my aunties and whatever was there, you know, we'd wash dishes if we had to so we all could play and help. You know, now we're not teaching our young ladies that. And my family is very small right now. I cherish my grandson because he does everything for me. When I came home from the hospital, he's the one that took me up the stairs. I have 8 stairs. And the doctor said I couldn't walk, told me not to walk on my foot, let it heal. So him and this friend, they were waiting for me, and they brought me halfway up, and then I was too heavy. So I stood up and made myself walk, and I went up those stairs. Same thing with his Lala. But I'm trying to teach him to look around him. And I tell him, everywhere we go, and down here, I told him these boys over here with this drum, that those are his relatives. And I said, you might not know each one of them, but they're your relatives. And now we have, you know, we have young ladies that you can't tell them anything in a good way. So the ones I do visit that can come, I tell them about things, about being around that drum. And I always tell my sons, I still tell them to this day, when you go sit at that drum, you dress nice. You wear a shirt, clean pants, because you're respecting the spirit of that drum. And every now and then, put some wasna there. And remember to be humble. I always have to be humble because I have some hungkasans that had prayers for me. So I haven't been saying too much. But these things were you know, they bother me about my relatives, because I told my brother, I said, we all grew up like brothers and sisters, and we took care of each other's children. We went to their house, knocked on the door, I'm here. Do you need anything? You want us to do anything? You know, that's all gone. But these young ladies that brought food, to my husband and my grandson there, I'll always remember that. Because they still come. When I was able to, if we lost someone in a community that passed away, I'd make a pot of soup and Cedric and I would go over there and he'd pray and I'd feed him. Just leave it there. We came here for a memorial with when my mother-in-law was still alive. And she had us make these different pots of soup and wojapi. And she gave us each a new pot. And gave us each a chore to do. And then when we brought them, when we were going to leave, we washing all of the pots and stuff. And she said, set them on that table. And you leave them. She said, whoever needs one or wants one, they could come and get it. So I never have a lot of extra pots anymore. That's what I just leave those. And the other thing, you talked about saying kinship, hey bro, this. I hear that a lot. Even girls calling each other bro. So I had some discussion in my classes. I spent one whole day talking about hunkayapi. That we gotta respect that. And if you ever have any questions, go see Shichechi Orville. He'll tell you about the 7 sacred rites. But you have to do this. And I told him, sometimes we sat long time at gatherings where people came like this and talked. My grandma would put a blanket on the floor and that's where all us girls sat. And we listened, and my cousins, the boys, a lot of times they stood outside if there was no room, but they had to do whatever needed to be done. I grew up with a powwow. Go to sleep listening to Kahomni songs and wake up with a flag song. My grandpa, Charlie, had a powwow by his house. When the water flooded us out, and then they moved it to where they have the powwow now. And that's another whole history. But that's how I learned about Wachipi. Now I hear them saying, hey, they're gonna have a giveaway. I was told to always feed the visitors and give whatever you have. When I go south, I always see the grandmas doing that for people, whatever they have. And we don't do that today. Instead we think that it has to be a $10,000 special. I had a special for my daughter. She used to like to dance, and we had a special. So I told my Lala Joe, he was alive then, I told him what we're gonna do, because he always used to have her, she was an errand girl. And he told me, he said, Hakoja, you can have money giveaway, but you should feed the people and have giveaway. So that's what we did. And not to to say things, or I don't want to brag, I'm beautiful or nothing like that. You know, just ikchea, we gotta be humble. And he told me this day would come. He said, when you're wichaglata, the people around you, your communities, the different reservations, they'll recognize when you're wichaglata. And you have to get up and talk sometimes. They're going to ask you to sing. And one year we went to Kyle. And I remember they had a serapi around the drum, and they asked Lala Joe. They really had him singing a lot of songs for relatives. We went to Kili, and they took me into that cafeteria, and he said, there's a lot of, your grandma used to come here. He said, there's a lot of relatives want to meet you. And so I did. And then he sang for somebody, and he said, he was talking on the microphone, and he said, Naku, I got a takoja over here. She's going to come and help me sing. And I looked at Cedric. I said, I hope that's another takoja, because I don't know what he's going to sing. Lala Joe knew a lot of songs. And he told me, you always gotta be ready. You always have to be ready. So I always took a star quilt or something, Pendleton or whatever I had along. And here he called me, Takoja Sissy, uwo. And I was sitting there for a long time. Enough ni. So I looked at Cedric. I said, I didn't even bring a shawl or nothing. I was sitting behind the drum there, and I was looking, and I grabbed that serapi, wrapped it around my waist. I learned to be ready after that, to always have a shawl or something. But there's teachings as we go along that they tell you. And so I appreciate, you know, this time. We need to have a time for a Wiyom Nietzsche, because that alone is going to strengthen our families. That alone. And it don't, you know, I talked to my relative, Gloria. She's a Wichaglata. I went to her wake and funeral, and they asked me to share a song and to say some words. And I told them some things about that Wichoka. And I said, this is not going to be on the internet. This is not going to be a recording. That isn't how we were taught. How we're taught. And they understood. And I felt a real strong, you could call it a bond with those girls. But there is, sometimes we walk by our relatives, we walk by, we don't shake hands. You know, Virgil's wife, Darlene, she's from Cannonball, and she's related to us. Last night, I had to go to visit, so I told my takoja, take me over there. I had to go, but sometimes your uncles just, you know, you gotta go over and shake their hands. And I went over to see my Uncle Guy, because I didn't see him for a long time. And then I went on. But I told Cedric, I said, gee, I walked by like I didn't walk by, but, went by that I didn't even know them. I know them. I said, I guess I should have pushed myself over and shook hands. But I didn't feel comfortable getting in people's way. I don't want to feel that way. Because it's been a long journey for me. And I'm getting to understand more and more some things that my Lala and my Uchi told me that will come true. We had a auntie. We sat in the commons area in the college. We got through eating and she said, "Here, we're gonna sit right here. Don't cry," I said. "Well, we're gonna see who's Lakota," she said, "and you remember them whenever you go on their teachings." So I'd see some young men and some young ladies come over and they'd shake hands. "How, Unchi? Huh, Unchi?" They'd come over. And that's what we used to do. And that's what she was showing me. So there's a lot of teachings that I just wanted to say that about, what I see as going on. And I'm going to end with, one thing that I knew. 2 grandmas from this community. I have in our community, we're all related to 2 bears, 2 big head, rain in the face. We're all related. That's who we're all related to. And our teaching there is, they said, when you come from this chief's family, you don't be getting up saying, I'm the granddaughter of this chief. And, I thought, I don't ever say anything like that. When you're a little girl and they're teaching you, that just kind of what you hear. So I just wanted to share that for now. Mother.
Right. Thank you. We started with kinship, and I kind of wanted to bring that so that we can open up.
Should have sat up there.
I asked you to sit up here.
I didn't know you had to sit up there. Oh, what
Yeah.
was Oh. I didn't know that only those that were sitting in the front were allowed to talk. Otherwise, I would have sat up here. How me talk if you took care? You had chanted on the pet shoes up alone, and chanted was still in the pet shoes up alone. I bet on church and loot at you. Yaku be you can't lay. Taco leva, on Santa Wongla ki he lila was it. Took care ki he water kuya. Ogash, the challenge in Arthur. Gita was she too young to hitch or hitch a knife was she. Oh, it's a Gita Tomoksha and Manchuncha. But a good morning, see, I already messed up. Good evening. I didn't know that in order to talk, you would have to sit up here in the front. So with a good heart, and from my heart, I shake your hands. It's good to go around those that I come in contact with and come over to sit down and acknowledge your presence here. It's good to see you all here. We're talking about kinship. Wotakuya. And there's a lot of things that tie into that. I could talk about myself and my family forever and ever and ever and ever, because I've done a lot of things in my life. But what I'm going to talk about are the terms of wotakuya and wolakota. First of all, from my understanding of wolakota, it's not something you practice. You don't practice it. You live it. You live that. Just like Tanshi Dave mentioned. Ecun say, you grew up living that. It's not something you practice, it's ingrained in you. So that wola kuta is very easy to define if you live it. But wochekye, the acknowledgement of our relationship to each other. You know, in my learning process, because I grew up without speaking the language. I grew up listening to it. I know I grew up in my mother's womb, her speaking it, my father spoke it. I grew up like that, but moving away from here, coming back in 1966, came back into a foreign country. I didn't know what they were saying. Boy, the majority of the community here spoke Lakota. And I really enjoyed that. But I wanted to be a part of it, so I wanted to learn. So at just as long as I could understand it, there'll be a day when I'll be able to speak it. We'll check you. I always remember Dad would tell me and my brothers, we'd go someplace to play ball. Cheki chia umpo. We changed to cheki chia umpo. You know, I never asked Dad what that meant. Cheki chia umpo. Until I heard a man at a Tuasetra language conference by the name of Albert Whitehat speak about how our language has been twisted to serve Christianity. Put it diplomatically. How it's been twisted to serve Christianity. Wochekye. They wanted a word to say, how do you say prayer in Lakota? Wochekye. But when you look at Cheki Cha Umpo, now Cheki Cha, Wochekye, and what Lecture Albert Whitehat said, Wochekye is the acknowledgement of our relationship to each other. Like I have two nephews sitting beside me here. And if I can't get up from my chair, I know they can grab each arm and make me stand up. That's how strong they are. When Tasha Allen's standing back there too, we don't worry about that. These big boys are here now, so that relationship to each other is very important. We don't do it enough, though. We don't do it enough. It's something that's innate within us. It's like I heard him talk about DNA. DNA. But it's within us. And we need to live it. We don't need to practice it. And that's how we grew up here. And I can go through this whole room, and I can address you as how I learned how I related to you. And it's something that we grew up with in this community. We didn't address each other in each way, but like Tanshi here, Tanshi Brian, he took me as his older brother. So I said, thank you for honoring me with that. But that wochekye, the acknowledgement of our relationship to each other, is the foundation of who we are. It's the foundation of who we are. So when I took that, what I learned from Lecture Albert Whitehat brought it back home. Mom mom and auntie were still alive. So I asked them to come out and I fed them. And I told them what I learned at that conference. So, how do you say prayer in Lakota? And they both put their heads back. And he has the snowies. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, to hecha. Oh yeah, to hecha alone. To send your voice. I'm glad my brother-in-law, my friend, sitting back here. He knows the Bible pretty well, and I refer to him at times. And so I asked him, where's that? I know it comes from someplace where it says, knock and the door shall be open to you. Am I correct, Doug? Knock and the door shall be open to you. So you have to send your voice. Whatever you're asking for. In this manner, you make that connection. So as we look through the teachings that were this conference, this gathering will only touch base on, we need to, and hopefully we put a seed in you to start thinking about that. Do I really practice this? O Lakota? O Chekya? Am I practicing that? It's pictures right there. When you take a chanupa, you don't lie. That's the first thing they tell you. Only waka kaftishni. That's the first thing they tell you. And if you're going to do that, and you don't, you put it away. You put it away. So if somebody accuses me of lying, come ask me. I'm not going to lie to you. It's not a place of authority, it's a place of responsibility. So when my brother-in-law walked in, I have one brother-in-law that I think very dearly of. He's sitting back here. And lovingly, when my Hankashi was alive, I used to tease him and call him the Great White Father. And Dad said, you know, if you're going to be teasing your brother-in-law, you give him something nice. Don't just give him something, an old hat or something like that. Give him something nice. And you open that door so you can tease him. Because that's that endearment to each other that we established. So now he's here by himself. And whenever I see him, and when we were praying down along the river, he came, and it was good to see him. And he reminds me of that part of the Tekinolai family that Hagashi came from, and Lala Big Charlie. But I just wanted to share those things with you because we've been given 7 sacred rights. And some of us have been I don't know if it's a blessing or a privilege to learn about those sacred rights from men and women alike. So we don't have to go to Tashi Arvo to ask that. We should know that. That's the way I learned. So when Tashi Arvo is here, if you want to ask him, give it to him. He can explain it. But right now, if you want to know about it, there's a number of individuals here today that can share the story of the 7 sacred rights. So this term, kinship, otakuya, very important to know, very important to live, not to practice, but to live, because it means a lot. Just like this Takoja sitting here. I remember when he was just a little guy, and how they used to change his pampers and do all that kind of stuff. But now He's big enough now. He's taking care of a lot of grandma. And he even woke me up over here. No, I wasn't sleeping. He gave me some water, but my feet. But those are the things as we grow up, and then we learn that it's not taught to us. It's learned behavior. So in closing, I have a lot of respect for two names that you hear. I hear. Lexi Joe Flying By. Lexi Pete Catches. I hear those, I know those names. And they're very well respected. Oh, I had a friend that we're getting ready to have inipi. And he's gone now. Robert Fast Horse Great Eagle. I was a day older than him. He sat there and we sat there and we visited while the fire was going before everybody showed up, and he said, "Can I ask you something, Chair?" Doc goes, I'm gonna ask you, he said, why do when Lakshmi Joe Flying By comes to Pine Ridge, oh, they treat him well. Oh, he gets a lot of stuff. Oh, these things. It's good to see, he said. But when he comes up here to Standing Rock, he's forgotten. Nobody treats him like that. And looking at Dr. Pete, that's how a lot of say that. Dr. Pete Catches. When he comes here to Standing Rock, him too gets a lot of gifts, does a lot of things. But when he goes back down to Pine Ridge, everybody forgets about him. He asked that, I had no answer for him. And I kept asking, why? Why do you think it's like that? So finally, I got asked to sit at a Gatela meeting at my sister's house when Mom and Auntie Mary Jane, Teokasin, and a bunch of the older ones are still alive, were sitting there. I had to walk past didn't say a word for 6 hours. When they got done, they're serving meal, and I sat there and I visited them. I asked them that question. Why are these two men treated differently? One goes to Pine Ridge, one comes up here to Standing Rock, and they're treated very differently. And these women, mind you, and I asked men, I asked women. One said to me because the woman across from me said to me, because they see his human side. They see his faults. They know who he is. So they don't respect him when he's home, here on Standing Rock or on Pine Ridge. And that made sense. We don't take that time to know each other. And I'm glad that you came, those of you that are here, to talk about kinship. Dako omaspe wa china na afu wa chincha lewa hielo. Jawa le uchichika below what I know. And I may be wrong, maybe I'm not the expert, I'm not the know-it-all, but that's what I've learned through my years, and I'll be 72 come April. I'm coming out of retirement, boys. Me and Tansha Allen, we've got brand new knee braces, so we'll be out there again. But I had, a pewa chicha,
Right. We had some young ladies that came down and they wanted to hear about some of the teachings that we have, and I'm glad Virgil kind of touched on that. We have our teachings from Standing Rock, and always remember, we're always bringing people from the outside in to reteach us. So we need to walk that talk when we're talking about this, because we have our older ones that are here that could teach us who we are And we don't have to reach outside and have them bring it to us. So I'm glad that the discussion is coming because, when we started, I talked about kinship. And it was kind of, spoke on how it's kind of used in a way like, I started off like we have one mother, one father. But today we're claiming everybody to be our mothers and fathers. So we're taught that, it's our immediate blood that's our next to father and mother, stuff like that. So what we all kind of talked on this one reminded me of a conversation, which we'll get into the next topic, and then we're going to eat, okay? So I'm going to pass the mic around the table. You could kind of dissect it into a smaller wasna ball, or you want to go however much, but we want to try to get through because we have a young lady here that traveled many miles to be here to listen to some of these topics. So one afternoon, we sat around at the striped gym, and my late Higashi, Stella, was there. Tui Nainamata was there. My mom was there. Queen Phyllis White was there. And Queen Fern Hashorns, the bingo crew is what they were. They sat around the gymnasium and they were talking. And they painted a beautiful picture, just like what you all did. We shared where you come from, how it all tied together. And they spoke about things that you could sit back and just picture in your mind what it was like growing up in that time and how it differs today. They talked pre-cluster community styles where, we all appreciated each other because we didn't live next to each other, so we cherished that when we came together. And so they wanted to get together again, but that never happened, and so I'm really thankful for those of you that are here to be part of this. I wanted to bring up the next thing because there was one of our elders, they mentioned her name, and spoke about this topic that is kind of out there about funerals. Before we eat, we're going to talk about funerals. But a lot of things that are happening, and I always talk to Chair about this, the understanding. The late Henrietta Bobtail Bear, she wanted to do a presentation on what it meant to cut your hair. We talk about mourning, we talk about wiping of tears. We talk about that eagle feather, that plume that's inside that casket. And so today, when we're going to these funerals, we see all kinds of different teachings. But, to each their own. That mutual understanding, mutual respect. But we have those teachings right here. We don't have to go elsewhere to get that because we have individuals that could tell us that. And so I want you all to kind of just keep it centered to the discussion of this around. So those that are listening, the young lady that traveled, she could take that home because she's also reaching out to older ones in her community, but they don't gather. And this is only going to be probably the first of many that's going to take to be able to share a lot. But we want to talk about that in a way where we could take something from this discussion and then you could use it. But don't go and like I always share with Chair, we can't be judging, well, that's wrong, they told me this. No. We got to just just bite the tongue every now and then and be able to say, well, this is my teaching. Because being a younger person, I too grew up around the powwow circle. And today I really butt heads with a lot of older ones because we've really changed the atmosphere at a powwow. So that's why, I really wanted to bring you all here tonight to share this discussions. There's a few more topics. If you're in the crowd, you have a question for them. I've asked guest speakers here to come and sit here and share, and then maybe the next gathering we'll have other ones come and share. That's how it is. We get a diversified understanding because, like I talk to my mom about stuff and she tells me something, and then I go and I talk about it. Yeah, that's not no, that's my mom, respect. So if we can kind of gear towards that, I'm glad, the other thing, and Virgil kind of touched a little bit on this too. If you want to put it in, this is going to be kind of a few things in one. It's really hard to go out there when we have ceremony versus Christianity. Boy, they're like this, We have a Klani Wakwa or Koliki here. We go and we sing, we try to help. And we sing a ceremonial song or we sing a church hymn. Oh, you can't sing that because that's Episcopal. A song's a song, but, that's my understanding. And I'm probably wrong for saying that, but I just enjoy being there. And then, so if we could just tie all of that into one, the hair, why do we cut the hair? What's the purpose of mourning? How it's changed? Because today we can't fulfill that whole year long. We live in a fast-paced world where, you got to be right back onto that hardwood and playing that game. You got to move forward in life. The other thing is we always see that Wiaka that sits in that casket. No, you can't bury it with that. Just talk about that. And then also throw this in there if you can. I see this on the internet. There was somebody talking about children. And if you can kind of touch on this. We go to a funeral or a wake. Holy, it's really hard to concentrate. Kids are all over the place, running around. Some of them are shooting baskets, and you can't discipline them. You can't tell them because their parents get up. Hey, they tear you up on that. But one of the things I remember, in this conversation on the internet was kids were never at a funeral. Well, I went to a lot of funerals. But what we had to do, Mom told us, go play outside. We weren't into church. They used to have a lot of the services in a church, but I also seen them held right at their homes. Today we have them in community centers and everywhere else. So it's just upbringing that are different. And if you could just tie all of that together and something, maybe we could take some kind of understanding. So do we want to start with Lexi? That's how, just pass the mic, whoever wants to, and then after we'll try to coordinate. We're going to eat on the run. So we're not going to break and run because we're on the video. We want to keep moving, and then so we'll. What we want to do is we'll have some servers. There's chili, there's different soups. Frankie J's world famous noodles back there. Whatever you want. So we'll just kind of pass the mic. Lakshi, do you want to speak about that? No.
Yeah, Dagany must yes. I'll pass this on. I want Virgil to talk first. No, that's a joke, Virgil. I didn't know you were back there, but I heard you. So. But next time I want you up front. I didn't know there was a seating arrangement or anything, so I'm sorry for that. Sorry for sitting up here, almost. But I want to talk a little bit about that because I had a great experience with that and a great teacher about that. My father's an Episcopal priest. I was born and raised in a church. And any time that I had to get scolded, guess what I did? 2 things. One of them, if it's nighttime, I had to go sit in a church. No lights, nothing. I had to go sit over there. So if you ever think of something that you shouldn't do, go sit in a church in the middle of the night. Straighten you out. But the other thing was that
reading the Bible. I must have read the Bible about 8, 10 times, you know. Those were serious incidences I did, so. But I have to read the Bible. And it kind of showed me some stuff, you know what I mean? After about 4th, 5th time, I finally thought, I might as well try to understand things here. So I did. I did, you know. And a lot of it has to, you know, you could find anything and everything. I don't care. If you wanna use it to say that that's what colonized us, well, you can find it in there. If you want to find something in there that's going to uplift you, and you could read a good story, and you know, it's in there. Just like TV. I mean, if you want to find the worst things in the world, they're on there. You could just look all about the hate groups and stuff. Or if you want to find science fiction, you know, that's what I first thought about some of the stories. It's on TV as well. You know, so there's a lot of things going on that you can find both places. You got to know what you're looking for. Not in your head, but in your heart. You know? And I think that says a lot, because everybody says, Mitakawasi, love your neighbor. You know, we listen to Orville, he talks about the map. Same thing's going on, there's a big map up there, there's a big map down here. There's ways to teach each other. You know, they taught, says it in the Lord's Prayer. You know, how like it is in heaven, you know, all that, you know, so same thing. Because I asked those questions. After about the 9th time, I started asking questions. And you know what? That got me to more thinking, because the people I've asked. One of them was my Uncle Joe, my father, and they used to come up to before Yates and sit in the back of the church. And my mom used to make soup, and he used to sit there and talk like this, what we're doing here today. You know? And I love my mother and father. You know, I really do. And, you know, everything that they say bad about the Christianity, you know, I've never seen it. When Laverna Point, Dan Makes Good, my father, we'll sit there and they'd talk, and when I'd sit there and listen to them, they used to tell us who their relatives were that got killed for praying. They took this way to keep a prayer in their families. Not in the nation, but in their families. Sure, I got hauled off to boarding school, living out here in the country. They used to come by in August, never seen my mother and father till May, you know. Now I used to embarrass the coyotes out there the first few weeks. I was so lonesome, you know. But after getting used to it, my brothers and sisters would go to school there too. You know, so it was a different type of bond that we set. Because, you know, all those abuses you talk about and stuff, that happened. But I see today, those people that are saying these are saying it from second or third person. They're not asking the people that actually went through it. And some people I know that say they went through it, I don't remember seeing them at boarding school. But maybe they were. I don't know. But I do know when they closed. And these people are younger than that. You know, so. But I wanted to start with that, because, you know, when we find things today, you know, we could change how we bury our people. We don't have to put them in the ground. You know, I've brought this before because it was after a well-known man passed away that was involved with the treaty. And they wanted to take him to the Black Hills. They said, well, let's take him. Let's find a place to take him up there. They all looked at me like I was crazy. So I said, we talk about the treaty forever, how much of it, we love it and we belong to it and it belongs to us and all this land is ours, all, you know, here we have a chance right here. Let's do it. But they had the services and everything else at a church. And, well, I had no problem with it, I mean, anyway. But I seen where they went ahead and cut his hair. I seen where they had feathers in there. And I seen where they had a pipe in there. And things like that. But my Uncle Joe over here told me, those are for the living. And he told the family, I took my Uncle Joe many places. Many places. You know, I just can't remember when I never took him. There was even a time when he called up, or Adele called us and said, your uncle wants to go to Poplar, Montana. He's standing there with his suitcase. I said, okay, I'll be down a little bit. So I was leaving, and when I got out here, he was walking down the road. You know, so I picked him up and we went home and we left, went up to Poplar. Stayed up there a few days. But in that's about a 6-hour trip. And that 6 hours, or every trip we went on was at least 5 or 6, maybe 7 hours. He told us things. And he sang us songs. And he'd give us histories of different things. And I see those things going on today that I think back to the things that he told us. And I want to step forward and say, you can't do that. You shouldn't do that. And this is how it was explained to me. And I've had a chance to do those things, you know. And one family wanted to burn a bunch of stuff. And the other part of the family said no. So they fought over the stuff. That even ended up in court, and finally divided everything in half, and they ended up burning everything themselves. They burned their stuff, and the other guys that got the other part, they burned it anyway. So one big happy family again, you know. Except they have a court order. Stay away from each other. You know, but then we have a family over here that they love their mother and their father. When the mother died, they came to the house and we sat down and visited. And he told us about cutting hair. You know, it's a sign of mourning. I don't know how else to explain it. Although it's a extension of your spirit. And there's this way, I just can't explain it. But they cut their hair. And Joe used to tell me about how you see some of these older ladies all dressed in black with a handkerchief around their hair and not showing any hair. He said they're in mourning and their hair is short. That's how they used to cut their hair. Not just an inch, you know, I just want an inch off, a couple inches. You know, they used to cut their hair. Because when it starts to grow back, in the days and you keep them in prayer, you feed their spirit, all this for that whole year. As you go through these changes, your hair grows back. Because they know that you're going to see them in that year. You're gonna see them, whether they're just, but somehow, some way, someplace, you're gonna see them. And that's where they cut that hair above their eyes. Then as their hair grows out, they're gonna learn that they hear their relative that passed away. Maybe waking up in the morning, you hear them. Maybe you could hear them holler your name, and you stop and you look around. And maybe there's a certain song that comes on the radio or at a powwow or something, and you're gonna see their face. As you close your eyes, you're gonna be able to see them. And then sometimes, you're gonna smell them. You're gonna smell their aftershave or their perfume, the shampoo they use, their cooking, and nobody's cooking. You're gonna smell coffee, nobody made coffee. So these things occur. They actually occur. So when your hair grows out, you're going to be able to recognize that as well. And feed it. It's time to pray. You're going to recognize those times that God gives you and calls you to prayer. So what do? Well, snuff, tobacco, water, whatever you have. We're not asking to have everything, because that's just like wanting the most and waiting for that time when you have everything to give it. No, you give what you can. So that's what maybe you just have water. Pour water out. So they give you times to remember them and pray for them, that spirit, as they go along in your mourning, your grieving time. And they tell you to do things yourself. Wait for that time, look forward to that time, save. How many people can save? Or do they wait for that couple weeks before the memorial, and we start gathering things? One lady said, what if we butcher, we're gonna butcher this summer, and we're not gonna have the memorial till December. And he said, you're gonna have a lot of papa for your memorial. That's good, he said. So he told him, don't worry about dry it. That's what we used to do. Preserve it. And as you go along in your mourning, you're gonna see them, you're gonna hear them, you're gonna smell them, and sometimes they're even gonna hear your name. Or you're gonna hear them talking, you're gonna remember them talking. Or you're going to remember what they said to you. I do that yet today. I remember my mother's things she used to tell me. So I'm still listening to her. I'm still listening to my father. And your hair is going to grow out again. I learned that. People don't want to sacrifice. Does that be a word? Or is that too hard of a word? Want to give something up? Do we understand that, or is that too hard of a thing to do? How much did you love her? Or do you love her? So we talked about that with the family. And that's the words that they use. Well, I did love her, And the older ones that were serious about it said, well, I do love her. And then that year comes by, and they're still saying, I do love her. Like she's right there, yeah, I do. So, is that Christian or is that Lakota? That's what you explain that to somebody, you give it back to somebody, You tell me if that's Christian. You tell me if that's Lakota. You tell me if you're a Christian and you're doing these things, how has that harmed you? If you're Lakota and you're doing that, shouldn't that make you stronger as a person, as a family? So we really need to think about those things and how our faith is very much a part of us. Because I've learned in my teaching and when I sobered up, I went to visit a lot of people because you know what? Everybody my age wasn't sober. I was the only one in my group that sobered up. So all my friends were older than me. They were much older. Harry Swift Horse, my Uncle Joe. I could go on, tell you all these older men that became my friends because nobody my age was sober. Now, I look back at that time and, that was God-given time to me. It was. So I could learn those things. And so I used to have my wonderment, but I took that to them. Sat down with them and asked them about it. So one of the main things that I got out of that is the more faith you have, the more confidence you're going to become. The more confident you will be. So and I heard that from both sides, Christianity and Lakota, well-known Lakota people. But I often wonder, when I sobered up back in 1980, it was late, the last part of 79, right, the Veterans Day. My last big party was on Halloween. And then the veteran guys, they always get drunk at that time. They came by to pick me up. And that was the first time I said nope. So that's when I said, I'm not going to drink no more. That's my sobriety. Not quitting, but refusing the next drink. And I did that. Everybody said, you turned down a bunch of veterans. Well, that's all right. But that's when I quit. I refused to drink again. And I've been sober ever since. So I've learned to build on those things that have been taught to me, both by Christian, both by traditionals, and learn that there's a holistic approach to your recovery. A holistic approach. Not just the mental and the emotional, but there's also a spiritual and physical part. So there's an emotional recovery, that holistic recovery when you want to quit, when you want to give that up, building on that, building on yourself, getting to know who you are. I found out that I'm not like anybody else. And everybody else, they're not like me. But we hear this today, you gotta know who you are. We gotta know who we are. Well, as I see you, is that you then? Is that you? Or do I just accept you for who you are? Because that's where we start. Don't ask me. Don't tell me. I think that's you're expounding on a question that only you can answer. And I think that if we help each other, as we just explained through our relations, as being as not only through our education, our talking and listening and visiting, that also being an example. You know, I think that's where that is. So when we start to meld that into 2025, but we still want to reach back to 1925, you know, that's where the problems are. Because there's a time for prayer, there's a time for however you want to pray. You know, if you want to have chanupa there, and then the family needs to lay that out. And then you can have, you know, whatever else you want with that. And that's the way it should work. If I'm not here next year and Sissy is still here next year, I would want my wife to do that. And not be confused by anybody else saying, hey, he used to like to sing. Go ahead, bring a drum. Bring all the drums. Yeah. I went to a wake one time when there was almost like a little powwow. But that was good because everybody got a chance to come, sing, talk, and they actually had an all-night wake. Not just not till midnight and shut the doors, or after you eat, shut the doors, turn off the lights. But there used to be all night where people used to sing, you know, cry, sing, pray, eat, you know, remember that person, all those things all night long. And I really liked that time when we went to this man's wake, and there was about 8 drums there, and we sustained and he taught me this song. The drum group sang it about 10, 20 times, you know, but they sang it. And then they went on to another one. You know, they stopped and eat and they went back. Now, is that Christianity or is that Lakota? You know, but I've never asked that question. I'm only asking it because today we seem like we're tied up in that. And then our expressions are something that I believe our Lakota people are so well intelligent that we can live in both worlds. That where we're at today, we're fearful of Trump, that's okay. We can, I've even presented this to our governing body, you know, develop a plan. You know, tomorrow will change. You know, keep changing it. Keep you one step ahead of the people so the people aren't worried about it. You know, you've got to keep that. You got to do a plan first. You just can't be reactive to something and not people not know about it. But we're at that point where I feel that we're bright enough to understand both, to live both. But if, like my father said, but if you're gonna be Lakota, then be Lakota. Be Lakota. And if you're gonna be Christianity, then be Christianity. Because how people are expressing their as the way the non-Indian has expressed their Christianity on us, that's the problem. The problem is how it should be. That love one another, and these 7 or 10 commandments and stuff, how you interpret that for the good of your life. And if the same way with the Lakota teachings, you want to be that, then purify yourself. If you lose somebody, then we have a ceremony that if you like somebody, you love somebody, you want them to replace that, we call it hukayapi. Hukayapi must first fit into your life. And then it should fit into the tioshre. And then how is that gonna strengthen the nation? You know, so you have to include all three of those so that you don't just take somebody as a relative and your next door don't know you. Hey, you still getting in a house called cops, you know, stuff like that, you know, or they just, I don't like that guy, you know. But if you take, we went through that, and these young ladies, young girls, little girls, they said, are we still gonna, you still gonna be my uncle? Are you still gonna be my auntie? Yeah, sissy. And she said, yes, we are. So we took their father as our brother. And everything's okay. They're just like a load was lifted off them. Because he's our brother. He's not adopted, he's not Honka, you know, all that. This is my Honka. No, he's my brother. You know, that's what we gotta do. We went through the Honka ceremony, but he's my brother today. So we need to change how we do those things, because those can strengthen us, not only individually, not only to Oshbai, but as a nation as well. The same, either way. I almost went to theology school, you know, when I went back to become a licensed addiction counselor. But I changed my mind and decided I should become a licensed addiction counselor. So that's what I did. And I was that way I worked with a tribe for about 14 years. Got singed on the edges. Got accused, you know, this is funny when I went up to, we were in Canada, in Cannonball. We had a Sundance meeting at our house. A bunch of people showed up, and we had like Tanshy Bryan put the sage in the middle here. That's how we used to do that. We used to put sage in the middle, and rather than put it up to your faces and stuff, just put it out in the middle, and it goes around, you know. And there's people who Cannonball that never experienced that at that time, back to the 80s, you know. So they actually thought that we were smoking peds, and I got pulled out and was questioned, and they were going to fire me from the tribe and stuff. So I said, okay, I'll do my test, you know, do a urinalysis, blood test. But when I'm done, I want you to tell me who said this. And they wouldn't do it. But I took my test anyway. Gave it to them, negative on everything. But you know, that's where I came from that point there to where we are today. You know, so I've seen that change just in my sober life, and instead before too as well. You know, but I know that if we were to practice it in our way and through our eyes and through our compassion and through our own heart, you know, we both are good. It's how you will express it, each and every one of us. So I think that we have, like Virgil said, we don't have to go places. I went places because, like I told you earlier, I'm related to people down there, Rosebud. Nothing wrong with that. You know? Today, big word. In closing, there's one more I think I wanted to talk about tonight before it was gone on too late, and it has to do with unity. You know, I've heard this word many times over especially this last couple months. Gotta have unity. We need to be unified. You know, I stop and I say, I don't know what that means anymore. Unified in what? Our tribal governments? They're saying we need to be unified. people here. You know, so there's like 3 different levels of are saying that we need to be unified. So there's the district people need to be unified. There's program people need to be unified. There's government that need to be unified. But how are we going to be unified? How does unity work in those aspects? Does it work the way I see it? Does it work the way somebody else sees it? And what if I don't like the way you see it? You know? Are we still unified? Am I still okay to like it, not like it, and can we still get along? You know? So there's questions that I had that haven't been able to, you know, trying to call in on KLD a couple times, and you know, I don't know, maybe there's too many people calling in, you know. But I always wanted to pose that question. You know, because today we have people pointing out all the faults of our government, all the faults of our districts, all the faults of each other. I mean, we're just being set up for Trumpism to come in and say, your own people are saying you guys can't handle things. You know, we'll handle things for you. You guys can go on your merry way. You know? So I think that, you know, before we go on to another step concerning whatever's going on, I think we need to understand the concept of unity. Because there's things that I see that need to be done too. But, okay, go ahead, you can do that over there. We're going to do it here, our way. You know? But that's not unity. You know, can I support you? You know? But I wanted to say that because, you know, that's where we're at right now. You know, because we can't communicate within that. It prevents us from communicating openly like where we're at right here. And I think that we still need to have that, being able to see it face to face and understand, and maybe we could start to, I mean, the non-linear has taught us some good things. You know, we could formulate our own plan and then present that. Because there's also that question of traditionalism and IRA government, you know. And you can't have one without the other. I know that. You can't. If you go to IRA meeting and try to put traditionalism, IRA's in control. Call the cops, throw you out. Seen that. But if you want to have a traditional meeting, then nothing wrong with that. We can have that traditional meeting. Even though you invite people to come, they don't come, it's okay. Have it anyway. I remember one time Isaac and I were the only 2 that showed up at the Sundance meeting. One of the aunties said, hey, well, you guys fill pipe and pray. That's what you have anyway at the meeting. So we did. You know, still got to go on. Still got to continue to do these things. Whether you're the only one, our songs say that, you know. Even if you stand alone. So we getting back to the prayer when our people pass on. You know, that doesn't happen every day. My father died only once. My mother died only once. So you just do the best you can. And you allow the families to do that. So if your family passed, somebody in your family passed away, and then those of you that are calling you bro or uncle or whatever, Lexi, Tahashi, they should show up and help you learn who they can contact. Do all the workings and let the family grieve, you know. Or does the family do the cooking, the buying, the everything, so they have a hard time grieving? A lot of things we need to discuss within our family, within our Tioshpa. And those are new. To some, that's new stuff, you know, because we've drifted. But I wanted to say about that much. And find use for my spoon here. Thank you.
And I have Lexi do a meal prayer. He's got the spirit bowl. You okay? Okay.
Honey, when they wrote that next 1950, somewhere around there, up the road here, California Church, the meeting house. They had a wake there, and around midnight they usually feed. So there was a little old lady that came in, and she was waiting and waiting. Every now and then she looked at the clock, waiting for midnight to come. And one time she looked at the clock and it still was midnight. I guess we forgot to wind the clock, so it stopped. So she said, "Mom, why not yet?" They thought it was that person in the casket. Everybody was trying to run out of there, but the door opened inward. So they were all stuck there. Anyway, not to take things so seriously, we gotta laugh too at ourselves. Somebody that can't be. Now that's like a game. So it's kind of Okshita, not the Umandu. Wojciech, so I had to go and pick the Lord from
Thank you there, Lexi and Kanshi. We'll go around, they're gonna bring food to you, so you don't have to get up, just stay in your spots, and we'll get right back into it. Again, we're talking about wake services, mourning, hair cutting, feathers, things like that, and then we still got 4 more topics, so just kind of keep that in mind. We don't have work tomorrow, but Little Eagle has a curfew. They don't. So, who's up? Who wants to go?
Koha. What can you tell? Koha. What are the I left us just wanted to share something what John said in a chief, after church one time they all gathered in the meeting hall and we're going to have a short meeting. So the minister was talking and kind of placed me over to Ecun Church. And the minister was Reverend was standing there talking and here it kind of started getting cold in the meeting hall. So the Reverend told a young man sitting by the door. I guess kind of sounds really humorous, he said, you were sitting by the door, coming to put some wood in the fire. The usual guy that went to church all the time, and always went there because he had good food after church. Yeah. He stood up, pushed his plates and his own cup and bowl, plate underneath where he's sitting. He went over there like that. He said, he opened that stove, that door. Opened the door like that. Kind of looked inside of there. In the corner of here, there was some wood, so he grabbed one, put one in there. Hey, there's more room, so he grabbed another. Yes, he grabbed another piece of wood to put in there. A moth came up. He went underneath his pants right here. Start coming up this way. Start coming up his leg and scratching everything. He trying to grab it. I thought I had no choice. Hey, he pushed his Jordan on, his pants down. Hey, the old lady. A lot of the ladies we don't hear no more because they had to go over the cup. I had to check it. It was coming to well, that's home at the Utah Cup of the Hatakus, the over the cup to kill Sata. Oh, hella at that. But check we touch the Mogalaka, so Tita Laka, Tios, Yausha, Hakaki, Tashawa, Tiopo El, Yaket. You can't. Hakonakaki Tiopo, killing the guy, the Unaha, Chau White. Hakita Laka, Tios, the Lord. After that, the Tuktana Kagata, Waxita Sakato, Flata, Pamai Kedata, Nariana, Kday, Chau Balata. Tiopo, you got the way can cut at the Kitanaka, Chunky Kudia. Kaki Okasmi at that Santa Heta, was he Junaka, was you Ganaka? Okay, Mahali this old cut at so he took the cat, he took the enough for the electric queer, was over his skull, kill the guy at the electric at the Wakati kid at the although cut at the end of was looking. I will look at the letter. Miller, can't look at the Akaka go out of the. At the Akta said, I don't do that. But growing up in there's a lot of things that we just can't prevent. A lot of people say, don't bring the kids to funeral, but maybe we've been going to funerals where there's kids have lost their parents. And they have no choice to attend their mother and father's funeral. Long ago, la kota dagre makha o ka tipsin dagre maze you hapsi cha chapa slatre cha ta te hati wakata eo chapa bana hati da wakata tua guduni bana sa hati ya ata khike makha ka ata stop has la han le wa shi to bana la han ku ta ku Oktoko kabda hamal wakata ke yai kabda ha hekta ke ha aha ke toa awaki ke ha makha akah. We do a lot of things in a Christian way today because not long ago they used to instead of leaving their loved ones on the ground, they would make a scaffold, or they put them up in the tree. And, because they didn't have no shovels, pickaxes. Nowadays they use backhoes. Nowadays they have more morals and morticians and places or deep reasons to preserve the body to proper burial. Wait for the family when they're ready. But nowadays, Dr. Lila Heska Ecun, we live that way. Dr. traditional burial, Champa Dr. Chunk, that's the only traditional burial I know. Not a burial, but they're putting their families, loved ones up on a tree or a scaffold. That was long ago before the Europeans came. But, it's really hard to do a lot of things that we were taught and what we were told. But we do the best we can. I had an opportunity to talk to Richard Cargill at a naming ceremony that he was asked to do. It was very outside, we were talking about long ago. He told me, he said, I told him, I said, I had a grandmother named Elizabeth Redding. He used to walk behind a hearse and walk from the Ecun church to the Ecun cemetery, walk behind the hearse and sing all the way up there. And there was an old song, and my mom taught me it. And Richard said, yeah, that's right. They used to sing number 57 and number 4 in the church. The head of the Wakaha. Check you, I want check you up the wala ahina call we are low the car Oji even the car. The common chocolate is when to our stories in our way in map, but we like I said, we go around, sing church hymns, we sing memorial songs. Fortunate enough to be able to compose songs for funerals on those occasions. But that's the best we can do is to help comfort the family, is to sing songs, praise. Brother-in-law Doug does a wonderful job. I used to go around with Malala and team with wagons across the river, come to the Ecun church, pray there, go home, and when going home, we'll get water, cream cans, take them back. Then we'll go on top and haul water for my mom. Then we'll go out to Grandma Helen and haul water for her. The whole, just any time of the week, any day, Grandma can have a traditional meal. She would have dry goods in her trunk. And she had to put on a traditional meal just for supper. Really, what we call a traditional meal, that was an everyday meal for her. Oh, that was a real Lakol really a blessing to know my grandma. It's very close to being not traditional. Though we hear it all Lakol out there. Oh, it's really a powerful message because Lahan had to Lakota Ahan Upela or Chokum the Koki. Lahan Dokis Okuba or Chitos Okuba. I had to stick a laugh the hook at the Lakota Koki that the Han Koki tells now, Oiha Eka Ihas Okub. I had to win Okoda, Tina Okuta Naha, Oshiki Chana Okita Okub. Hey, tell us, Overlook. So I had to Wakaha, power in the house. I had to have a walk to continent, the lane, or Yakiski, a walk, a hockey of the house. That's what I give up. Yeah, what cut to what here. Daku, it's a house, Daku, Jawa, and the house. Water and I eat the house. They were coming back extra. Dark with pregnant, they tell us the over the Yamak in the house. Aku, or Chibis, Aku, or Lavinat, yet because and they yet cup. But the hand of a kill, not tell it. I had to go we took him a book. I let our way home with a children in the dog, you were a couple of house. Dog wish you knew old. I had to pick up a day chat. Or cut go home, can tell it to organize the house. Daku, achieve the Daku, and yet to pick up. Overnight for what? Oishi Chachma. Your Diki Chachma. That's I have a Kawa Oga. The Oishu Lala, she can check your one. Sabago, look at that. Little was she over there, or cooked hatchet with her, or cooked. So I just wanted to share that much, I grew up hard life. They brought me up the best way they could. I went to church with Malala, a team in Wagon. And the only thing I have is the language and the songs. That's all I have. I never went on the hill, I never hung lecture, I never done that. But okay, I kept I hope it's singing. We saw her in my show. That's the best I can do. I said, thank you for that power teacher. Thank you.
Okay, me that. Takune pizza, the air. Actually, I shoot you out later. Well, ladies, I shoot you out the dilemma between the Lakota and Christianity. And honey, early 50s, She Tina la chach mam chake in a year Lakota hecha, they're Lakotas. They lived the Lakota way of life. They at that time the government, tribal government and Episcopal diocese in Adila, they watch us, they watch grandma and grandpa and older people because they forbid us from practicing our way of life, our culture. Chale su inika ka pinay. Chanu pa happy hinalila. They want to stop that. Because grandma or the grandpas I had, hey honey, we are ki inika option. Ki he inipi ki he utasa tha pick up. The oinika belongs to the man, they say. So they only the men did that. And they used to do that on a sneak, and he used that a cottonwood bark. It's the only one that burns hot and doesn't smoke. It's the only tree bark that doesn't smoke. So they use that with the inga. And then they'll have a sweating. I remember 4 or 5 years old, they took me in the inipis. Because the Lala said, you must learn these things. And then Sunday, Thomas and I would go to church. Why? It's because to cover that we're still practicing our way of life. So they called it, I guess they called us, people at that time, they kept their culture, traditions alive underground. Okay, that's how it was. I remember. And then we went to church on Sundays and we prayed there too. And then we pray at the Inipi. I always wonder, as a young child, going 2 different places, 2 different ways of praying. So I used to think, I wonder why we do that. I wonder why we do that. So one day I got older, I asked Grandpa, I said, Lala, I said, Dakwe, why do we do that? We pray by the river in the sweat lodge with hot rocks where it's really hot. And then we go to Sundays, we go to church. Why do we do that? And he explained it to me, because they're trying to stop us from doing this, practicing our Lakota ways. Lakol chocha hene tahe energy kiapi kristina anong tapia. So I kind of understood. But at that time, there was a lot of things that the government watched over. Another one was cohabitation. Cohabitation was really frowned upon. Tribal judges, tribal government, state government, federal government, they really watched that at that time. So if you got cohabiting, which today they call it shacking up. If you got caught doing that, they lock you up for a year. Both parties, male and female. Until today, they'll do that. Until old is so cool. But those are the things. But after I got older, I realized when Grandpa explained to me why we do it the Lakota way, and we go to church, I wasn't judgmental. I didn't judge Christianity, or I didn't judge a traditional way. Because to me at the time, my thoughts was, we're praying to the same thing. In Christianity, they called him Jesus, or God, or Jehovah, or Muhammad Ali, or something like that. And then in Lakota, in a traditional way, Lala, and then called Daku Wakan Daku Shkashkan. That's the way they pray. Because Daku Wakan Daku Shkashkan is everything that's around us. The sky, the sun, the moon, the air, the stars, the trees, the grass, everything that moves is sacred. So that's how we pray. So I wasn't judgmental. But then AIM came along. 1973, AIM started. And then 1976, somewhere around there, the Freedom of Religious Act was passed by the U.S. government. From that time, our people didn't hide no more. They were thirsty to practice our ways, our traditional ways. Okay, everybody jumped into it and created their own ways. And to this day, they still practice that, their own creation, not the traditional way. But let me tell you something, folks. It's not for me to judge those people and tell them, hey, no, you're not doing it right. Because my relatives, there is no right or wrong way of doing our culture, practicing our culture. These two tough-looking guys sitting here are my relatives. Kahashri child, or Tushkau child. Their parents taught them the way their parents' grandparents learned. So they're different from how I learned it. But I can't say, I cannot say that. Why? Because that's not for me to judge. We all have a spirit inside. A nagi. Your spirit will tell you what you're doing wrong. This will tell you you're doing right. But this will tell you you're doing wrong. So follow that. We have to remember, we are all different. We're not identical, two of us. We have different hearts, different teachings. So what they do, how they learn it, I have to respect it. From my heart, not from here. They say, Kagoda, Nasula, Henu Hantanash, Shita Enichik. You're going to get yourself in trouble if you use this Nasula. But Chante Ogana Wachel, Hantanash. Diana. I'm moving around on this chair. It's getting lower and lower. I don't know, I think they're running out of air on that cylinder or something. It's getting lower and lower, so I gotta stand up. Shamitaki. You know, Allah said, You know, I used my head to think one time after I got out of the military. And guess what? It got me into trouble. Many times. You know how many times I was in tribal jail in Eagle Butte? Within 8 years, I was in tribal jail 18 times. 18 DUIs. Through the state, I've been in there. Because I tried to use my head. Thinking. I didn't think with my heart. So if we start thinking with our heart and praying with our heart instead of our mind, we'd be a whole lot better people today. And leave that. When you use that head, you're going to have jealousy, you're going to have hatred, anger, every negative thing that's possible, you're going to have it. I know because I've been there. And some of us are here, still there today. But we ain't going to sit there and admit it. It takes a lakota. It takes a lakota with a good heart to admit those things. So I just wanted to say that tonight because that bothered me. That's one of the reasons why I come up here is to explain, hey, let's stop this judging. Let's stop this criticizing, competition, competing one another. Who has the most people dancing at the Sundance? Who does better Sunday? Who sings better? All of that. That's not being Lakota. You have that Washita thought as competing. You have that Washita thought of hate and jealousy. Let's leave that alone. Lakota don't have that. And as far as when we lose a loved one, burying him, there's, I hate those words, those Washita words, so-called protocol. I hate that word. I'm glad I don't really know what it means. But in Lakota we say, wopre, laws and rules. We don't put feathers in a casket. We don't put sacred objects in a casket. Yes, somebody mentioned earlier, those belong to man that's alive. They don't belong in a dead man's casket. May matahan tumas ata roses o kilita ching. Just kidding. I'm t'amuse après. Yeah. Moralities, the things we do, we don't. And that's just a way a Lakota is. When that person dies, the family, this is what I was taught. You were taught differently. You was explained differently. I was taught, when somebody dies, we have 4 days. The body's prepared. The doctor will fill them up with gasoline or something, and put them in a casket and dress them all up. She was always to dress me like that when I was alive, I'm going to say. And trying to comb my hair and all that stuff. put some makeup on me. But they do that. And then we sit with them at the wake. The honey, the traditional wakes here, as a little boy, relatives die, and they used to sit with him for 4 nights and 4 days. For 4 nights and 4 days. And honey had something. When in that time period, the deceased's family, the immediate family of the deceased, never cooks. They don't feed the people. Instead, the people feed the family. Today we are on a Heyoka society. She can't cook it. Oh no, in that time, the family is mourning, child. You are the women, men help them, cry and hug them. Today it's a shameful thing to cry, people think. That's sad. When they have the funeral, when they have the funeral, they put that body in the ground. The family of the deceased from that time for 1 year ahead prepares to have that ceremony of releasing of the spirits. In that time, the people will sew things, sofa pillows, ouija, they make many things for a whole year. When that time comes for memorial, that's what they gave away. Today, memorial dinner, 2 days before everybody rushes to Walmart. Bags and bags of stuff they never made and gave them away. That's not right. It's not the right way to do it. So that's how we do things. And then the family will tell, when they have this burial, and then the immediate family will mourn. And then the other families come up and consult them. And they say, oh, share hampishio. Wana aishta. Okay, don't be crying anymore. Because if you cry, you're going to keep that loved one that passed, you're going to keep the spirit here. Those are the way things we did. Today, it is more sad. To me, it is more sad to see how we conduct and how we do our death in the family. Everything is cheap today. All you got to do is have money. You never have to sow anything for a year to give away at the end of the year. But my relatives, they used to say, don't be crying now. I used to one year to Ejiki Han, we will cry for a little bit after a year. That's what happens. Seems like 1,000 years ago. But we have to do something. Learn these. Tell them to your children. Tell them to your grandchildren. Teach them. Try to keep it alive. Try to bring it back. Yeah, we're talking about, I heard people mention Trump here a couple of times. It's kind of scary, the thing is. Yeah, when I first heard about it, it kind of bothered me. It got me nervous. But I said to myself, I have to pray for that guy. I have to pray for him. I can't hate him. I can't dislike him. I can't condemn him. I can pray for him. That's what I did. And those of you who walk this way, a Lakota way or traditional way, with that chanupa, with that wapiwakha, if you're sincere, if you pray from your heart, you yourself seen a lot of good things that are answered through your prayers. And that's what I believe. So I wanted to speak a couple minutes, as we're only a couple hours late. But take that mic away from him. But I'm really glad to be here. I always tell people when I come back here, because this is where my spirit is. My dad is here. When I was a little boy, Grandma used to bring me up here all the time, every summer. Starting from a little old creek. Powers, little old creek. Lily go. Walk Pala. Bullhead. Used to bring me all these powers. And people always say, I was just a little guy, about 2 to 3, I remember. They always say, oh, they always say. I didn't change around because, I was just eating Taniga law at the time, so I didn't care. But used to bring me up here. I didn't know why this time I got older, she kept bringing me back. And then later on I understood, oh, okay. I ain't from here. And then now back in the 80s, mid-80s, I was one of the back in the 80s, I was Vietnam Veterans Commander for the Cheyenne River, and I brought some boys up here. And I met a women's group over here, and the Women's Legion group, I believe it was. And there was a young lady there, kept hanging around me, talking to me and everything. And it went like that half of the summer. I seen her the last place was in 48's powwow that summer. She said, are you guys going to Fort Thompson powwow next week? I said, yeah. Okay, I'm going to see you over there. So I went over there next week, and here she come. I don't know what the heck was going on. It was inside the Fort Thompson casino. I went in, and we done the grand entry and everything. I went in and standing in here, she come running out. She was running at me. Man, she jumped on me, knocked me over. And she started bawling, really crying loud. I said, oh no, what do I do now? I blame myself right away. Because she tried to talk, but she's at the table, at the, when you have to, finally calmed her down, so I asked her, so what's wrong? And she looked at me, she said, you're my brother. She said, you're my brother. I said, what? You're my brother. I couldn't comprehend right away because I just got to calming her down from crying and everybody looking at me like, the hell did you do to her? She started talking. She told me a story that they used to live down here. My sister and the family used to live down here. And she used to play with a little boy named Dave West during powwows and stuff. And her mom and aunts told her that was her brother. Well, I never knew that. I didn't remember that either. But next weekend we went to Bullhead Powwow, and she said, "You want to meet my dad or our dad?" So I said, "Sure." And we drove west of Bullhead somewhere, way out there. And that's how I met him. And I was, how old was I? 50, 48, 50? When I first met him, went to his house. I know this is not part of the story here, but this is being part of Lakota. Finding the relatives. So anyway, we went way out there with bullets, I don't know how many miles. But went to a house, and here she said, "Come on, he lives here." So, and I never knew about him. Because all my life I never knew who my father was. I really didn't care either, because I was doing all right by myself. So anyway, she knocked on the door. Somebody said, "Come in," so we went in. She went in first and I followed. She turned around and said, "Dad, this is Dave." And he looked at me and he said, "About time I met you," he said. He knew I was alive 50 years, ever since I was born. But he never come looking for me. You know what? That pissed me off. That got me angry. But then again, I thought with this heart. And I said, "No, I can't be mad." And I shook his hand and I hugged him. And I said, "Glad to meet you." And then from there, I found out I had a brother and all that. It was happy. It's a good time. So that's why when I come down this way, I really feel comfortable. I feel like my spirit's recharged. It's good. I'm comfortable down here. And somebody talked about earlier about somebody come from Pine Ridge over here, Standing Rock, people really treat him nice and everything, and vice versa. Somebody goes from here to Pine Ridge or anywhere else, and they really try to treat it nice, other than from where they come from. That's true, folks. And you don't have to be a medicine man. You can be a common man. I've been a teacher for a long time. I went down to Porcupine. I taught down there at the school, in that school system. And everybody treated me like I was a Washington teacher, you know. Ooh. But that's true, they'll treat you different. Because they don't know who you are. They don't know how you've been, what your attitude is. If you like to watch Chinko or what, you know. They don't know all of that. That's why they treat you nice. But I had been 14 years down there. So that is true what somebody said earlier. But again, nitapi e pion si kichilapo. Na oho kichilapo. How?
Isamia War, I think the low Tahashi. That Now I can tell you a story about his dad and Uncle Bud, Uncle Brent Longchase, and my uncles, Jess Jr., Bob, Pete, Virgil, and Uncle Charles Brown, and Uncle Steve Chargneagle. I could tell that story, but this is not the time for it. But it was good to listen to that, because we don't know Tashi very well, and we're getting to know each other. Washington, old Tanta over that cup, Ecun said, the head chincha. Jonah Sawaki Hina Uchichik out below. Talking about mourning. I don't know very much about it. I'm not the expert. But what I do know, I'll share with you in my years here. Because I came into this building one time with, they're all gone now. My brothers Victor Bray Thunder, Brother Jay, Uncle Isaac, Concha Luigi, we just lost him. We came in here. We just came over from Uncle Isaac's house where we had Inipi. We came in here because there was a wake going on. Whose wake it is, I don't know. I don't remember. It was right there where that fireplace is at. And we prayed, we took in the service. But when they started singing congregational church hymns, my brother Jay and I and Uncle Isaac, we sang along. And here we were questioned, why are you guys singing church hymns? I thought you guys carried a chanupa. And Uncle Isaac said, because they're one and the same, and we pray. I remember that because when a few years back when my Aunt Dolores was alive, she called me at the radio station and she said, they're looking for somebody to help them. They're looking for someone to help them with church hymns. And so I went down and I helped because of the church organist for 15 years. 28 years of my life I spent in the congregational church. So I came and helped them. And we helped a lot of people. But I continue to practice who I am as a Lakota. But I don't differentiate between the prayer of Christianity and because of what it brought us through, if you can really understand that. Washigla. Washigla ki he otechike lo, chasowaya lo. Kako otechike iota wawaki te hena oa egnekal. The foremost difficult things in your life that you can face. One is the loss of your mother. When you lose your mom, that is the toughest thing that you can face. I lost my mom going a little over 10 years ago. You know what? I grew up. Mom's death caused me to grow up. I had nobody I could lean on and talk to. And I remember the last meal she cooked for me was a breakfast. And just a little bit later, she was in the hospital and we lost her. Mom, Ina. The second thing the most difficult thing you can face in life, I've been there too. I lost my son. I lost my oldest son. And you know what? The only two people that came to visit me at my house are sitting right here. I'll never forget it. My Tanshi and my sister-in-law brought me food. It's hard to eat, hard to sleep when you lose it. When you lose a child. It's the toughest thing that you can face. I'm thankful for that. The third thing that you can lose or what you can witness is when you hear an orphan crying out of need. Wablanicha wanchea, lo chinish, hunku akuku talk ignurim sa share. Lost their mother and father and they lost, so they cry. I've took in three young men like that. And visit with them, teach them what I can. They learn what they want to learn. and they're doing all right. All except for one, took his own life. But, you know, that's a difficult thing to come across an orphan, and be able to open your door to them. But I've done that too. The fourth thing I haven't done is to help look for a veteran that lost his life in battle and you can't find his body. That I have never experienced. But I take that time to visit those combat veterans, especially because of their sacrifice that they made. And the peacetime veterans that were there too, because I learned that from my grandfather, Just Taken Alive Sr., and my dad, Pete Taken Alive. I learned that. Have respect. Have respect for them. So when we talk about Washigala, when we talk about those things, that how it affected me. And when they talk about cutting hair, I've learned a lot of things through this time. Because I used to have long hair too. Very long hair. But I cut my hair when my mom's mother died, my maternal grandmother, because I was her oldest grandchild. I cut my hair. And you know who came up to say, comfort me? One is gone. He took me as his younger brother, Chair Perry Bobtailbear. And the other one was, no, they're both gone. She had Howard Bobtailbear. He came up, comforted me. Made me feel good. Brought me back into the circle. What I learned from my son, from Oglala, I don't call him Ahunka, I call him my son because he replaced the son that I lost 23 years ago. He said, Ate, here in Oglala we learned from the older men and women that it's only the women that was Shigala for a year, like Tashi Dave mentioned, they get things ready. They don't buy them at Walmart. Everything they get ready. And it was the women that did that. They all didn't cut their hair, but when they did, there was like Tashi said, protocol. It's a difficult thing to understand when you think Lakota. So in my journey as Ayapaha, went down to Dupree, Thunder Butte, when my Takashi lost her oldest son, was murdered. They asked me to come down to Ayapaha at the funeral, Waken funeral. And Tony was still alive, and she said, "Come over here. I want to tell you something. Maybe you don't know. Maybe you do." So during the wake, I sat back there with her and her husband, and she said, "I noticed a lot of my takoja chinchilla cut their hair. So I want you to tell them this is what they need to do. This is what they need to do, and I want you to tell them tonight and tomorrow when we bury my grandson. I want you to tell them again." Holy smoke, it's the first time I ever heard the process to doing that. So I shared with them that night, and then the next day, funeral, I went to the grave, and Wana uicha kaka toshka. Emake. Now's the time to tell them. So I did tell them what she told me. And she wants you to do that now. She wants you to, those of you girl cousins, relatives that cut your hair, come to the grave. And I want you to lay beside the grave before it's covered. And I want you to cry. Cry like you can't catch your breath. So they came up, 7 or 8 of them, and they did that and they cried. Now, remind them that if they're not married, or if they have a brother, or if they have a dad, to go and get them and bring them from the grave. Then when it's covered up, if they can, we change like it enough. These young ladies can do this. Ask them to spend at least that first night at the grave. Whole day. And that was coming from the grandma. So I shared that with them. But when we went back from Thunderview to Dupree, I noticed some stayed. But I don't know how long they stayed, because I went home that night. And that's what I wanted to share, because you don't just cut your hair to cut your hair. It's not monkey see, monkey do. There's a process in that, where you stay home, get ready to honor them. Jahena, I wanted to share them with you. And the wiping of the tears, I got invited to a cannonball this coming Sunday, where a young man that we got attached to that loves to dance. He lost his dad. So his dad, his mother said, I'd sure like it if you would come. So if we're able to make it, we'll go to that wiping of the tears. So, it's important that you don't allow your little ones to go up to the casket. And how many times do we see that? Little ones peeking into the body, into the casket. How many times have we seen that? Anywhere we go. Ohena Ashabu child, as they would say, as Lakota. And Yotahantua, we are Iglusha Ahantanas, a woman or child. Don't go to these places. And if you love the child that you're carrying, a Shabu child. So these are some of the things that we grew up with, and we continue. And I'm glad that you asked about that, because to talk about these ceremonies, as they say, and being able to share what we still carry with us as an Oyate. And so, again, the four most difficult things an individual can face is the loss of their mother, the loss of their oldest child, to witness an orphan crying out of need, and to look for a warrior who was lost in battle. You can't find his body. Those are the four most difficult things that an individual can face. So, and I can speak from experience. It's hard, very difficult. You think about them every day. So our mitaki pi ala anako tanu taki na wopila e chechi chapelo to kind of give an overview of these terms, washigra, he lila otefikelo. Oh, toa na toa wogila kikta ho.
Never thought I'd get to that age where I used to see the older men, when they first see each other, they start talking about all their ailments. Dave and I sat down and started talking about all the things that were wrong with us, and we saw each other. I think this is a good thing to talk about, because when I was in my 20s, like Lala Cedric was talking about earlier, I'm like that. If I have a question, then I seek out the answer. And I listen as people talk, and if I think this person over here has the answer, I'll go to them and Arflo Bachi and ask those questions. So I remember I started asking questions about the colors that were used during the different ceremonies that I saw, because they weren't all the same. And they weren't all in the same order. The reason why I asked is people I knew were really confused by that. They didn't understand why this man used those colors and that man used these colors and like that. And over the years, I've seen, like even in naming ceremonies, some of the names that were mentioned tonight. Like one time I sang for Lala Steve Charging Eagle. Here he asked for Hunkas song when he was doing the naming. So I didn't question it. I didn't say anything. I just said, oh, that's the song I sang. Lala, Vernon Ironcloud, when he'd do his namings, he used to start in the east when he'd pray, and then south, west, and north. And he used to ask for 4 directions song. So I didn't question it. Who was I to question it? I just sang what they asked me to sing. Sang for Isaac and Felix, and they used a Mambliglashka Olon that they said went back to Lala Joe's teachings. Well, I didn't question it. I didn't ask anything. I just sang what they asked me to sing. So likewise, over the years, I used to be the Tribal Historic Preservation Officer, and I used to sit in meetings with traditional leaders and sometimes medicine people, elders from all the different Ospai. And they talk about these things, about Ahana, how they did it long ago. And to me, it seemed like there was a consensus, even though they all came from different Oshpaya, that our ancestors used to bury them on scaffolds or in trees. And that when their remains fell and went back to Unchimaka, that they go bundle those remains and then bury them. And they never went back to those places again. I know that down on Cheyenne River, I kept thinking about this as they were talking, that it might have been 2 decades ago, they repatriated one of their ancestors and they bundled him and put him on a scaffold down there on the river bottom just before you get to Greengrass. I think there's a monument there now where that scaffold stood. I know that last year down in Cherry Creek, they put an elder in a scaffold. So sometimes we talk about things like they're gone, but maybe they're not gone. Maybe they're just waiting for us to pick these things back up again. But when I was listening, I was having memories. Remember I told you I didn't grow up at babysitters. My dad took me everywhere he went. And I remember going to, I guess they were wakes. I don't really remember them being called that. Of course, I was just a little boy, but it always seemed like we were way out in the country somewhere. At somebody's house. And I always remember he would coach me when we get out of the truck, and he'd say, don't be stew. He said, you shake hands when we go in. And then he'd kind of look around as we're walking in. He'd say, when I'm done in there, he said, you come on, you pick this wood pile up for them, put it back. Or go haul water. He'd take me in the house and we'd go by and he'd introduce me, and you know how it is when you're young, they're always hugging you and shaking your hand, and then he'd tell me, now go outside. So I was never inside with the adults, but from the outside, I used to hear the most beautiful sound. That was those Dakota hymnals. Holy man, there was a way that our elders used to sing those songs. It was almost like a wave. It was just the most beautiful thing. And I don't know how they knew how to harmonize with each other, but it was just the most beautiful song when I was a little boy listening to those. And then someone else would get up, and pretty soon I'd hear prayer songs, I'd hear people talking in Lakota. And then every now and again, someone would pull up and take in a roaster or a pot of soup. So I agree that even in my time, I witnessed that the mourners weren't the ones who fed. That people would come to them and then feed them during those 4 days. And in my time, I witnessed that when we were small, they didn't want us in there where those caskets were. They kept us outside. And I had this experience when actually my mother-in-law's, one of her siblings' father passed, where she wasn't thinking, and she was standing at the grave with my oldest daughter, and my oldest daughter was just a toddler. And here I heard my oldest daughter cry, like what they were describing, how the grandmas used to cry. They used to wail. And it was such a sound, I don't care how tough you thought you were, when you'd hear that sound, boy, your eyes would water up and make you cry. I heard my little daughter cry like that. Got pulled aside by some older people, and they said she shouldn't have been by that grave, because she's Lakol. Because she's Lakol, she's not going to understand those emotions that those adults are feeling there. So that's just what I was taught. So after that, at funerals, we never did take our children into where the bodies were. It was to protect that sacredness in who they were and what they were. And there was times, I've been to funerals where, I'm going to say there were probably traditional people there, but you know what? They didn't interfere with what those priests were doing. They didn't get up like they thought they needed to be heard, or they needed to speak, or they just sit there. And however that was that family was doing it, that priest would do it, that's how it was. Lala Cedric, I'm fortunate enough to remember his death. Fortunate enough to have remembered services held by him. Lala Bearsheart, remember him? I was there that last time he gave his last ceremony, his last sermon, and everyone that showed up, he told you how he was related to you. He just fussed over us as we went in. And it was just packed. The church was packed, the people outside, it was packed. And then I saw a transition. And I don't know if it has to do with what Dave was talking about that passage, American Indian Freedom of Religion Act, but I remember in the 90s, all of a sudden, families asking singers to come to wakes and to funerals. Riding in back of the trucks, as they caravan, singing the bodies in, singing the bodies out. And I saw the transition even in the cemeteries, where the priests got used to that. So the priests would do their Christian services, and then they turn and look at us, and we'd start singing. And it was just accepted. I don't remember people arguing or getting upset about those things. And then I've been a part of funerals where there were no priests, or just Lakota. And they did it how their family culture was. I was there when Tahashi, he was mentioned tonight, Tahashi Victor Brave Thunder passed. Isaac asked me to sing. And it was 4 songs that he asked for, 4 specific songs. And I saw him set up an altar, and he filled his chinupa. And that was the first time I'd seen that. But who am I to question Makola Isaac? Who am I to question that? I just did what he was asked, and I sang the songs. And over the years, being asked to sing for different things, and I never question it, however that family does it. Because now, I've had family members come up to me as our relatives leave and they ask me my opinion, and I will state it tonight, and I always tell them, you only get to say goodbye one time. It's the only chance you have. So do it however you feel you should do it. Because me, I think the wakes and the funerals are for us, not so much for the ones that are already journeyed. So I tell them, however it is that you want to do it that way. In my family, I grew up all over the place. Sometimes I live with my dad, sometimes with my mom, sometimes with my kunshi for Henry Swim, sometimes with aunts, uncles. I was all over the place. I got to experience all these different households, all these different ways of being. But my kunshi used to pray with us at night. And one night she had me and I'm going to call them my older brother and my older sister. Our mothers or sisters to each other. One night she told us, she said, someday I'm going to leave. And when I do, you're going to have a hard time. And here my older brother and older sister just started to cry. So they didn't get to hear what she said after that. And she said, when you cry, only cry that one time for me. And then be happy. And her face just light up. And when she had a way, her eyes used to smile. And her face just lit up, and she said, because I get to see my mom again. And I get to see my dad, and my grandma, and my grandpa, and all my relatives that left before me. She said, so you'll be happy for me after that. And I didn't understand. I was just a little boy, and I was 13 years old when she left. And when she left, I don't know that I understood yet even then. But I cried. And it was hard. It was hard letting her go. But I remember what she said, only this one time. So only during that year, then after that, I quit crying. And I can only, when I first start talking this morning, the reason why I talked about my family was to reinstill in us that we're related to each other. You might not always see me down here. I'm not the type of guy that thinks he needs to speak or needs to be at places. I came because my Tahanshi asked me to come, so that's why I came. But there was a time that the generation before us, they knew those relationships, and they really cherished each other. I heard them expressed earlier, like I remember, and like Adi was talking one time, and he reminded me of something. I remember the men like going like this to each other when they saw each other. Not really shaking hands, but kind of go like that. And I remember the grandmas just really fussing over each other. Holy man would hug each other and sometimes cry and hold each other's faces and sometimes kiss each other. And even if they had just seen each other the day before. That's how I remember us being. Because in my family, when my family goes into crisis, I'm the one they come to. And I knew immediately that if I lost control of myself, they were all going to go into crisis and things were going to fall apart. So I had to hold on to myself. And we had a family meeting at my aunt's house. So here, it was the most heartwarming thing because people start showing up with food. And then this, we all have this, and it's real interesting to me because on here, I've got medicine people on my friends list on Facebook, whoever heard, I got traditional leaders on my Facebook. There, when that went out, that my dad left, I started getting messages from them. And I'll mention two, like Rick Two Dogs and Dekshi Danny Seba, who said, so that night, that first night when I met with my family, I shared that with them. I said, for 4 days, we're only going to have good thoughts. We're only going to say good things to each other. And part of the teachings and understandings that they taught me about that was that when you're washigla, you're really in a powerful state. You're really in a powerful state. So if during that time you have hate and anger, animosity, jealousy, and envy, you're calling that to yourself in that coming year that you mourn. So it made a lot of sense to me when they said only good thoughts and only say good things. We set up a Tepestala behind my house because us men, we have a hard time crying in front of you. And I'm like that. We have a hard time expressing those emotions. You could hear it tonight. Some of them choked up. So I set up a Tepestala in my yard and we lit a fire so I could have a place to go cry. So I could have a place to go sit and talk to my dad. And that 4th day, that's what we were taught. In 4 days we should send them. And on that 4th day, the morning before my wife and I went to Lakol, we went into that Tepestala and my wife cut my hair. And they've already shared reasons why, but I can only share with you what it did to me. Because Lala Cedric's one of the ones that helped me to understand that. So when my wife cut my hair, she cut it way up here by my hair tie, and my hair fell out. And we both started to cry. There was some type of emotional release from that when she cut my hair like that. And we both started to cry. Burned it, took those ashes, did it on myself, and we headed out. That was my dad. You know, and that was the only time I was going to get to say goodbye to him. So I didn't worry about what this person was going to say, or what that person was going to say, or what this person believed. I didn't worry about none of that. Because that was my dad. So I did it how I was taught. How I seen these older men do things that I used to sing for. And at the very end, before we lowered him, then I lost control and started to cry. And all the men in my tioshka started to cry too. Like she was there that day. She was there that day. Because us men, when you hear another man cry like that, it makes us emotional too. That night we went home, and remember I told you that I come from a family that they're good with horses and rifles and knives, so we still hunt, my family. And I told my sons, I said, I'm going to mourn my dad. I loved him, cherished him. I said, so I'm going to mourn my dad. So I'm not going to hunt this year. So you guys are going to have to hunt. Because we don't just hunt for our household, we hunt for other households too. And it just so happened it was in the pandemic, and the tribe had these classifications of employees, and I got classified as one of the ones that has to be at work, and most of the employees were working from home. So I got to be by myself in my office that whole year. I didn't go out in public. I didn't go to powwows. The whole year I stayed home. Then I heard it mentioned tonight, so what I remember of my Lala and my dad and all of them was they never threw anything away. Something always had another use, another purpose. Even baling twine. I grew up riding in war bridles made out of baling twine. Using halters made out of baling twine. I even seen them make ropes better than those riatas you can buy in a fancy Western store made out of baling twine, cinches, you name it. So when I used to get sad and lonely during that year, I bought myself some nylon rope. Came in 100-foot bundles. And I'd go sit in that Tepestala and I'd braid halters. And I'd braid lead ropes. I'd braid headstalls. That's how I dealt with my grief. Because my children, too, even though they were all adults at that time, they didn't know how to handle seeing their dad cry. So that was private. I did that for the whole year that we had that Tepestala. Go out and talk to my dad. And it's true what Lala Cedric was saying, those times that I could feel him. Like times that I could feel his presence there with me. Those times that, like out of the corner of my eye, I get glimpses of him. Those times that I heard his voice, times that I smelled him. And he come to me 4 times in dreams. Each time he got stronger and stronger in those dreams. So I want to encourage you because we spend too much time having bad thoughts and feelings about each other. So when that time came, I thought about my Lala, but I told my wife, I said, he grew up with them. And I don't want him to have to do that stuff. So I went to Lakshmi Allen, Phil Chinilpa, and took it to him, talked about my dad, and asked him, can you help me come out in the morning? And he said, yeah. So over in my pasture up north, we didn't put it on Facebook, we just word of mouth went out. Here about 75 of our horse people showed up, because my dad was a horseman. My dad was a cowboy. And when Lexi Allen did that Washigla and then we had our giveaway, it was all food that my sons had hunted. It was all food that my wife and daughters had dried and processed. And we gave all those things that I braided up away. And then lastly, I gave away a horse. Because that's who my dad was. I gave away a horse. But the one thing I want to mention before I hand this to Tanashi is I forgot to mention that those 4 days, as we were preparing for his funeral, we opened his house up. And we told our family and friends, whatever you want, go in there. Really about cleaned that house up. Whatever they wanted, they went in there and they took. And there was something about that helped. Something about that helped. In our family, we do burn personal belongings. And there's teachings that were shared with us about that. So the personal things that he used in his everyday and certain clothes that we saw now, that's what we burned. And we buried my dad. Like I said, I no longer mourn the loss. Should I celebrate that my dad was here? You know, because I had a good dad. And maybe that's why I came too, because to be honest, it was a little intimidating to come down here. Because I know you guys don't see me down here very much. It was a little intimidating not knowing what I was going to walk into. But I came because my Tanshi asked me to. And I came and I saw the list of names on it as well. Those are my relatives. So that's why I came, because I don't think our ancestors intended us to be living the way that we're living. I don't think our ancestors intended us to be experiencing what we're experiencing. When I look at these young ones, like even these young singers back there, I look at my young relative right here and other young ones that are coming in and out. We have to invest in them. Those of you that are fluent, have that beautiful language, you should be talking to them each and every day, each and every time you see them. Because they're either going to be the generation that's going to make our language live again, or they're going to be that generation that's going to lose it for us. Same thing with our Lakol. That's the other reason why I came. And I heard it spoken tonight, some people say traditions and things like that, but I don't think that's what it is. Lakol. It's a Lakota way of life. Even right now, what we're in right now, should be gathering and be telling them, Otukaya Uchoyak. Those are the things that we should be gathering to talk about right now. Should be out in the land harvesting chanshasha, getting ready for those ceremonies in the summer. One time I made a mistake and posted a picture on Facebook of chanshasha. I started getting messages. People wanted to buy it. I was like, buy? Just tell me a time. I said, I'll take you out. I'll show you where I got it. I'll show you how to make it. And one time we posted a picture of my daughter and I harvesting sage. And people start messaging me, can I buy some? I said, buy? Come with me. I'll take you out where I go and I'll share those things with you. Wetu, when that comes. Okina Agliti. Welcome to Thunder's back. So they're both good and bad. They got ability to create life, ability to destroy life. And we have a place here on Standing Rock where the Hunkwapa used to do that. Loketi. Summertime, when our ceremonies start, renewal. All that harvesting that should be happening out on the land. going after tipsala, going after choke cherries, plums, all that goodness that's out there in the land. And patayat, get ready for winter, it's coming. It's like they say that the cold's not a friend to anybody. So I had you to
Actually, did you want to share something or on this one? Yeah. Then we got 2 more topics. You know, time is flying so quick. Really enjoyed the evening, but we got 2 more topics right after this. So, yeah.
You left me standing here. I think any further talking about funeral can be for another time. And what I have to tell you, okay, we saw it, one zero bottom. And it comes from here. It comes from here in Little Eagle. And my story is regarding Henry Oscar One-Bull. He was a nephew of Sitting Bull, but he was raised like his own. Anyway, he passed away in 1948 at the age of 93. And everyone that described One-Bull said that he was the spitting image of Sitting Bull as far as character. We had a friend, her name was Dr. Carol Barrett. She is a professor at Mary College. She was around here for quite a number of years. And she got a grant from the North Dakota Humanities Council, and she wrote a biography on One-Bull. And in doing so, she interviewed a whole lot of people around here that had recollections from past generations. And it came out that there were 3 main things that people recollected about One-Bull. The first one was that he had a firm foundation of Lakota language, values, morals. The second one was everybody indicated that he had a fine disposition. He was never known to be mad at anyone. He always had a good, encouraging word for everyone. And the third one was he had a world view. And it kind of reminds me of the story of that Charlie White Buffalo told when he came from Oglala country to Rock Creek Powwow by himself on horseback. One-Bull made a circle tour. He went from his camp along the Grand River. He went into Minnesota, North Dakota, Canada, came back through Montana, Wyoming, Nebraska, the other Lakota tribes to the south, and then back to the Grand River. Along the way, he met tribes. He met individuals. He made relatives of individuals. He knew plants. He knew animals. He knew insects. He would never starve. He knew landmarks, where all the buttes are and other places. He would never get lost. So after all of that, I was thinking, how many of our people can do that today? Even though we have vehicles and all that. You know, how many will take the time to learn their language? And you don't have to be full-blood to speak Lakol. You can take your time and eventually you will. But the other part of it, your values, your morals, it's right in front of us. And how many of us actually see it? How many of us have a good disposition? How many of us claim to and demonstrate that we get along with our relatives? And how many of us have actually traveled? So for that time, his world encompassed that whole area, and he saw that. And he became a better person for it. Well, one of the things that I also picked up on that one was how to be a man, how to be a good relative. And down at Sundance, when the scouts found the tree and the whole camp went to chop it down. In the beginning it was the enemy, and then we made a relative out of that tree. But in doing so, we had a veteran, or a number of veterans over the years, tell their war stories, or tell a story that was important to them. And one was about being a good relative. And I heard that from other tribes. I've heard it when I was a kid. I heard it from, actually I had a grandfather that rode with Roosevelt in San Juan, Puerto Rico. He was a Rough Rider. But he taught his son the idea of being a good relative. And then what I heard was, when you captured an enemy, what did you do? Aside from capturing them? Well, you gave them water. You quenched their thirst. You fed them. You gave them shelter. And if they had no clothes, you gave them clothes. And I heard that from the old Indians too. How to be a good relative. Well, how many of us can do that today? How many of us can say that? I could say part of it. I left Standing Rock in 1963, and I returned in 1983, New Year's Day, 1983. And I didn't have a job. I was just another mouth to feed. But my father had rifles. So I rustled. I went out and along the Grand River, and I saw a nice red and white Hereford. I chased it down a ravine and shot it, and got it and took it home. Really proud of myself. There. We got meat. We're going to eat good for a long time. So I was outside. I was quartering it up and cutting it. And all of a sudden my mother came out. She had a list. Jinx, here's a list of a lot of your aunties that need meat. And it was a long list. Well, there went my cow. So, but I felt good that I was able to help. So then there was another rancher, an absentee rancher that had pigs. So I rustled a pig. A great big black and white Chestershire sow, a pig, a boar. And for the life of me today, I don't know how I got him into the trunk of my car. But I loaded him up and went to Little Eagle and found the cottonwood tree and strung him up. And I corded him up too. And took it home. There it is, hams, shoulders, ribs, sausage, bacon. Another list came out. Here's some of your aunties that need some meat too. So I distributed the pig. One wanted the hocks. One wanted the whole head. But I felt good because I was able to provide for some people. So I had to say that, how to be a good relative today. To what extent are you going to go? So I'll leave you with that question. How are we going to be a good relative? So Hezekiah,
thank you, Alexi. So, appreciate everybody sharing that. I'm going to ask Mr. West, no disrespect, but I wanted you to share this wasna in prayer, because during this discussion we had on mourning and things that happen at wakes, we shared our family, our personal, and how it has affected us to help us to maintain those values, and I want to share this, Kanshi John, we always hear this, the older ones always say, pay attention, they're going to call on you one day. So, my uncle Everett and my dad, they're the last two of my Grandma Grace and Grandpa Bud. On my mom's side, it was just my mom and my other mother, my Aunt Marlene. And those two generations will no longer exist. They're the last of them. My mom's 83, my dad's 79. But we lost our Uncle Everett, or our Uncle Joe, Uncle Joe. So Uncle Everett was always there to help many people. And when it came time for him for somebody to help him, I kind of felt bad because nobody stepped up. Nobody came to him. But how many times did Uncle Everett help those that needed prayers, those that needed healing? A lot of them, but nobody came. So I asked my Kashi here to help my dad, my uncle, and my Chia Brian with wiping of tears. And during that time, we had it down by the Grand River, and it was a very powerful, emotional ceremony that was done. And I really appreciated that because, to see your father tear up, it was really hard to see that. And knowing that there's only two that are left, and they lean on each other. They're distant, but they lean on each other. So I really appreciate that. That's one of the things that we do to try to help us heal and move forward in we know that as Lakota, we never forget our relatives. You heard that here tonight. We were talking about many years back and those that had gone on. So I appreciate every one of you for speaking up and sharing your thoughts. And I want to have Mr. West do this, and then we're going to go to the last one. There was a question about Akichita, the modern day Akichita, and how it's role in the community. You know, like she brought up something here, being a good relative. It's real easy to say that, but how many people live it? And then take that another step. Been saying this quite a bit, and I'm not trying to create anything here, but you know, it's hard to look out there and then we see people that are saying, oh, I'm more Lakota than you. I think that, so I shared a thing about who I am, and I shared my family. So regardless of how much blood I have in this body, I'm still Lakota. I was born Lakota. And you can never take that from me. Even though I don't speak my language, I don't practice my ceremony, but being Lakota is being born into it. So that's what our last topic's going to be, being Akichita, being that good relative, being that Lakota 24/7, you know. And I think the easiest way to be a good, be Lakota is just be that good relative, you know. That's how I see it. That you can never take that from you. So I'm going to turn it over to Dave, and again, you know, she had asked if you could do that because we shared the memory of some spirits of our relatives during this last topic, and we just want to share this food with the spirits.
Oh, we got you. Well, I oche ke kakhonshi. Atake la kole pink lo. Liha okikse unhappy. Toen ik speelde ik van een chukikse lesstaat. En ga je gaan oche ke akagina. Kila bitkhaki agilni apina mis. Doksa le wasna ke le akha bitaki. Yani chayaki ke otesike. En pejuta kono. Oasni aikake. Otesika chanashna wasnochak. Akich apisteleta chanwak wasnochak. Was apisteta wasnochak. Tena watche ki aikake rakha. En hij zegt u job. Wat je kent, wat je ik je maar ziet ook gaan, juist ja. Wat stel je nou zo? Ja. Maar het goed afgelegd, dat toen het je. Oké. Hoor je niet zo? En wanneer aan het gaan, ja, je zit dat gaan. Let je, wat dat ik kan niet om heel dat moet niet je hebben. Dat dat wordt als het je won't gelaten. Ook achter je was je gelaten. Wat gaat goed afgelegd, dat je toen ik speel keer op je naam wat zoek ik ze. Nee, ook zo gelukkig. En ga je na, wat zoek ik ze op, zeg je. Nou, ik zit dus gelukkig. Wat gaat. En dan weet je, was nou ook gaan en ik wacht op je, zeg je. En dan je haalt je af. Je ga je net gegassen. Met dat ik in. Ja, het af. Ga je dan zo zijn met zo'n. En de wangen had je steeds op een staat te gelopen dat na zijn ja man heb ik het eruit zitten. Dan gaan we zoeken dat je het ja. Het zegt je weet het je kan hem niet. Maar hoe ben dat los?
That's a long, long way.
Mitake Yopila, Ichichapilo, Enaja, Honavi, Tawoite up, and Yune up to Aita Yata Alapado. Togata Tona, Teacher was up in the spell cap in Tuhani Upiana, Uchak Siamoni picked it up. Misschien ook als wat ga je zeggen, je ook ziet op sneeuw. Eerst de kleine daar, die daar weer een chakje gelijk op. Nou, hoe is het? Daar kun je zitten, tellen ompie. Een keer had je me graag een zakje zappelen. Wat zeg ik al heel goed. Het zo, een stukje laat ik dit. Een oogje heb ik dit. Hallo. Met dat, ja.
All right, we'll have Richard, you want to come join us, Adi, Dee? Come up. So we're gonna do one more here through, and really enjoyed this. You know, as I've already been in a quick 6 hours. We've been sitting here. I hope you guys all enjoyed the food, especially the menudo. Nah, just kidding. But you guys want to start? Who wants to start? Just talk about Akichita, the way it was. I know there's, like today we think of the Akichita, the veteran, and then there's some thoughts of the Akichita that took care of the community, and then Lakota, you know, what does that Lakota mean to you? You know, being Lakota and then being that good relative, so.
I am on my third bowl of soup here, so I don't know how long, much longer I'll stay awake. Kaya mishimik telo. Adlila tayo la meet only luha pelo na. Takon tanta lila hoch mahe to yawugla ka. Yoma kipi wopila keni chechi japelo. One of the things that I really enjoyed was listening. Some of the talks were very informative, and it was good to listen to that. I look forward to this day today because of all the things that are going on in the world and how they might affect us or they are affecting us. When the incident happened down the Shannon River over Echapsinta Wichashawa, whip carrier, when that came on, it opened a lot of discussion as to who we are and where we are and how far we have to go yet. And a relative of mine, a real good, not a relative, but a good friend of mine, a woman from Rosebud, said this, and I wanted to bring it here, and I'm going to share it. There are many who reap the benefits of saying they are Lakota, but don't carry our Lakota values. That comes from a woman's mind. A woman's mind, they say, they have the most compassion. And as I walked this road, I've seen that. There are many that reap the benefits of saying they are Lakota, but do not carry our Lakota values. And I like that. It's very profound. Something to think about. What is it to be Lakota? The topic we're talking about, Akichita. You can't lel wakpa, kalani wakpa, lel emataha, humpapa hokshila emacha, lel imacha there. The things that I've learned from my grandfather, just taken alive, senior, listening to him and listening to grandma talk. And people don't believe me, but they think I don't know. But I had grandparents, and I had parents, I had aunts and uncles. I had relatives that share those kind of stories. So now here I am, now 2025. And this, again, I'm the oldest of the taken alive Teoshpaya. The oldest of the Tamshicha Teoshpaya. The oldest one. I never thought I'd be saying that. But I'm saying that. And the things that I have learned through the years come from many older men and
Thanks
women.
for charging me, buddy. I was about to die.
Many older men and women that have gone on before concerning all of these, all of the things that now we are experiencing. So I respect those and I share them, but they won't listen. The young ones don't have ears. So it's difficult. I'm not here to gain a political office. I'm not here to push myself forward. I would love to stay at home and raise my 5 beautiful grandchildren I have at home. My 2 grandsons and my 3 granddaughters. I would just love that. Maybe I should. Because it feels like you're beating your head against a wall. Because they refuse to listen. They refuse to listen to the things that we've learned through the years. Aho, Lakol Ichoya Hechashnielo. See, he's shaking his head over here, but he says it all the time. He's the vice chairman, so he has a bully pulpit. He can get up there and get this microphone and say what he wants to say, but we can't. Aho. La Chalachti, Wichoya Kinaho. Aho Eshnielo Tanshi. Aho. Aho. So as a journey through life, wanting to learn the language, I learned from a lot of people, but my main teacher was my Aunt Dolores, taken alive. And I miss her. She's been gone 5 years. A lot of names like that. I'm not a veteran myself, but I watched veterans carry themselves in the manner that they did from my father forward. And they respected themselves. They respected what they did. They honored themselves, as Dad used to say. They honored themselves when they were asked to do something. They didn't ask for pay. They wouldn't honor themselves. When we talk about Akichita, are we talking Lakota Akichita? Or are we talking Milahaska Akichita? Which one? Tuktewan Shiktaho. Chi Lel in this part of this land where we call home as Hunkbaka. There is a Alkolakichia that doesn't exist. Maybe it should, because some of us have reached that age now. Where with what we've learned, experience, knowledge, that we come forward with. Like this, here's the one sitting right here. That Dad's from here, but he lives down in Eagle Butte, I believe, Shining Eagle Butte. Oh, he okolaki chia ki he tanta woda ki he hanchoka chantet inza okolaki chia. Hanchoka chantet inza okolaki chia. They say midnight strong hearts. It is the highest a person could reach if they live to reach that age, and in protecting and providing for our people when they talk about Akichita. That's where they wanted to be. Those are the things that they wanted to do. So my grandfather just went to war, and his generation went to war. They went to war to earn the right to join the Lakota Akichita. But when they came back, they were told they couldn't. The reason they said they couldn't was because they didn't fight hand to hand. They didn't fight like that. So they were denied that. They were denied getting into the Okolakichia. So from that time on, a lot of justice time, the ranks of the Akichita Okolakichia dwindled until we're where we are now. These are the things that we come forward with. These are the things that I stand with. These are the things that I've learned in my life, and the sacrifices that I have made to better myself, for the wellness of my children, my family. I made those sacrifices. But especially making those sacrifices for the children. Hier na amper objekte hatte na so tjeke der hatte das kakoni ja check da Wakanji gehena yakse gehena Hatchi tu Hamlet energy hatte nas hena o tanta o tjeke gehena Taku skana taku wakan ekta he hoye o ya bi hatte nas ja check da Tjum techike lo. As lila ota hoch hena soljapsni na ukachni dashni lo. Nis we wine wachi hantenas. Chokata na ni wanitu ka. Hintena champere taku kesh wa Hena taku kes Hena always we try. We want what chiki hena. Not do any Bach look up hunting this. Doing the action. Show me your scars. That's between you and that which is sacred. When you have been there, you don't say that to any person, because that's between them and grandfather. So hena soliak hecha. Ogash wana duakas la kolia oga ke okihi hantanas. Lana we choka ki kichaya lo. La kolia pikted chin hechetu. Hechum se nach na hechum se ichamu alo. Dan tua hechum hantanas. Na oaking te hantanas. E apa hawashka hantas heta oicha akeke. Leche razata tanshu henke. Numpa oakia. Chahena soa. O hena we choka on gita ki hena e pelo. E ha ki ha hena ukub. Wophe the chalashi that chalashi tashi de woglake. O hena wophe hena e pelo. Na tua na opha huntenes hena solim telo. O kachni telo. Lakol e prewa chin. Chi on lakota. Chi on lakota chahecha se le khdaat ki wota ke lo hung. Ta komni oya kachni shni ash. Ogna to o kachni hantenes takia have. What did you say? O unishaka okihi palo. That's the way we have to learn. That's the way we have to be in order for our grandchildren to come forward and to be able to understand the importance of what it is to be Lakota, what that is all about. So, p'tedala wa'agaki p'tedna akahaki kehedakwa eprewa che ekei chap. There are many that reap the benefits of saying they're Lakota, but they do not live by our Lakota values. Ahechel said, "Lech dakte dakwe pchewa chike hechel epchelo cha ya unaha wana imukik telo hontchaya cha." Waginik the low that go it can't turn the L na roya na let ahib to head nachuk the low. Is it still on the radio, Jonathan? Oh yeah. Chahe Lila Toge Wopila Echechi Chapelo, thank you for the food and for feeding me. I really enjoyed this. But these things are very dear to me as a person. And I may have faltered, I may have fell, but it wasn't for friends and relatives, I wouldn't have stood back up. So I encourage all of those that are struggling with addictions. I encourage them. I encourage you. I'm not going to talk down to you. I don't have a condescending attitude. But I as they say, do not judge. I don't judge. Ikshare ni wa'ulo. Na utiwahi mitaki takoja da zane ubi ka. Mabeti yohi la upila luhaya. Yeah. Tashi, mother, opera, dawa chinkelo, mi glusta cha, mi dakuye oasi into.
Oe, aste dakui ogala kabe. Oh, what do you talk about now? Akichita. Akichita. Hey, Toy, Lakota, Akichita, Anita. Oh, you know, Akichita, you compare, say, Akichita, Kihe, Le Utote, Wawispa. Hey, Akichita. Hona, a soldier, today, we say Akichita for a soldier, a military soldier. Or Zuya Wikasha Albe. And I had to turn it chata. Akichita, het Hoksta lo. And I go step theatre. Go to help an openness down over. Hona Lila Koji Otana, okay, on the hand. Het heeft telele printer unica rete nice oh is it okay to speak Lakota? Hatta te zien is een begrijp geloof. But in she alle Lakol oche ki ukaga pichanas tukter ni kaga pe nice buang wa chip nice tukter lo pichanas le Tugashila, I can't go get happy. And I said to Snell, I don't get it. And honey, Angela, I not Tugashila, I can't go out to Snell. Hey, Tugashila, I can't go out here. Hey, Christianity, I don't know. Hey, grandfather, the great grandfather, hey, the Christianity, hey. A lot of influence too in our culture. So I know Gixia Pictata. But so we're talking about military. Then have codes after she got. But talking about military, back in 1972, I was chopping wood in the springtime. All the time growing up, Grandma and Grandpa would talk about my uncles. All my uncles going in the military. Zia Yape Yap. Nilekshi. Ina Yuha Zia Yabna. Makocha took the Wanka. Okichi the Wanka. And I bet you need Nick there. You too gonna go someday. So I remember 1972, April 1972. I said to myself, and we live out in the country, but 9 miles away from the Highway 212. You know how old folks are after they get up before that sun come up? I run outside and knock that rooster off the fence post, you know, because you're howling too much. But he what it called? For some reason that morning, I said, I want to go to the military. I didn't say anything to Grandma and Grandpa. I didn't need that. I went to hitchhike to the road. Actually, I was young. I was 18 years old. I ran that 9 miles easy. Got to the highway, caught a ride in Mobridge. Went to the recruiter station, I told him who I was and what I wanted to go in the military. So he said, where do you live? So I said, Marlin. Oh, I know where that's at. He said, I come picked a couple boys up down there. Okay, I said, all right, I come out to the recruiter station. I hitchhiked back up. Iron lightning that same evening. I was quick. Hitchhiked all the way over and back. But I caught a ride. But when I got home, Grandma asked me, said, where do you go? Dokilala. So I said, I lied. I said, I was running around on the hills. But I didn't tell him nothing, but the recruiter said, well, I'll come by next tomorrow. I'll pick you up tomorrow. I said, I didn't think he was, I thought he was a liar too. Because I lied to my grandma and grandpa. But anyway, early in the morning, I got up, I was chopping wood, and here there's a OD green sedan, like that cot, color of that cot coming down the road. I said, oh, shucks. Grandpa said, who's that? I said, I don't know. So I shoot you who's a late, I look. Look at the white man coming. After he's coming and pulling in the old green van, and he got sedan, and he got out and he had a military uniform. Holy smokes, she felt that rush in my body. Holy moly. Scared the heck out of me. But it's too late. At that time I knew. He said, come on. So Grandpa walked up there. And Grandpa don't speak English very good, so he said hello. And the recruiter said, well, I'll come after this young man, he said. And the recruiter pointed at me. So the grandpa said, by the time Grandma come out on the porch, she said, well, what was going on? She said, Tokahaya. I said, Lala told her. I said, I think this Akichi, Josh come after Kagoja. So I said, yeah. So I got in the sedan. As soon as I got in that sedan, I started crying, man. I cried all the way to here. It's too late, though. I got to pier and stuck in the airplane. Sent me to Sioux Falls for testing. When that Sioux Falls, or that plane took off, there was an old lady sitting next to me. I was holding on to the handle here. When that plane took off, boy, that scared the crap out of me. I thought KZ went down in my seat and everything. Jesus. So I hung tell from that lady, she grabbed my hand, she said, honey, don't be scared. She said, you'll be okay. Oh, he called me honey, I said. But anyway, I got to Sioux Falls, got my training and test all done, and he said, well, you're going to go to Fort Bragg, North Carolina to jump school. So I said, okay. Next morning, he come back and said, no, your plans are changed. So we're going to send you to Tigerland. I live in Vietnam, Fort Polk, Louisiana. Oh, shucks, I said, all right. And around here at the time, there's no hospitals around here. We don't see no black folks that time. I got on that plane and went down to Louisiana. Gee, cracking when I got off, I didn't use the bathroom, real bathroom. I went to the phone bathroom. Went in the bathroom, there's none but black folks in there standing in there talking real loud and everything. Geez, I got scared. Never was so scared in my life. I said, I went and took the bathroom and came out. That's how it all started. Because Grandma said it was my turn to go in. So it was a duty that was done by all men, and later on women too, a family that did that. So I went in the military, spent a good amount of time in the military, and I came back. And when I came back, I thought that alcohol got a hold of me. I thought, I was bad. Went like that for about 10 years. Then finally we talking about Lakota, Zuyawi Chasha. As a Lakota or Swashitu Zuyawi Chasha. Not an Akichita, just a policeman. I've been an Akichita for the tribe, policeman. But as a Zuyawi Chasha for Lakota, I think I've completed that too. I've done a lot of things that defended our people, defended for the people. Through rides, through other things, through commitment of Sundance praying, all that stuff. And somebody talking about drinking. When they quit drinking, you know, back in 1989, I think it was, 86, we went to a unity ride in Canada from Green Grass to Prince Albert, Saskatchewan on horseback. And my grandmother is a descendant of Sitting Bull. When Sitting Bull went up there, escaped up there, he was with my grandmother's grandparents. So when he settled up there for a while, when they came back down my grandmother's mother and father came back down to Cannibal. And that's where they settled. And that's where they had that uprising again, and they killed my grandma and grandpa. Her grandma and grandpa. So they took her, put her here in the learning center. That's an old place. That's where she grew up. So she always taught me that story. So when I went to Canada on that ride in 1986, I prayed hard. We met a lot of people. Grandma always talking about people with the last name Smoke. I met Smokes up there that were relatives of mine. And it was a good time. When I came back, I was living alone down at Arlington in the old rehab house. And the Canadians shot a moose, and they gave me a little puppy. So I brought those back. The moose horns had still meat on it. When I moved back into the house down there, I took that horns and put it in the house, and I put that dog in. Later at night, a coyote peeked in the window, sniffing in the window. And that was 10 years after my grandmother passed away. She passed away in 80. Oh yeah, in 1980. About 7 years. But when I heard that dog or coyote sniffing in the window, Grandma said, she said, be careful, there's a coyote peeking in the window. She said, might come in. So her voice didn't shock me, it's just a coyote that kind of startled me. So I sat up, clapped my hands, and here, after it took off, Grandma said, at that time, I just got on a big bender before going to Canada, big drunk. And so when she said, I'm not going to die, she said, drinking. And all that is not good. I didn't teach you that way. We didn't teach you that way. So, I just sat and listened. And I should be scared because that's in the middle of nowhere and nobody around, no electricity, just kerosene lamp and wood stove. And just me and that little puppy and that moose horn. I should be scared, but you know when you love your loved one that's gone by, you're not scared of them. So I just sat there and listened. And she said a few more things, and then I said, Nachika. Okay, I hear you. And that was the end of it. And since then, I've never heard her. But let me tell you something, since then, I left that drinking alone. She said to me that she didn't teach me that. She didn't teach me to drink, to hurt people, to fight. And then plus she said that alcohol is not ours. That alcohol does not belong to us. So I used to lay it down watching her. So that's what I did. And thank God, she saved my life. Today I'm still here. But I had health ailments too. And that's why that belief of that chanupa comes in. I had 6 heart attacks, 5 spinal surgeries. I'm not supposed to walk. All this stuff. But through that chanupa, today I'm here, walking. I'm not 100% good health, but I'm here. Because I'm not done with the job he gave me. He gave me to do on earth. So I try to teach. I try to teach people not my thoughts, Not my feelings, but the feelings of Unchi and Allah, and the thoughts of Unchi and Allah. Because if I start teaching my thoughts and my feelings, I may fool every one of you. I might lie to you. Therefore, I don't trust myself. That's why I depend. I depend on Oji and Togashi. And sometimes I want to use my head to act on things, to do things. But no, if I do, I know I'm in trouble. So that's why I go back to my heart. Yellow, out.
Well, I guess I'm next again. I appreciate all the veterans, military people. All of my uncles were military. My brother Fritz was military. And, but not me. I'm the opposite. I said before that I left Standing Rock in 1963. In June of 1963, my grandmother knew that I was going to be leaving. And also my grandmother was a survivor of Carlisle. And she came back and resumed her life. And in 1963, she said, you're going to be gone for a while, so there's some things that you have to do. One of the things is you need to go home with you. You need to find direction for your life. So she went to Alexei Joe Feinbein, and she got a pipe from him, which I still have today, 65 years later. Anyway, she said, I didn't raise you to go shoot and kill other brown people like yourself. She said, you have enough to do here. As you get older, the people are going to need you. So I don't want you doing all that. She said, I had enough sons that already went. So I did not. And I appreciate her efforts to hang on to her traditions. 1963, that was 15 years before the American Indian Religious Freedom Act in 1978. And even though she went to Carlisle, even though they tried their best to take the Indian out of her, she still retained enough of her traditions to follow them. And I was one of them. So I did that. But nonetheless, I am so proud of those that are in the military. When I was a kid here at Liligo, my father was a commander of the Legion Post 239 at one time. And I remember all those veterans that came back. Memorial Day, they all had on the white helmets, white gloves, white belt, white spats, and they knew how to march. They knew how to spin those rifles and throw them at each other, and they were a really, really crack drill team. And also notice that in Bullhead too. Bullhead, they had blue uniforms, white helmets, white gloves, white belt, white spats, and they were the same way. it was so, you get a lump in your throat when you see that. And they would march and spin their rifles and toss them at each other and still maintain their cadence. And I was thinking, I should have went, but I didn't. Today, we don't see that. We have Legion posts, and they make their presence known at funerals for other veterans, at washipis across the nation here. But the old-time military, those men who really were patriots, and those today are still patriots. But I remember that. How they could drill, how they could march, and it just brought so much pride. But so nonetheless, for 65 years, I've been carrying a pipe, and I've been making prayers for that. So that's the other side of it too. Even though I'm not military, I'm not a veteran, I still maintain a whole world of respect for the. Go ahead, say what.
I have a few things I wanted to say. I just don't know exactly what order to put them. Well, let me say this thing here. My father was in World War II. He went in the last couple of years of World War II, and then he stayed in there through Korea. Come home from time to time, and my mother, she was a woman in the Army Corps and stationed in Washington, D.C. And I had an older brother, buried him in Lakol. Got killed in Vietnam in 1966 in a place called Da Nang Province. And I had an older brother, Jim. Maybe some of you might know him. Maybe some of you knew him and didn't want to. He loved his independence, and I think he earned it. He was in the service for about 12 years. He was in the Marines for a while, went back into the Army, and we had a pact, him and I. We had a pact to go to Vietnam and kill as many as we could. I don't know if that's a good pact or a bad pact. But, I was going to go in. I was in University of Mary. I think it's called Mary College then. It was probably the second year they started taking men. But in my spring quarter, I got drafted. Some of you guys might remember the draft. They send you a letter and make you report, and you have no choice. They're gonna come and get you and throw you in jail. So that's what I did. I got drafted. But they had a bunch of people lining up when I went in, and after basic and we're gonna go to AIT, you had to go wherever they signed you. So they had A to E and go here and like that, So I traded places with this guy, and he wanted to go and be some kind of mechanic and be stationed somewhere in the States. I wanted to go overseas. So I traded him medic. So I went to Port Sam Houston to be a medic. And we had to go through all the training and every day the physical stuff and have to do 8 jumps out of a helicopter. Repel out of a helicopter. That was funny. There was this guy from Pine Ridge named Walt Big Crow. We had a good time, to tell you the truth. But he, I forgot a story about him. Probably had a lot of stories about me, but he passed away. But there was one where they dropped that rope down and he got to wait till it touches the ground. Otherwise, a lot of static builds up. So they said, wait, I got it. He went running towards that rope and he touched that rope and it just shocked him and it knocked him about 10 feet away. Laying there, his eyes all glassy. Oh man, told you. But we went through that. And we got ready to go over. And then we had to get it, then they decided where, you know, just kind of pick you out of the hat and go here, go there. I got assigned to the 4th Medevac Division out of Fort Carson, Colorado, where we go in a helicopter, and then we were withdrawing at the time. So get in and go to a ship called the Ecun, USS Ecun, and it's a military, hostile military ship. Go there, go in the country, take them out, go back, make about 3-4 trips a day. And then we're done. Came back and seen Jim, he was in Hawaii, and he said, where are you going? I said, they're sending us back states. And he said, well, we're going back, and we're going to go into Cambodia. You are? Yep. You should come along, he said. I don't know how you do that. Gotta get orders, you know. But I ended up going home. And when I was at Fort Carson, he came back and he came to Colorado Springs. He came over to see me. He says, you know, shit, they're letting everybody come back. Okay. He said, I don't think they're sending just very few people over there. Oh, Christ, I said. Well, I'm going to go home, I said. So I packed up and went home. And about 3 months later, they came and picked me up, 48s. I was deserter, they called me. No, I wasn't. They says, just that you don't got a war going on. So they threw me in, and about a month later, I got a bad conduct discharge. But, you know, I said, I don't deserve this. I said, you know, I did everything I was supposed to do except for hang around the base. What do you do hanging around the base? Actually, you didn't do nothing. You know, all the bases just loaded like with this smudge that's going here. That's the way the base, the base looked with marijuana. But they didn't care. You know, they just, you're not done. So I said, okay, well, whatever then, I said, so. And I didn't know that when you get a bad conduct discharge, they throw you in for a while, give you this piece of paper, and send you on your way. And at the same time, your military record, they take all that away because it becomes non-classified because that's what you become too. Well, that's okay, I said. So I still have that bad conduct discharge. And my brother's got 2 honorable discharges. I used to look for him. Every now and then when we went to Rapid City, I'd look for him because he would be on the streets, not in Mobridge or around there. He'd be down in Rapid City. I'd find him and give him some money to straighten out. He had an apartment down there. And then one time I went down there and after he passed away, well, I went down there and I caught myself looking for him. And I ran into a guy, well, Sissy was with me, ran into this guy, and he knew right away. I didn't know how he knew him, but he looked at me and he says, "Which place is who they looking for, James? Jimmy?" I said, "Jimmy who? Goodhouse." "Yeah, we are." I said, "I heard that he passed away over in Mobridge." I said, "Yeah, he did." I says, I just didn't know what I was doing looking for him. He looked at me for a while, and I gave him $20. He thanked me and went about his business. But you know what? I felt that, and I had it written up for when I went to court martial. It's all part of the record. You know, I felt that I shouldn't be there to begin with. I was in school. I didn't feel like they had a right to do that. I shouldn't be there because I filed as a conscientious objector, and they never did hear that. And then I went to, and then until they were gonna hear that case, I still went with what I was supposed to do, training and be assigned wherever and all that. So I didn't feel I deserved that. But I can tell you other stuff, but that's just the outline of what happened. But we have a daughter, Bernice. She was one of the first people to go into a place called Fallujah. And she was scared. She called back one of those satellite phones and told me about it that day, that early morning when they landed. They didn't have nothing. They had to set up their own tents, everything. No air conditioning. And first thing they did, they had a firefight. And you know, you can't tell me the women didn't go over there to fight, you know, because she said that they immediately got into a firefight, and she jumped down, and her and this other girl, some brigade from Navajo land. Anyway, she started, that girl was crying, so she started crying, and she's looking at her rifle. She said, "What am I crying for? I got a rifle." So she started shooting back until the helicopter, the airplanes flew in and took care of those guys. But she was quite the experience for her. Shared every experience that she went through. Everyone she'll get a pay grade and different rank, and then she raised hell over there, got taken away from her. You know. But she just did what she was supposed to do. And I have a lot of respect for people that go on service and do the things they're supposed to do. But I also know the other side, because I've learned to call those that go into whatever, any branch of service, I call them veterans. Doesn't matter what kind of veteran, they're veterans. And then those people that actually do things in the community, those are the Akichita, those are Zuyawi Chasha. Those are the ones that actually do things with people or for people without being asked. I've experienced that. Standing Rock Veterans had a group, Vietnam veterans, and they did that. They raised money, they had their own celebration, they'd go around, take people to the hospital, to the store, or if they couldn't go to the store, they'll give them a slip of things that they needed. You know, they really did a lot of things like that. And if they had jobs, they'd do it on their time off. I made a song for them because they used to let their power. They used to have the end of this month, February. It was always a good one, good time, and all made to their own fundraising efforts and people donations and even washing old elderly's clothes to take them home, and they're like Sissy's uncle, not Delmer, Gene Punga, his wife would wash clothes, for some elderly people. So they did more than people would think or knew about. Because they didn't get up and they didn't go around, they didn't tell people, they didn't say, we did this, we did that, and we're going to do this, we expect money for this, they didn't do any of that. They just did it. And those were the people that actually earned that title of being a Hakichita or Zuyawi Chasha. The other ones are veterans. Those that came home, got drunk, crazy out, got drunk on Veterans Day, Memorial Day. So that there is a difference. There is a big difference. I don't want to offend anybody here either, because it's what I've seen, it's what I know, it's what's become. And my brother, I cared for my brother. Him and I were like just a year apart. And I tried my best to take care of him as my daughter. Our daughter, the door is always open. But her choice takes her wherever. But those are veterans. And my other brother that got killed in Vietnam, we took him over here when he was back in the summertime. My mom was proud of him, my father, and they had a day for him over here, right across the road down this way. Or back over there by that little ground and that little surrounding over there. That's where it was at. And they fed, had giveaway for him, and they just danced. And then towards the middle of the afternoon, my Uncle Joe came out, talked to people, talked to him for a good while, and called my brother out there, and my brother went out there, and he took him around. And his shoulders lifted up to sore about it, showing everybody, talking to people, they were singing. Took him around twice. Then he took him to the middle, and he prayed with him, put that wapaha on him, and people, the ladies acknowledged him, men whooped, and they danced. Danced some more, and my brother stood out there and he danced until maybe 10, 20 songs or something. They just kept singing around. So those are times that I think that those people that he knew he was maybe not going to come back, so he made his arrangements, and he didn't want to go to no veteran cemetery. He wanted to come back and walk by, he said, because that's where I'm from. So that back then, he knew who he was. He knew that. And he knew that if anything ever happened, he wanted to come home. So there was no pomp and circumstance for him or anything. He had a friend come back with him. And his friend talked to my mom, talked to my dad, and then talked to the gathering we had at 48's. And then he came down here to Wakpala the next day, 2-night week. And he came with us. But in Wakpala, on 48's, he talked to him about what he did in Vietnam. And that he said that he should be recognized, he should receive this, should receive that, because all of this has been submitted, all this paperwork. But, you know, we didn't follow up on that because we knew my brother, and my brother wasn't that type of guy either. You know, he just wanted to come home, go to school, and he had a wife, he had a daughter. He never seen his daughter. She was born after he went back in. So there's some things there that we don't see today. We don't see today in our people that go to the service and come back. You know, that's it's a change. I mean, maybe that's standard for today as compared to the standard for like the 60s and the 70s. You know. But I do think that, you know, as that, who changed that? You know, how was that changed? Where did that change come from? You know, because to me, I think there shouldn't be any war that's going on now is you know, like Vietnam ended, and it didn't seem like we should have occupied that country, maintained the democratic process for a while, and then moved out. But if that didn't happen, they just moved out and went back to normal. And, you know, there's a guy came by our house one day and said, "Are you Cedric Little?" "Yes." "You must be the oldest one here, man." You know, so I said, "Sure." Came in, gave me some papers and get I don't know, what was that? Something named after him. He said, "No, I don't. That's okay. That's okay." But we talked about that, my sisters and I, and they understand as well. You know, because there's got to be a goal set today. If those things aren't accomplished, and then veterans don't seem to become veterans, and then all of a sudden, and this is just my feeling. It's, you know, we see them picking up feathers. All of a sudden, they become culturally knowledgeable. Culturally knowledgeable. When they left here, you know, I never seen them at Apollo. I never seen them any place. But all of a sudden, they come back. They're veteran. They're culturally enhanced. You know. So I don't know where that comes from either. Maybe that comes from that service as well. I don't know. But I whatever it does, you know, I still respect them. I still have, you know, good thoughts for them because they came back. You know, because they did what they needed to do. And I do hope that we can, I say the native peoples are recognized for those things, those that served, and those that are going to serve and are serving now, that they be recognized on a larger scale than what they are now. You know, because I've seen my brother sit for I don't know how long, waiting for some medical attention. And before he passed away, he was being treated for, just starting treatment for cancer. And it took him 3 years to get to that point. So it's a concern, I think, that we should have if it ever comes to that point, you know. But you know, as far as the veterans and the Akichita, you know, there is a difference that has changed in my lifetime. You know. So I just wanted to say about that much. Okay. The last thing probably is you know, I know Bernice. They've asked her to do certain things, but before she went in, I mean, she was she was going to Sundance for maybe 14, 15 years. She did a lot of cultural stuff, was involved with different things. We went to Canada, and did things up there. We went to Morty, got a sister up there. So she was culturally aware of things before she went in. And when she got back, they've asked her to do certain things. And I thought that was respectable, because, in turn, we showed our gratitude for them showing her respect, had to give way for her and stuff. We honored her or whoever did this for her too in the best way we could, because she is that Zuya Wichashta, or Zuya Mia, or just a Zuya. So I wanted to say about that much, because just before, I just want to say it again, that there is a difference from 20 years ago to today. 20 years ago before, and then today, all it is today, extra.
I'm glad that we're having these discussions. I'm glad that we're having these opportunities to share with each other our own understandings, our own teachings, and our own experiences. And I'm also feel very honored to be sitting with them, because I don't think that I've lived long enough to have attained my own wisdom, but I'm at a point in my life where I'm starting to understand the teachings, the things that were shared with me by my elders. And once again, listening to them, my Uncle Philip was a Korean war vet, and he had served on council. When I was a little boy, he was living in Wakwala, in the community there. And my dad and his brothers and his sisters were really close. So my dad used to go around and visit everybody. And I remember going to Uncle Philip's house, and on the north wall was one of those God's eyes. Remember back in the 70s, everyone had those God's eyes hanging in their houses? And around that God's eyes were all the men in my family that had served in the military. And I remember being a little boy looking up at those pictures, and I just thought they were handsome, they looked sharp in their uniforms. And little boy, I'd sit there staring at that wall thinking, someday I want to be just like them, because those were all my heroes growing up. And when that time came, my dad drove me to Recruiter in Mobridge, and I took my tests, I filled out all my paperwork. A couple months later, he drove me to Mobridge again. And when I got out of the truck, I was going to leave for basic training, and my dad wasn't going to say anything. He was just sitting there staring straight ahead. And he didn't even look at me when I got out of the truck, and my dad was a Vietnam veteran. And because I sensed he wasn't going to say anything, I peeked back in the window and I asked him, I said, "Dad, do you have any advice for me?" And he was quiet. He was just staring straight ahead. Pretty soon he said, "Yeah, keep your mouth shut and don't volunteer for nothing." But he drove off. So, my tour of duty, that's how I served. I kept my mouth shut and I didn't volunteer for nothing, because that was the advice my dad gave me. I went to basic training in Fort Jackson, South Carolina, advanced infantry in Fort Gordon, Georgia, and my permanent party was at Fort Hood, Texas. Served in Charlie Company, 54th Sigma Battalion, 3rd Sigma Brigade, 2nd Armored Division, and deployed in 1987 on a NATO mission. I never talk about it, I'm just mentioning it now because of the conversations that we're having. So I know what that's like to be on foreign soil. I also know what it's like to me, even now, the saddest sound is to hear taps played. Because that's the last thing you hear at night on your post, even on foreign soil. It's the last thing you hear at night is them playing taps. And even now today, that's the saddest sound. Like I said, my dad was a Vietnam vet, but he never talked about it. I knew he had served in Vietnam. He only would tell one story, and that was about being at a USO show where all these actors and musicians came and put on a show for all of the troops. And I guess it was Anne Margaret's turn. And she came out on stage and then announced to everybody that their guitarist was sick. And I think jokingly asked, is there anyone in the audience that can play guitar here? One of my dad's buddies yelled out, he said, yeah, Chief can play. They have a habit of calling us Chief when we go in. So Chinkashing, my dad, went on stage and he played a set with Anne Margaret, and I guess she kissed him on the cheek when it was over. And that's the only story he ever told of Vietnam. He was pretty fond of that story, you know. But one day I used to go over to his house early in the morning before I'd go to work, and I'd drink coffee with him. And one day, it was just him and I, and here he started telling me, he said that in the mid-60s when Vietnam started, and he had heard they were going to institute the draft, he volunteered to go to war because he didn't want to get drafted. So he said my Uncle Philip took him to a train depot. And same thing, I guess my uncle wasn't going to say anything. So my dad was walking away, and he turned around and looked, and he said my Uncle Philip had tears in his eyes. Remember we said that earlier, it's hard, you know, men to see each other emotional like that. But it's because my uncle knew he was sending his little brother off to war. Then he told me about basic training and advanced infantry training. He told me about permanent party and then the order when they got flown to San Francisco. From there got transferred to merchant marine ships. Their journey to Okinawa where they transferred to naval ships. The bombardment of Cameron Bay and then getting that order to go over the side of those ships. And he told stories about combat that he had never talked about before. And the last story was when he had kind of lost his mind and he came to in Saigon in a hospital. And I knew something had happened because he had never talked about that before and I didn't know what to do, so I went over to Lala Cedric's. And Phil Chinopa went over there and I told him what my dad had just told me. And we talked about it for a while and he told me some stories and we set up a time to have ceremony for my dad and to paint him. And part of that ceremony, my dad had to recount his skills. I don't know how many of you knew my dad, but he was only 5'6". And to hear those stories of combat, those stories of things that he had never spoken of, but that he experienced, you know, it moved me deeply. My whole family that was there that night. You know, I used to wonder about that word Akichita myself because in the 90s, you know, again, sitting at a drum, the Eapa started referring to us as Akichita. You know, it was time to fold the flags. And one time at Kennel, South Dakota, before they had moved their power ground, the power ground used to be up against the community center there. And Lala Tom Iron was the Eapa. They were going to bring colors down, and he started calling for Akichita to come to the center. Well, I didn't move because I knew they were going to donate to those veterans, and you know, I had money in my pocket. That's how I was thinking when I was listening to them. I got money in my pocket. I'm okay. You know, they probably need money for coffee, or maybe. So I didn't move. I was just sitting there, and I was sitting next to my Sioux, Lionel Jewett, Marine Corps. Desert Storm veteran. And Lala Tom kept calling for Akichita. And I happened to look up and here he was staring right at me. My drum was set up across from me. He was staring right at me. And when our eyes locked in front of everybody, he said, John Eagle. Your responsibilities to your people did not end when you ETS the United States military. Get up, he said. Boy, I felt like Dumbo, and my ears were just red, and I was kind of shamed out, but I went out there, and I folded flags. But as we were dancing out, I started thinking, well, what happened to the Okolakichi? You know, we were given that responsibility because we had served the United States military. And I want to share a different opinion than what was said earlier. I don't believe us to be Milahanska. Milahanska comes from the 1800s during the Indian Wars. And those were the cavalry officers that carried those swords. That's where that term comes from. So I don't believe that that's what we are, Milahanska. I agree with Lala Cedric. We're either veterans or Zuyawichasha. One thing I know about a veteran and one thing I know about my own experience is that at one time in our lives we had to go places we didn't want to go and we had to do things we didn't want to do. But I saw a large percentage of them when they came home is they helped their people in some way or other. You know, they came back and they helped their people. So I too have respect for the men and women that serve, that are serving now and who will serve. But that word, akichita, I started asking questions, and that's, if those younger people were still here, that's what I would encourage them to do, is go ask questions. Go talk to people and ask questions, because I did, about what an akichita was. And I'll share with you tonight what was shared with me over the years as I had these conversations all over the place, is that Ahana, there was Okolakichi amongst our people. And in the fall time, those Okolakichi used to have Omnichi to discuss who were going to be a Kichita for the following year. Whichever one of those Okolakichi was chosen, they were given ash clubs to carry and had black paint. Next fall, they'd have gatherings and they'd change again. If you go down to Pine Ridge on their police cars, it says Chaksayuha on their police cars. Because they had the same kind of understandings of things down there. We talked about American Indian Freedom of Religion Act. Well, my wife struck tree in 1976, 2 years before it was even legal. Her great-grandmother took her there, and she struck tree. 1977, my father-in-law danced there. And when he told me the men that he had danced with, they're all gone now. So he's the last that danced during that time. And he's the one that told me a story of a man who was going to run for council. He came here to Louisville. And he went to an elder to make him aware of his intentions to run for council. And he said that elder asked him, well, show me the scars on your chest that gives you that right to lead our people. How I understand that today is because when you look at Sundance, it's changed over time. Even in my lifetime, it's changed over time. But all of our customs of war went into that dance. All of our customs of war. And it was the different Okolakichi who used to dance. And it's changed now. Zuyawichasha, he was mentioned earlier, a man from Rosebud, Albert Whiteham, and I got to meet him. 3 times I got to sit with him and talk. And one time he told me a story of Zuya. So I'll share it with you tonight because I think it kind of has something to do with what we're talking about. But he said a long time ago in a camp, he said there was 8 young men who were chosen to go out on the land and then come back and tell their people what they had seen. And he said they left in 8 different directions. And they returned in 8 different times. He said when they come back, he said on the east side, the entrance of that camp, he said they'd ride in a zigzag towards that camp. So they knew they were bringing news. And he said the leaders would go out and meet them before they even came into the center. Go out and meet them. And they had to talk about everything they had seen, every nation. Not just people, but animal nations, every river, mountain, creek, stream. But if somewhere in the telling of that story they had taken a life, he said they took them straight to ceremony before they allowed them into that hocho fire. That didn't happen for my dad's generation, but that's what Lala Cedric did for him when we set up that ceremony for him. And I think my dad got to live his last years out in peace, because he did suffer from PTSD. I did see him have flash. A lot of veterans, they're not going to talk to you about their experience unless you're a veteran. Because there's no way to really understand what they went through. And some of them have a hard time talking about these things. Mid-90s, they had a meeting up at the old council chambers. It was Goose Whitebow. I ran into him somewhere. He said, "Hey, are you going to that veterans meeting?" I said, "No." I said, "I never even heard about it." He said, "Yeah, they're having a meeting at the council chambers tomorrow." I said, "You should come." I said, "All right." So out of curiosity, I went. There was no council there. There was just all these veterans in there that day. I think there might have still been World War II vets alive, a lot of Korean vets, a lot of Vietnam vets, and then Desert Storm vets. And for 4 days, I listened to them talk about Akuchita. That was the late Alan White Lightning who had organized those meetings. And he had passed away the year before, but it was Lakshmi, he just lost his name, Birdhorse, Reginald, who was advising him. And at the end of those 4 days, they made a decision, and it was through consensus that they were going to stand up as Akichita for that year. That was something to see, to hear them all all over that room. And they became Akichita. Leadership isn't sought. They didn't run for those positions. They were chosen and asked to do those things. I about panicked that day because the late Tommy Dogskin, a Korean war veteran, stood up and he said, "I want John Eagle to be our drum keeper." I about panicked when he said that because I didn't even know what that was. Before I could say anything, everybody in the room said, "How?" And I became their drum keeper. So Lala Cedric talked about that Vietnam's Veterans Association. They used to do things up there in Fort Yates, and I used to take a drum and sing for them. And it seemed like within a couple of years, they all passed away, so I used to take my drum and sing for them at their wakes. But that year, they marched on the tribal office, like Charlie Murphy's administration. And that's why they stood up as a Kichita, because there was grandmas from the South Dakota side of a reservation who were saying that the IRA government wasn't listening to them. So that's why they marched on that administration. But Lakshmi Charlie, you know, he's a Purple Heart recipient, Bronze Star recipient. So he had enough respect. He didn't say nothing. He let them come in and handed them the microphone. And those grandmas got to say their piece. That was the same year that the Sistans took over their BIA, and I think the Oglalas took over their tribal building. But they only did what was asked of them, and then they disbanded. They didn't keep that title. They just did what was asked of them, and then they disbanded. I get to hear a lot of, used to hear a lot of conversations about treaties and ancestral lands and sovereignty. Boy, if that isn't an exercise of sovereignty, I don't know what is. Group of men coming together, standing up to protect their women. And I think to myself that it's a way forward, that it's still needed. That it's a way forward. I hear people say that, well, there is no traditional government no more. I'm going to say it because they're not going to say it, but right here are two Wakichus there. I was there when the late Gene Ryan got pulled out of a crowd in Wakwala, and they put a opaha on him. Made him an achara. I was sitting on the drum in Cheyenne River at their celebration, and I think his name is Daryl Eaglestaff. They pulled him out of a crowd, took him in the center and gave him a staff, made him itkancha. I saw them parading around in the center. I was there when Kuala Oli Liligo was pulled to the center. I was one of the 4 singers that was asked to sing for him when they put Wapaha on him. And there's other things that I've witnessed. Men getting whistles and whips and different things. So we do have traditional government. And you don't need permission from the United States to make that live again. You also don't need permission from IRA government to make that live again. And I believe what Lala Cedric said, that the two can coexist. Because IRA government is supposed to be our segue to Washington, D.C., speaking to our needs out there, lobbying Congress. Whereas traditional government can be taking care of the needs of the people here. Because you heard it in all their stories tonight, sometimes, like even the conversations that spilled outside, sometimes all somebody needs is someone to pay attention to them. Sometimes all somebody needs is somebody to see them. Sometimes maybe just $20 to help them get them on the road, or just like tonight, share food with them. We have everything we need as a people to take care of ourselves. We have all the knowledge that we need to make these things live again. But I think when you think about Okolakichi and things like Akichita and the Ahana with Choyake, they talked about the woa pig that those men carried. Wachatakanake, woa hitika, woa wamusha, woa shaka. Demonstrated that at an early age. And that's why they were selected to be into these Okolakichi. And I honestly think we have a warrior class of people amongst us. We just don't always recognize them. I believe in Tukasha. And I believe in Tukasha. And I cherish our Lakol. And I cherish my people. And that's why I come. Share what little bit I knew about these things. But I agree with Lala Cedric, and I've had conversations over the years with different ones, that just because we serve the United States military, that doesn't make us a Kichi. One thing I know about our people is that, the reason why I told you my dad's story is because we have to become who we say we are. I've heard it spoken many times tonight about us being Lakota. If we're going to be Lakota, we have to become who we say we are. And it needs to be more than just the words. It needs to be more than just the terminologies. It has to be actions, just like tonight. So whoever that was that brought the food, Palamayapalu. Thank you for taking care of us like that. It's real heartwarming to see people bringing drinks, and boy, I got 2 pieces of fried bread tonight. Well, that's pretty good. I don't want to eat menudo, but boy, I really ate that menudo up too, because these stories, like they told you, when people offer you food, you're supposed to eat it. So that's why I ate that menudo. But the other thing I want to say is that, unfortunately, there's no one younger than me anymore, other than a handful of them, but we have to get okay with being corrected. Because I'm still learning. But I'm real thankful that I've had people that cared enough about me as I was learning to speak the language that at times would even correct me. Would say, that's not quite how we say that. This is how we say that. Some of them are sitting here tonight. I was teasing around about Lala Richard, because boy, he can Lakol real fast. It's like, yeah, like, brrr, yellow. Because I don't speak fluent, I'm caught behind trying to pick it up. But still, you know what? He speaks Lakota to me every time he sees me. Same thing with Lexi Brian. Same thing with Lexi Ali back there. Some of the other ones that were here tonight. Every time they see me, they speak Lakota. So we have to kind of get okay with being corrected. But there's a way to correct people too. We shouldn't shame each other. And there's a way too that if we're not getting along with each other, like she and I were talking about that earlier, there's a ceremony about forgiveness. How to bring people back together again. But Tanashi, Palamayo, thank you for asking me to come, and Palamayo to my relatives here for listening. And I think this is needed. I think we need to do more of this. And I forgot to mention my Toshka here. We were talking about Washigla. That's what he is right now. But it was important enough for him to come here. And it was his Ina, a beautiful Mkashi who left, who one day came up to my drum at a celebration, introduced herself, because we didn't grow up together. But she said, during supper break, she pointed at a vehicle. She said, supper break, I want you to bring your singers back there, I'm going to feed you. I said, oh, okay, well, right on, So supper break, we went back and ate. Next power, she did it again. So finally I asked her, I said, well, I'm real thankful, but, why? Here she said, my mom told me you're my cousin and I'm supposed to take care of you. So his mom used to take care of my drum back then. Earlier they were talking about being good relatives. I think that's an example of being good relatives. I had you too.
Thank you, Tansi. I got a couple more here. Anyone of you, come on. Hey, they like to have church.
Hani homoksilla ha. Salaka esit ke impatake. Sit hanasta op makinisna ogla kapsana uta makaina. Takun steo benasna istakun solea benaglatkhan. Sana ona wasta. Na hena fokata ke inichale ki oksila na sami la chaba bena. Ospe chakapo. Nija otan zuya yaikte. Asfukhna okakh ndra shinsa la washitya wa ki. I grew up out in Little Oak Creek, and there was a lot of elderly men still alive then, and I got to visit with them because they used to come to my grandpa's and sit outside in a circle, and they had a fire in the middle, they made coffee and rolled boudin, and the window to the house was right next to that place, so when I had to go in, I just sat there with the window open and listened to the things they talked about, or sometimes they'll call me outside and sit down, So now I knew they were going to share something. And they explained a lot of ceremonies of Zia Wichasha, and they talked about okolakichas, from the things that they learned from their grandparents. And these were older guys, and they were all, I noticed that most of them had served in the military one way or another. And it was really good to listen to them. And Tom Aaron asked me one time when I was driving him around to Apollos, he said, what did those elderly gentlemen teach you? I said, one of the things they told me about the responsibility that a veteran carries through his lifetime, even when he ends his tour of service, the ETS, I said, and
They said that never goes away because you have to have respect for your people in order for them to respect you, or sometimes they're going to give you a hard time, he said, but you still love your people. You for the love of your people. You didn't go in there because you was forced to. You did it because it's out of here, he said. And he said, learn to understand what songs are out there so you know what to do. Because at that time they're referring back to a place when we had Okolokitches that had their own songs that were distinct from regular powwow songs or the songs they sing now. So he said, pay attention. He said, if they sing your Okolokitche song, that means you and your group has to be out there to do something. Because each one was responsible for something that was going on in there. And he said, always remember that no matter what you do, you're not going to please everybody, because even people that haven't served are going to have something to say about what you're doing. But he said, here, let it go out this way. And I always thought about that because throughout my years of being in the Legion, I've heard a lot of things that don't need to be said, but I did take it to heart because those people are never going to understand what it is to be in combat boots. So I just let it go, and some of the young ones that are struggling with it, I encourage them, that's going to happen. Don't worry about it, because tomorrow it's going to be different again, or this evening will be different. Don't worry about it now. We got to keep going. Pay attention to the songs. Because what I try to do is help them understand that we have a relationship with people that are non-veteran. And we have to teach the younger ones that would be interested in being there one day. So we never take nothing away. We just go ahead and go on, no matter how negative it gets. And sometimes it's hurtful because some of that stuff, they come right up to you and say things. Like, that one's not supposed to be doing that. How come you're standing here and stuff like that? Well, you're standing there too. You're old enough to know that, you could put a stop to it. It don't necessarily have to be us. I said, but since we're here, I said, and if you came in a nice way, I said, I wouldn't be arguing you back. I'd be helping you right away. Because I said, think like Lakotas. So we have to go back to thinking like a Lakota and presenting it that way. And that's the only way that everybody can get along. It's good to understand, blood relations, Hukar relations, all that. But one of the things that is always a deterrent is the things that come out of your mouth. It's not like taking a breath every day, It's something like a good slap in the face sometimes. There's a lot of times that things are said to me too, but I just ignored it and moved on because we are put in a position where we have to help, and it's like I'm trying to rebuild that house that I got over here. But I could get only so far, and then whatever money that I get to buy supplies and stuff that I need, I don't spend it like that because there's a death or something that comes on and they come up to you, hey, akichi tanicha umakaki. So, well, here I go, just, give them, well, I'll have to start over again. And stuff like that, but to me that doesn't bother me because the way I grew up out in the country with my grandpa John Turner, he was a minister for Good Shepherd and Holy Spirit. We had in Firestone Creek, and he would talk a lot about the same principles as like a veteran, but his teachings come out of the Bible too. And he says never harbor hard feelings towards anybody. And you know, if you're not going to say anything, well, especially not that SNL, you see, you know, if you're not going to say anything good, don't say it, you know. So I used to think like that, and no matter what they put us through, I still look at people as relatives and keep my faith in, you know, what I believe in. So I won't be making somebody feel bad or hurting anybody's feelings in any way. And you know, it's a good thing to be in the military, to go someplace and learn some things that you never seen over here, you know. Because maybe you growing up with your grandma, grandpa, or whatever that, you know, got a nice soft voice, and then all of a sudden here you go, you got some guy you never met before, hollering all kinds of obscenities at you and stuff, and they say that discipline. And a lot of times now, you look at it, you see that some of these young kids are being hollered at like that, so they don't listen. And working here in the district, and you know, actually my cousin Mary over there, she asked me to be the store security guard, so that's what I was doing, and somehow I ended up coming this way. But I don't have no troubles with these kids. If I just tell them, hey, time to go home, you know, they go. But the mother, they'll come over to the store, come and help me. Those kids are acting up, and they well, what did you do to them? You know, they don't do nothing to me. I just tell them go home, you know, they're gone. So, you know, that keeping those relationships like that as a veteran with people that, you know, are growing up like this is really vital to how these kids are going to look at veterans and what they want to, maybe one day they want to be one. Because they have, a lot of them have good potentials to be something in the specialized units. You know, you see that. Just recently, my granddaughter went in the army, and she was really wished to us that everything is bashful. You couldn't talk to her about nothing. You know, she's like, if you say something after she gets embarrassed, no, but told her that the only thing that you got coming off of this reservation is to go make something for yourself. You know, you got to help them out like that and talk to them in a good way. So she was planning on this and that, and then she turned around and she said, I want to go to school too, but you get me. Didn't want to laugh about it, but I made it. I said, God, then I said, oh God, what I get her to, because she's just really shy and stuff. And here, one day she came back from Fort Linwood, Missouri. Then she didn't come back. She said, I was going to come back, but I got to go to Fort something in West Virginia. Then she finished her AIT over there, and then she came back. But to be a veteran, it's good to help talk to some of those kids like that, so they can do something worthwhile instead of running around here. And you know, a lot of times they get on your nerves. In other words, you know, they get people to say things to them, so they don't listen anymore. But as a veteran, you can help, especially if they know they can get along with you. You know, they're really that's really develop a good relationship with them, and they acknowledge that. And a lot of times they ask me too, when you're out in the fall carrying a flag, do you get tired when it's hot? Yeah, it's really hot out there, especially when there's more and more dancers coming in. I said, there's no wind. They block off the wind. I said, it gets hot. Gee, you think I could do it? Yeah, you could do it. I said, you know, you could run around all night. You could do anything. Teasing around with them and stuff. So they like that. But it's good, you know. So with that, I don't take too much time. So I'd like to thank you guys for listening. And, you know, I just shared a little bit of something with you guys.
I'm glad most everybody went home, so I don't have to talk for a whole bunch. I'm a talk about you. He loves Lord. I mean, he's I want you. I grew up in this community here on the other side. My grandma Catherine, a lot. Chuck Fine.
all my Lexies that I grew up around, there was Dickie and Delmer, Douglas, Bobby and Donnie, and my mom was the younger sister. All the uncles went to the military. Some to the Marines, some to the Army, like that. So I grew up around a lot of veterans. Most everybody in the community I knew as veterans. And on my dad's side, my dad, his name was James Lovesworth. And his brothers all were Vietnam veterans too, my Uncle Butch, my Uncle Pat. And, my Auntie Norma, she was married to Lexi, John was talking about, White Lightning. So I grew up around a lot of veterans. And as I was growing up, I never gave it much thought, but it was, when I would think about it, it just made sense to go in, to join the military. But at the time when I was living around here growing up, I didn't have much ambition to do much. So, but I'd leave the res, I'd go move off to the city someplace, and then I'd come back for a while and I'd leave again. But back in 85, I believe it was, I was living in Oklahoma City. So I joined the military in Oklahoma City. And that's when I went in. Went to basic over in New Jersey, and went to Fort Bragg. I heard somebody talking about Fort Bragg. And quite a few of those places out there in the East Coast. But when I got out of the Army, I went back to Oklahoma City. So a lot of my relatives around here didn't even know I was in the military. Even when you're in basic, they ask you your hometown newspaper, your picture to go in there. I told them the Daily Oklahoman down in Oklahoma City. Because at that time, I thought I would never come back up here. I was, when I left, I was about 2 steps ahead of the law. I was kind of an outlaw. But as the years went by, going around to Huachipis and things, ceremonies, you hear about Akichita, you hear talk about that, you hear talk about Zuya, and what it means to be that. And it is a responsibility, is what I believe. Responsibility to take care of the children, to take care of the women, look out for the elderly, to be a provider and a protector. And I take that to heart, and I believe that. A lot of people here in the community that I grew up around, since I guess you'd say when I learned a little bit about our ceremonial work, I walked that red road, I guess, long enough to pick up a chanupa and to Homblachi and Uwamachi for many years down there in Pine Ridge. And saved my life. Gave me the strength to walk in a sober way ever since, was it 99, I think, 2000. So I've been sober for quite a while. But I learned many things along that journey, along the way. The responsibilities of Akichita and Zuya, it goes right along with being a good relative. It's the same thing, kind of, pretty much. And our ceremonies, all the things that we commit to. When you commit to doing ceremony, you're committing to walk and carry yourself in a certain way. And I learned a little bit about making those commitments and being able to
to carry it out. One of the first places that taught me that was the military. Taught me a little bit about discipline, a little bit about sacrifice. And when I came out, when I started this, my ceremonial journey to learn who I was, learn who I am, you know, I learned more about discipline and sacrifice that it takes. You know, it sounds so simple, maybe, you know, at first, that 4 years isn't very long to go and be part of the Sundance. But then you realize that it takes discipline and sacrifice to carry yourself in a certain way all throughout the year, not just those 4 days. You know, so we learn things along the way like that. And these societies, the Kulakichi and these things, I like what she was talking about, but they could be very effective today. And I believe they should be brought back, finding that way to help our people, because our people need a lot of help. All of us are having a hard time, you know. Lilo Tafika, you know, this life is very hard. There's still things that come at our people that give us hard times. We have sicknesses and illnesses and addictions of many kinds, financial problems, you name it, we got it, you know. And some of the ways that we've come to get too comfortable with since the time of the reservations, I guess, was probably be always waiting for some outside entity to come and save us, come and help us, and kind of forgetting that our best help probably comes from within each other, from each other. So I would love to see our societies come back. But in order to have them come back, we have to heal ourselves. That's what I believe, individually. It'd be hard to go out and tell the whole group, okay, now today, this is how you live. I think it's, you know, it might be very difficult to do that. So the way I did it to learn is I just made it part of my life. And to this day, I try to walk in that good way. You know, I lack a lot of things, a lot of teachings, but I'm always learning and growing. You know, I don't have the language, which is, sometimes that's very strange to me because I grew up in a community of almost everybody spoke Lakota, you know, but there's probably reasons for that, I don't know. But I seen something on Facebook about a week ago or so. There was a man down Cheyenne River, and I met him, and I got to visit with him, I got to pray with him. Very humble man, seemed very knowledgeable, wisdom, elder. And he went to a meeting, and he had that, he was a whipman, I believe. And through Lakota ways, you have, you know, that was his, to me, my understanding, it was his right to go into the meeting and make his voice heard. So when he exercised some Lakota wope, I guess, BIA, and then threw him in jail afterwards. You know, so there was a clash of this IRA and our, I guess what you say, traditional way of governing. You know, who's right, who's got more authority or anything like that. You know, it brings up questions like that. And, you know, for myself, I believe in Wolokota. And I believe that we should walk that way. Because in that way, that's the only way to me that I see that we can live. You know, we always make that prayer when we go check in. You know, but since the time of the reservation, since the beginning until now, maybe even a little before the reservation time, our people learned how to survive. And we learned a lot about survival. We learned a lot about getting by. And we got very good at it. Maybe the best in the world at surviving. But along the way, we kind of forgot how to live. And that's just what I see. And it would be good if we start circling back around and start living life instead of just surviving and getting by. From what I see, Wolokota would be the way to do that. To remember Wope, to remember who we are. Because like I heard earlier, you know, I heard somebody say something about DNA. I believe we are. We're born with this. It's within us. We just have to remember. You know, and help our current leadership to maybe embrace Wolokota a little bit more. Give it a little bit more attention than maybe it has in the past. You know, to start looking to each other, to help each other, lift each other up through our societies. But who's going to be a part of these societies, you know? We still have people that know how to go about these things. You know, and I believe we should listen to them. And start that healing journey so that we can be strong again, be healthy, so that we can live a good life and that our children and their children, you know, the Lakota will always be strong. I'm not much of a good speaker, but I do love the people. I do all love my relatives.
Yeah.
And, the healing starts with the person himself. You know, I had a good mentor when I Sundance down in Pine Ridge. You know, he's passed away now, but I'll share his name. His name was Charles Spotted Thunder. And I got to help. I was a helper there, and I got to help him along the way for quite a while. And along the way, he taught me many things about Wolokota, many things about those 7 virtues, those values, and always encouraging me to understand what those are. And he would tell me, you take care of yourself so that you can take care of others. And that made a lot of sense to me. Because if you don't take care of yourself, how do you expect to take care of anybody else? And you do it kind of in an equal way, you know. Because life is not much about black and white, right and wrong. It's all that whole gray area in between. That's what, to me, that's what life is. And you find your path through that gray area. You know, there's always a direction in front of you. But it's like a fork in the road. There's many choices you can make. And we don't know which path is the right path unless we pray about it. Pray for guidance. Pray for those good eyes and good ears so that we can hear and we can see what Tumpasha is telling us, showing us, so that we can go good directions in this life. And have our societies to watch out for our people. But I believe through our prayers, our ceremony, through that chanupa, we could find our way back to being healthy again. So we just love one another, take care of each other. There's probably a whole lot of things I want to say, but it's hard speaking in front of people when I just forgot about it. After I leave, I'll remember all of it.
Okay, Richard, and then we got, I want to have Doug. I'm tired. Had too much chili and menudo, so yeah, we're getting here.
Amigakipi, I know we're getting tired, Cash. We had a big agenda. A lot of you said a lot of good words. We choya washte a happy. I'm gonna share a song before we go home. I gotta takoja here. It's gotta do some things tomorrow. And I wanted to encourage everybody because we laid out a lot of good things, good words, good roads to follow. And I didn't want to talk about Akichita because I could take about 3 hours. We have our own way in Cannonball. But I wanted to sing you a song of encouragement and reach out to our relatives at home. And I told my husband, I know he's got $20 in his pocket to give to these boys sitting here with this drum because they're young, but one of them is always there with the drum. For a minute, it was alone and I was gonna take it. But I want my husband to give them $20. I'm gonna share a song so they can go buy themselves something to drink later. Kids like to have hot chips and different kinds of things. Kashila washak maya cha ampe tukile hey oh hey hey oh hey hey awaichi glaka itko gipra wawelo hey.
I don't like to take on the whole show, but I just want to share. And I just want to share. We push it from a little, and la la, which are killing they walk like it in a day, and stuff. And I took up from a conca, Lamana, little way of one. You know, I learned this language from my two teachers, my grandma and my grandpa, and my mom. Now,
They talk the language around them. And, I was fortunate to, I get you that one for like I just want to share a little short story of one of our, I grew up around the Tiwan, all my relatives that I grew up with, they were all veterans. And, one of them is, every one of them, they made who I am. Chatet Khanka, Yam Hair, La Kitchita, waiting like that. And now, I grew up underneath them. Or Zuya, which has an ish, Akichuta. Those are only two words that I ever heard and grew up with. Mina Haskabe, Ahane, Kawoye, and Washiki, and those are the white soldiers. As there was you want to Zuya and Akichita, Akichita, and Akichuta. Face to face on the line. Kawoye, land, no. But I'm not a professor to correct that, actually. That's the proper way of saying soldier, Akichita. It's, I grew up under a lot of relatives that were in the Vietnam era. My Lala Jess taken life was in World War I. I grew up listening to him and, to sharing that. My husband, Pushka, Frank, one of the uncles, two uncles, Tom Iron, Anshi Kenny, and then they went in together. One didn't come home. Actually, I was 5 years old. When I was 5 years old, Lakol, Machaka. My grandma was chanting a song as they brought him to the community. And my Lala pulled on my hand. So, question. Like she alone, sing your uncle a song. And I waited. They taught me many songs, gospel songs. I knew all the Lakol would tell you on the what so mighty. He pulled on my arm. Said, so I looked at him and said, which one should I sing? Make one for him. As a 5-year-old, I see these kids. It touched my heart as watching them sit in the garden and drum. It's like the young lady praised him for the song. That's the song that I sang at 5 years old. I wasn't taught this song. I just want to sing a little verse of that, just right here. Let's actually Kachanki te chale oya te kibli hechia leungloli pielo hey 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 hey. That song chateta la kolok ohata la kolia ohata la taki kio chate wanishaka na chatena wiukja henat Chate down with Jakita Kaway, Lana Nichitwanta, Sabia, Lewa Okyacha, Wongalaka. How to help each other. You think from the heart to your mind, your brain. Nasula Kiena, you connect them. Nakutuwe Woki Pujanicha. And somebody has a disposition on you that they don't like you, ash. And not Tavish. Kaway, Naulanga Washitu. Our language is being lost big time. And, I myself, I struggle every day. Oh, in la colo chias. Hukumaka, Leo Attorney, Nippy, or still he, you can help tenants young. La colo, Billy Yomashich. I was so sad.
We went to a sweat, and they chewed us out for talking Lakota. You know, when I went home, I cried. I don't know. Maybe I should just speak the white language. You know, it hurts me that somebody had to say that to us. You know, but, based on that, I didn't hold any grudge against people that say that to me. But you know, it's ela kota chinghu, lila la kota chimba washitu wa echu. You want to do it in the white way. You know, everything. We speak our language from the heart. You know, see a lot of them that are gone now, that spoke the language. We talk about the soldiers. You know, I used to, when I was a young boy, I was lost. I'm still lost here with them. You know, I used to drive them. Gee, if I could name them all the soldiers, but you know, they used to love me to be around them because I spoke the language. All the Akichika that I grew up with. All my relatives. It was Peter Moon. It was Ralph taking my window billets and Percy Goodigo. Billy Goodigo. You know, I used to take them around when I was 16, 17 years old, drove them. You know, whatever they wanted to do, you know, gee, they were just crazy. Some of them kind of forgot their language, and when they heard it, it touched their hearts and made them, they found themselves after they come home. And that was a blessing I was able to, you know, I always wanted to be a soldier, but I couldn't. I had a deformity, and I couldn't make it in. And I struggled, and that hurt me. I lived on the edge forever. I had to prove to myself that I could do it with my language. Hey, Jella, that's the only thing that I live with. You know, this community here, I grew up here. I grew up without a dad. I grew up with my grandma and grandpa. I went back to my mom, but you know, it was tough. There was times that I had to find work to help my mom, pay for the bill, buy food. You know, I see myself as a, you know, but I was trying to, the prayers are strong. You know, he helps you. He stands up, you stand up and try to fit in where you can and help each and everybody that we can. If somebody asks me to help, my heart's there. You know, I tell my wife at home, you know, I gotta go help this guy. He's stalled over here, I'll go get him. You know, and stuff like that. Anything. I'm always here. You know, if somebody just called me to help them, even though I don't know them, I'll go help them. And that's how we are. We don't worry about the expenses that we have to pay to help one another. It's just here. You know, I don't want to take up too much time, but you know, sitting there listening to each and every one of you guys. Man, you shared some good stuff that, you know. Hena woke up and woke up and you know, even though you know something as a young boy. You know, I do a lot of things now that I know how to do. Even if somebody comes and, hey, can I help you? Hey, if you do it like this, I never say, no, I already know that. I never say that. Because every message that somebody shares, oh, no, well, still, hey, move to love. No, I use that knowledge you just shared with me. I never deprive somebody from trying to tell me something. You know, and that's how we teach our kids. Even our kids, you know. I always share this. My grandpa made a whip, and he gave it to me. And you know, I made one. First, I made one, gave it to him, and he looked at it. It wasn't as good as Quinlan, but he made one, and man, it was just real nice. I liked it the way he made it. But you know, just that learning, he never said, "You're right." You know, he never said that. Kids, just sat down beside me, made one, and I watched him. That's how we teach our kids. You said to your kid, hey, let me show you how it's done. You do that, that kid, you hurt his feelings.
by making you ordering him how to do it. Lakota, that's how we are. He's gonna learn off. I have no education, no, I'm not a soldier, I'm nothing fancy, but you know what? I live a common life and try to better our kids. And then the reason why I'm sorry, Frank, I didn't make it early enough. Here's my chance to my first. Today I was so happy. I thought I had a chanupa. I had my pakoja. They asked me to babysit. Hey, Yoki Samimaya. I was really happy to watch my first little grandchild. You know, chanupas, I had to walk, you gotta tell you get to come my time. And he's looking at me just like he heard me, understood me. Jeez, my daughter-in-law came home. She said, you know, I never did see her do that before. She's only a month old. And she just watched me. You know, I said, let's not go to let's just stick it, let chop my can't open like the law. You know. I don't care if she speaks like a man when she grows up, she's going to learn the languages. But this, I wanted to share that much now. I sure appreciate you guys having this. So, if we have another one of these again, I'll come first and share.
All right, we're nearing down the end here, but I want to call Doug up here. You know, a while back ago, he wrote on a board talking about warriors and bringing a different way of life. Well, it was a way of life that was here, but he wanted to bring it back to the community. And that board is still at the bingo hall, and I believe that picture is still on there. And it's about maybe 8 years now or so. It was kind of the inception or beginning of the Pahaniwakpa Okolakichie. And I remember them, I was upstairs and they were down there. And he started talking and he was bringing his preaching to the young men of the community that were struggling. And he didn't close the door, whether they were under the influence or not, he welcomed them in. And he said, I want to do this to make our men stronger, to be back into it. So to this day, you know, he still pushes for that Kolakiche to go. And so I want to have Doug say a few words, and then I'm going to kind of wrap it up here, and then we're going to go over to the young boys to kind of close it up for us.
Thank you. Ishnao Hitika Hemiolo, my relative here. My brother-in-law, Brian, gave me a Lakota name, and Jerry Goodhouse took me as his brother. My relatives are from Standing Rock here, they're from Port Peck, they're from Crow, they're from 3 affiliated tribes. I got a little bit of everything, but this is where God put me here in Little Eagle, South Dakota. This is where my heart is. And he speaks Lakota to me, so I have to ask my wife all the time, what does this mean and what does that mean? And they're words out of the blue. Like today, I can't remember, I think I might remember the word that I heard just come to me, Ogagapi. What does that mean? And today, I was wondering where I'll get to use that word. Today, I got to use that word. We sometimes add on to what God had given us already. So, it's a lot of things you talked about today. One of those is we've taken the things that our relatives have showed us and we added more onto it. Something God did to me when I first started following Him, I came to my relative here, my brother-in-law. I came to my brother-in-law here and asked him to put me on the hill. And during that time, God changed a lot of things to me. But soon after that, I got a warrior came to me in a dream. And he held a spear over my head. His horse reared up over me, and he was a fierce warrior. And he said to me the words I could best remember back then, Wichasha Uinkte, Wichasha Uinkte. And he said this several times, and I never knew what it meant. I went along to a lot of the traditional people I knew then and asked, and they all said it meant death, that death was coming to me. Until one of my relatives or my in-laws over Rebecca Plentychief said it the way that I heard it, and she explained to me. She said it means this man was murdered for you, that this man had died for you. I sat there looking at my feet, sitting on her couch, realizing that God was calling me to be a Christian, to follow this way. Now, he hasn't stopped talking Lakota to me. He uses more and more to teach me and to help me learn. So these ways that we're talking about are really big here. I believe someday, and I'm going to ask the relatives today, those that are here, that we would someday share visions and dreams that God has given our people. I can't be the only one that has seen a lot of these things. One of the biggest things is, there's been this, and we talked about that a bit tonight, this division between traditional and Christian. Well, God has brought me right down the middle of that. I grew up along the river back home, doing our ways all the time. I didn't know they were hiding. I just thought we went to that house way out in the country, and that's where we held our ceremonies and our prayers. And so this is a way of life. I understood all that in Hiradza. But when I came over here, I came this way, and God did something to me. After I accepted this way of Jesus, he took, and it's like I had all of these stuff. How do you say it? I had added on a little bit of this and a little bit of that. So what I had wasn't right. And God wiped everything off the table for me. And he said, I'm going to teach you all over again. And from there, he began teaching me what he wants me to understand. The biggest thing was this call to the battle. There was a man came sometime after I had this translated. He came, and it was during the time that all this was going on with 9/11, and all the bigwigs up there had left. They were riding airplanes, and they were what we call air marshals. So I got stuck here being in charge. And I was kind of a grouchy, think I knew it all guy, and I took leave. Anyway, long story short, the two lieutenants under me were in charge that day, and I had come back to work. And there was a poster that said suicide training. And I walked in and I said, who's going to this training? I said, somebody better go to this training. And they kind of laughed and snickered, and they looked at me and they said, looks like you're going. And so I put my head down and I went. But when that man who was a preacher that came to talk about a different way of fighting this battle that I had been losing in law enforcement, had been losing against drugs and alcohol, and losing against the suicides that were happening with our people. And when he started talking, I saw that warrior stand up. He was just an old guy, didn't stand very tall. But when he spoke, his voice was thunderous. And I heard God calling me. And I answered that call that day. My life has changed, and God He hasn't taken me out of who I am. He began showing me how these things happen. For instance, the songs that we sing out of the Lakota Aloan, or the Shinaska Aloan, we've learned to use those to push the enemy out of the place. For instance, we do a lot of the funerals. I share with the young men that come and sing with us. I said, there's a lot of heaviness in here. It comes in just heavy, but God showed us how to sing and to praise God, and that would just push them away. But what had happened is we began singing more. There's a lot more to this walk, and how to walk is, you're talking about Akichita. And I really believe that we as men need to take this way back up again. You see, when this people came and they did their best to dismantle our people, they took a lot of our warriors out. Some of them went to the prison. Some of them got killed. They did their best to split us up. Everything from tax time to what's that? When you have child support, all these things are to take that father out of the home. And so it's on my heart to call the men to be men again. All these years, our grandmas and our moms brought us this far. they had to carry us because the enemy had come at us and tried to destroy us as a people. But God has it on my heart to reach out to the men so that we can become men again. You know, when I'd go knock on the door as the cops, grandma or mom or sister would come. Where is that man of the house? He's hiding in the back. Go see what they want. All these things that keep us from being who God called us to be, to take our place. And I believe that time is now. I heard God tell me, and I refer to a lot of scripture because that's another way that He talks to me. He said, return to the ancient ways. For our people to come out of these things, we need to return to those ancient ways. The ways that He gave us. Not the ones that we added things onto, but to the ancient ways. You know, we talked about funerals over here. How do we get through? A lot of the time is just trying to get through as a family. I'll share this. I said, you know, they think that a rut is a bad thing. But if you come from the country and you have to drive, Brian has the best road to illustrate this. His road is one solid rut going to his house. But if you don't know enough, and you don't know to drop your truck into that rut, and just stay in that rut, you'll get out. While there are things that our relatives have done with funerals, that they showed us before, how we go and we sing with one another, the prayers that we do together, how things are done. It's not, maybe it might be right or maybe not be right, I don't know that. But our relatives before made it this way. So we look, I'll share with the young people, look and watch as this is going on, because someday that's going to have to be you. And so if we just keep going and we allow ourselves sometimes to get into that rut, we'll get through whatever it is we're coming through. These ways that we talk about was really a good thing tonight, to hear all of these things. And I just wanted to listen, but Frank always does this to me in the end. But I thank God for that, because somewhere in here is God wants to use this mouth to say a lot of things. But I really believe that a lot of our ways, God is calling us back to those things. Are everything from the how we bury our people, how we live. It's the biggest thing. I appreciate the time here and everyone who got to share things. I'm very thankful for my in-law here who stepped in and put me on a hill when it was only 2 days. I was going to spend 4 days out there, but relatives came in a vision and they said, it's time for you to go home now. It would be my wife's father, Vernon Shelton, was in this vision, but a relative from her past. He was a warrior. All he had on was a breechcloth and a knife. And as we were coming down, they said, it's time for you to come down. As we were coming down, he said, wait. He handed me a knife, and he said, you have to get past me first. And so we had to struggle. And in that struggle, I got the better of him. And I said, I have you. And he said, yes, you do. And I didn't know who he was at the time. I just knew that this was a man who had brought me down. And he shook my hand and he welcomed me to his family. And he said I should have done this with all of my son-in-laws. God has put me here. He has brought me into this family. He has brought me into the relatives here. And if you trace back lineage, I will tell you where my relatives come from. I come from the Bloody Knife family. There's a history of hurt with our families. But those are my relatives. My relatives come from Wakpala area. And so as far as, being a relative here, that's where I come from. But my heart has always been in Little Eagle. I guess my people, the Rickrow people used to live here. Ever since I drove down this hill right here, I knew this was home. And I've been here since. The relatives here have been my relatives for a long time, and when I first came, the first word I think I learned was toka. I knew that word right away, but I accepted that, and the people accepted me here, and I'm real thankful for John stepping in when he did and bringing me to that place. But I believe, as the teachings of John, I don't know if it was John or somebody, but somebody taught me during that time that when we fast, we step into that spiritual realm. I believe that as young men, that should be one of the first things that we should do, that all of us should do this. I want to share one dream before I leave. I told you that when I had accepted Christianity, there was this time when there was a big division between Christians and of course I was a holy roller Christian, so that was a little even bigger. Christians and traditional. And I had just come from the tradition because I had spent my life there. Well, anyway, in this dream I was sitting at the old Senex, and I found myself, I had nothing on. I was sitting in the Senex naked. And so I had taken this newspaper and tried to cover myself. I was, first of all, didn't want everybody to see me. And second of all, I looked over where Presidas was across the road. I saw this huge, kind of like a platform. And on this platform was traditional things that were going on. I just use that as a general term. But there were four elders that were from earth here. Relative elders would be one of the relatives who might be here, 4 of them. And in front of them there were women who were doing this coming of age ceremony for women as they come of age. But this other one, there were 2 elders. And these 2 elders were not from earth. They were spiritual elders. And there was a long line of men that were standing in this line. And what they were doing was trying to prove themselves to this warrior's regalia that hung up on I don't know if it was a wall, but it hung up. And this warrior's regalia was a breastplate. It was the pesha, or it was a headdress of like a buffalo, and all of the things that a warrior had, and they were pure. They didn't have a lot of color to them, but they were pure of color, kind of shades of white. And so as I was walking, I was trying to hide because everybody would see me. So my house was across town. I had to go past them. And so I was trying to scoot around. And as I was doing this, a voice spoke to me. And it was real loud. And God told me, He said, go up there. I'm giving that to you. I was no longer ashamed of my nakedness. Everybody I knew, the people knew that only who was able to get this warrior's regalia would get it. And if you didn't and you touched it, something bad would happen to you. But I heard God tell me, and I walked right up there. And I took this regalia, and it was kind of like on a stage, like it was so high. And as I walked past those 2 elders that were up there, and these young men were in a long line this way, and that voice spoke to me again. And he said, I want you to go, and he motioned, or he indicated the elder on this side. I want you to go and take his gift. And so I went in the way that I knew that I was raised. I took that gift from him. It was a spiritual, it wasn't a tangible. I just went like this and took this gift. I understand today that gift is wisdom. But as I walked past these young men, I called into them and I told them, I said, don't stop. I said, you need to continue to pursue to get this warrior's regalia. In that, God gave me direction to begin to do these things. What he was talking about is the regalia that I drew. I guess it's still over there. I didn't know it was still over there. But that's what's on my heart, is that we need to be Lakota again. We need to know what it means. Today I never heard the meaning of that word, Akichita. The way you explained it means so much. Who here has stood in front of the enemy? Who here has faced the Wakashicha? You know, I've done a lot of things and been to quite a few churches, and I've only got one person that has stood by my side in the face of these things. My wife. God has given me a blessing. There's no fear when we stand in front of things. When we go and we pray, what is needed is for our relatives to step into that spiritual realm and to go through our streets, to go to the homes, to know how to pray in the homes and to help the relatives, because they're just in bondage from these things that are around here. The Wakashita are just roaming all the time. You know, I'd go on and on, but I'm going to stop there. There's a lot of things that
not just me, but I see in all the relatives that is coming forward. And I appreciate that. I appreciate each and every one of you. John, I love to hear the things you said. And John Eagles, I'm so thankful for you being there for me and teaching me those things. What is hard for me, guys, I really tried to speak Lakota, but something happened to this Nasula, and I can't remember words. When I was talking to John, I knew how to sing the songs that I had to know for fasting, the Four Direction songs. I knew all those things, but you know, I have to listen. Nobody knows this. When I sing, I'm a split second behind everybody because I have to hear what they said, and it's not up here. Even when I talk, if I was to try and talk and use my own thing, I couldn't do it. It has to be from God. Well, even when I get up and share, I don't never go do a whole sermon, but I can stand up there if I want it for a couple hours and just keep going with whatever God has to say. But I appreciate those. The ones that the guys that are still here, I have a lot of respect for you. And I appreciate your strength, Brian. I appreciate you being here and always answering my questions. What's that one word you said that says to be ready all the time? Nakenula? Yeah, that's true. We have to be ready in season and out of season. Whenever you're called upon to say something. But with that, I'm going to say a prayer here. And is that what you want me to do? Close it with a prayer? Or
Go to them first.
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
All right, we're going to come down to our closing. I want to say thank you to our speakers. I just want to get this straight just so that nobody got offended. Is that I asked individuals to come forward. And I appreciate that. You know, there was no set format to how we were going to do things. We were trying to share some teachings, although some of it kind of veered off into right and left field, but it was good to hear all of that conversation. That's what creates, you know, the next meeting. So we're going to have another one. I know Brother Jody's really tired over here, so we're going to structure the next one so we kind of stay more within the lanes. It'll work out. You know, it'll all work out. We're going to bring in the younger generation, and we're going to intertwine them with the older ones. And then that one's just going to be a question and answer for a way of teaching on that one. So Jody and I will put that together, and we'll do another one. So again, I want to say thank you for not getting into the politics side of it. None of this had anything to do with politics. I just want that clear because I know there's still individuals on there. It was just to bring a chance to open some dialogue. So like I said, it was all for good. And then so if I call upon you again, you know, if you make that call, really appreciate it. I want to say thank you to Jody and to Brooks for being here. To Stanford, he's always really supportive of good things. You know, he's always bringing something. I know Cedric and Sissy, they brought some stuff. You know, my sister Mary for helping with the food. My daughter Angelique for, you know, that. And the rest of them, I think Jody's other half brought some as well, some soup. Chad Bryan brought some soup. So I just want to acknowledge them, all those that were part of that. So we'll go over here, and then I'll have Pastor Wilkinson close it up with a prayer. So. thank you. And I'll turn it over to Doug.
Father, we thank you for a beautiful day, Lord, beautiful night. Beautiful relatives that come together to share, to talk about the things, Lord, that you would have us talk about. We thank you, Lord, that you call each and every one of us. We reach out to others, Lord, to our relatives, to those men, Lord, who would take their place. We call them. We thank you for the relatives, our wives and our daughters and our mothers and our grandmothers who stood there for us, Lord, when there was no one to take that spot, Lord. We thank you, Lord God, for them. We ask that you strengthen us and help us to become the men that you called us to be the Akichita that you called us to be, Lord. Help us as we come together in a good way. May you bring us with good hearts, Lord. May you talk to us as we go to sleep tonight. May others hear that you're calling them to us, Lord. We thank you for this movement you're doing here with our people, Lord. We ask for your blessings as we go. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
That is it. Jody and Brooks, thank you very much.
Whether you're pregnant or planning ahead, you and your baby deserve a healthy start.